along to Stormont. We're in Northern Ireland. We're in the capital city, just on the outskirts of it, Belfast, for this historic Ireland versus Zimbabwe test. It's day 2, first ever test held here in Northern Ireland, and the first ever test match between these two sides. So a highly entertaining first day that ebbed and flowed nicely. Zimbabwe, they dominated the early stages with an opening partnership of 97, but a fantastic Irish fight back in that second and third session bowled Zimbabwe out for 210 just prior to the rain coming down, and it meant that maybe it was Ireland's day on day 1. Been blessed with a bit of sunshine to start day 2, and we should be set for a start on time. And rather than it being a case of 3 wise men to guide you through all the action, we've got 2 wise men alongside me. Kyle McCallan, the former Irish captain, and Tina Moweo, the former Zimbabwean opening batter. Very good morning to you both, gents. Kyle, we might start with you, given how good a day it was for Ireland. How did they turn that day around yesterday?
Yeah, it was a remarkable turnaround. I think there was some concern starting to brew, having won the toss and sent Zimbabwe into bat with going into lunch wicketless. But a quite remarkable fight back. I think a very good bowling display post-lunch put a bit of pressure on Zimbabwe, and I think a mixture of some very fine Irish bowling and some questionable Zimbabwean batting potentially has led to, Ireland being in the dominant seat and the dominant position in the game at this stage.
Tino, I suppose on the contrary then, how did it go wrong for Zimbabwe after what was a dream start to their first test match in the best part of 18, 20 months? They couldn't have dreamt of things going better with that 97-run opening partnership, and the way in which it collapsed, really disappointing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they did extremely well to get themselves there, and I mentioned at the start of the day yesterday that I knew that Gumbi and Masaure have the capability to do what they did. That didn't surprise me. I think hats off to the Irish, because when they came back after lunch, they came back, they got their plan sorted, they started bowling in the areas that they wanted to, and they started to create problems. For me, it was later on in the innings. Sean Williams, I thought, could have batted with a lot more responsibility. He knew he had a debutant batting with him now. He knew a wicket down from there was a debutant. So it was important for him to realise that and to try and bat through the innings. It looked to me like he was more in a bit of a rush as opposed to understanding where he was. And then Zimbabwe's got 4 fast bowlers. It's a very, very, very long tail. So even more responsibility expected from him. However, it looked like it's a good batting track out there. I'm sure Ireland are looking forward to batting there today, but still an opportunity for Zimbabwe to correct that in the second innings.
Let me ask you about those 3 debutants. They really experienced very contrasting debuts. Joyler Gumbi looked so comfortable, didn't he, for 49, and then Brian Bennett showed a couple of nice strokes through the offside in particular. He only made 8, but then Clive Madande, that was a real rush of blood to the head, dismissed from his very first ball off Andy McBride.
Yeah, it was. And that's why, and I mentioned it on air last night, I think Sean Williams needed to be there with Clive Madande just to calm his nerves. He's a great player. You've seen him play some match-winning innings for Zimbabwe in the other formats. So it's important for a senior player to be there just to guide him and get him to calm those nerves down. And I thought maybe Sean Williams could have played that role. However, I think it was a rush of blood, as you say. It's something that can happen to you in your early days in international cricket. I have no doubt, though, going to the future that he'll be an outstanding batter. It's a lesson that he needs to learn from yesterday.
Okay, Kyle, talking about that dismissal of Madande, I want to ask you about Andy McBride's off-spin bowling. Okay, Barry McCarthy, Mark Adair might have got the headlines, but for Andy McBride, he's Ireland's Mr. Dependable. He manages to just keep doing it. Not in the T20 reckoning at the moment, sometimes playing in the ODIs, not necessarily every single game. So with the test matches, they take on more importance for him. How well did he bowl, particularly after Williams attacked him?
Yeah, I think he deserves a lot of credit, and I think Andrew Balbirnie deserves a lot of credit, because when Sean Williams, who's renowned, a very fine player of spin bowling, went on the attack down to McBride, it would have been easy to get faster and more defensive. But what he did, he took the pace off, and he got it up and down. He just left it outside off stump, and he made Sean Williams go feeling at it. It was an outstanding piece of off-spin bowling. But I think it's important to recognise Andrew Balbirnie's role in that. I think the temptation might have been to give Matthew Humphreys an early go then, and the fact that he showed that faith in Scrah, as he's affectionately known. He's always in it for the scrap, he's always in it for the fight, and you saw that in his celebration. So Ireland know what they're going to get with bat and ball from Andy McBride, and boy, he delivered yesterday. What
about the occasion as a whole? It was a really good crowd. There was a very test match atmosphere. It's kind of hard to describe what that is, but it felt like Stormont was meant for test cricket, the 123rd test venue.
Well, we're just saying it looks every bit a test match venue. The pitch looks like a test match pitch. We had a good crowd in yesterday. The pitch played very well, and I suppose we'll not judge the wicket until both sides have batted on it. But I think Ireland, given the position, things yesterday couldn't have gone any better for them, because there was going to be 45 minutes, an awkward spell to bat at the end of the day, and the weather come in and saved the openers from that. So I think everything is aligned for the Irish batting unit. If they bat well today, they could place themselves in a very strong position in the
just
test.
While he's talking about the pitch, sorry to jump in there, I just wanted to point out that I thought it was a fantastic first day pitch. It's very difficult to get a good test match wicket going anyway on day one, especially in the summer that you've had. A lot of rain around, difficult to get the surface to be as dry, as hard, and as well as it played yesterday. A little bit in there for everybody. If you got your techniques right and you're patient, you had an opportunity to spend time in the middle like the openers had, but as well, something in there for the seamers, something in there for the spinners on day one as well. So I think outstanding first day pitch here.
Yeah, Tino makes a great point. Philly McCormack will probably be the proudest man anywhere in Northern Ireland last night. Sometimes the conditions here in Ireland don't make for the easiest scoring by any stretch or the easiest pitch preparation, but it was a good batting wicket. There was certainly something in it for the bowlers as well. Okay, day two, we've got a lot to look forward to today, Tino. What do you feel Zimbabwe will be trying to do? Let's talk about it from the bowlers' perspective first. They've gone very, very heavy on their seam attack, 4 out and out fast bowlers.
The first thing they'll be trying to do is what Ireland did yesterday, and not do what Ireland did yesterday. Try and be as consistent as possible, get the balls in the right areas. Now, I think Zimbabwe have got an ideal bowling lineup because they've got the big left armour, they've got Muzarabani, both of whom are in top-notch form coming out of that India series. Chatara comes back into the test side, most experienced bowler in the Zimbabwean lineup. You know that he'll pitch the ball up, he'll get the ball to move around in these conditions. And then you've got Shivanga, who's relatively inexperienced but good pace on him as well. So I think this wicket will assist him.
What would be a good kind of first morning session? Would you be hoping for 3 wickets, maybe 4 wickets?
Yeah, Zimbabwe will definitely be hoping for 3 wickets. And I think with these conditions, they believe that they'll be able to get them. I think it's going to be an interesting first half hour for sure. Nice conditions, a little bit of sunshine as well, but definitely something will be out there. We saw the ball swinging around in the 68th, 70th over yesterday. I don't think it'll be too much different today.
Kyle, you played a lot of cricket here. We do think that there's runs in the surface, but what will Ireland's approach be, particularly in this first session against what is a very impressive pace attack? Ngarava and Muzarabani in particular will pose a real threat with that new ball.
I think they'll want to be circumspect. I think the key here on a pitch like Stormont is to try and tire the bowling unit out. You know, get the big fast bowling unit into the 3rd, 4th and 5th spells, and then hopefully you'll get more loose stuff. I think it's going to be challenging, there's no question about that, and it swung all day. So look, it'll be very interesting, but I think pitch conditions are good. When you bang that 8-metre length, it's quite placid. So I think that Mr. Abani will hit that length. I think that there didn't seem to be that much pace in the pitch, but it's when they bowl that little bit fuller where, particularly post-lunch, I think Ireland bowled really well post-lunch. They bowled very consistently, good lines and lengths, and they reaped the benefits of that.
Yeah, they also found a way to really get good movement in the latter overs. Just talking about Ireland's batting lineup, we'll likely see Andy Balbirnie open the batting with PJ Moore, probably Curtis Camphor at 3, Harry Tector at 4, Paul Sterling not far from where he grew up on his first home test match here in Belfast. We'll see him at 5, Tucker at 6, potentially Andy McBride at 7. Ireland have had huge issues, Kyle, with their opening partnership. I don't think they've ever put on more than 30 or 40 for the opening wicket on what is an incredibly special occasion for PJ Moore. They'd love some runs from their openers.
Yeah, they would. PJ Moore, he's going to be conflicted today. He's made a lot of sacrifice in his life to be able to wear the Irish Test jersey, and there'll be a lot of people wanting to do very well. Probably not in the Zimbabwean camp, I dare say. The strength of the Irish lineup is probably a little bit dissimilar to Zimbabwe. The experience of Andy McBride at number 7, Lorcan Tucker, Paul Sterling, and I think there's going to be a little bit of movement early on. If Ireland can negate that, I think this could be a day for heavy run scoring.
Tino, you're in and around the camp. I presume you had a word with a few of the boys last night. How were they feeling? Were they very disappointed, or are they very understanding that Test match cricket is 5 days? There's a ways back into this test for them.
Well, a level of disappointment, obviously, after the start that they had and the finish that they had. However, I think what's really encouraged them is that surface out there looks like it's got something in there for the seamers as well. So they know that they've got a job to come and do out here. And I think we talked about it on air yesterday, Kyle, that Test cricket is about the ebb and the flow. You might struggle a little bit earlier on and you might come back into the game, which is a great quality that Ireland showed yesterday. So an opportunity definitely this morning for Zimbabwe to start well with the ball like they did with the bat. And if they don't later on in the day, there's still an opportunity to be able to correct those wrongs. So I think for them, important to forget what happened yesterday and try and be as positive as possible with the ball this morning.
Yeah, we did see some overnight rain as well. It'll be interesting to see how that affects the pitch conditions. Just a quick word from you both. Some predictions for today. How do you expect Ireland to go, Kyle?
How I expect them to go and how they go. I think Ireland, if they could be 270, 280 by the close of play with still 4 or 5 wickets in hand. That'll be Ireland.
Be happy
today.
with that.
I'll be
Tino,
very
what
happy.
do you expect? How many wickets would you like?
Well, I
Zimbabwe?
certainly expect Ireland to go better about their batting than Zimbabwe did. I think I agree with Kyle in the fact that they've got a lot more experience in that middle order, and I think they've got a lot more people they can go to get hundreds for you in this format. You talked about Andy McBride low down the order. You can talk about Paul Sterling. You can talk about Lorcan Tucker, Heatley Tector. So
Harry
they've got a
Tector.
quality. Harry Tector. Thank you. They've got a lot of quality
He will
in that.
enjoy that, I'm sure.
He would have, I'm sure. They've got a lot of quality in that top to middle order, and I think if Zimbabwe don't get early wickets, then they could be struggling later on today.
Gentlemen, thank you as always for your thoughts. A little while earlier, we had Kyle McCallan out having a look at the conditions. How is this Stormont wicket going to play on day 2?
Good morning and welcome to the middle for this day 2 of the test match between Ireland and Zimbabwe. The pitch yesterday played extremely well, and it's not a surprise. When you have a little look at the grass on the surface, there's a beautiful even coverage of grass. Quite a lot of grass, if I'm being honest. But what that allowed was true, consistent bounce through to the wicketkeeper throughout the day. There's no real live grass. There was no lateral movement. I think the key thing we want to focus on today will be these footballers' footmarks. They're just starting to come through. And what we saw yesterday from Andy McBride was that the ball didn't spin per se, but it just straightened. It showed a little. It's imperative today that the Irish batsmen make hay when the sun's shining. They'll be looking to bat all day today and into tomorrow. And I think days 3 and 4, this pitch might turn.
Well, welcome back here. You're just about to see a very special moment. Yesterday we saw this bell inaugurated and ringing it on day 2 after Roy's wife Joan rang it on day 1. Could there be a better man than Ireland's former international all-rounder Kevin O'Brien, who's ringing that bell there? It's going to travel around all of Ireland's international cricket grounds, and it's going to be rung before each and every international here in the island of Ireland. A fantastic move from Cricket Ireland to pay tribute to Roy Torrens, one of Ireland's greats who is much missed. And Kevin O'Brien, who we saw there, Ireland's record caps holder up until just about a month ago. Paul Sterling's gone past him. He's on the hunt to go past 400. He'll get there in a few days. Kevin O'Brien, great to have him here. Good news is too, we're going to hear from him later in the day. But as you can see over my left shoulder, the umpires are on their way out, as too are the players. So it's time to pass you over to your commentators for the first 30 minutes of play. The next voices you'll hear will be Kyle McCallan, who'll be joined by Garfield Harrison.
Thank you, Andrew. The Zimbabwean huddle. There's no doubt that the 11 Zimbabwean will take the field today, knowing that they have a bit of reparation to do after the disappointment of yesterday. Umpires Richard Kettleborough and Sharfadullah from Bangladesh. Out in the middle with Irish openers Andrew Balbirnie and PJ Moore, who will undoubtedly be feeling a wee pinch, a sense of nervousness, I would imagine, playing against the country of his birth. Garfield.
Fantastic for PJ. As you said earlier there in your intro, it's a great sacrifice he's made to come and play for Ireland. So I think everybody in this country will be wishing him all the best. And I'm not sure maybe he'll get the same feeling from the Zimbabwe supporters and the Zimbabwe team.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Richard Ngrava from the Belfast end. He's removed his jumper and his cap. He's just measuring out his run-up now. And it's going to be Ngrava to his former colleague PJ Moore. Sun shining. There's the same breeze blowing down the ground from the Belfast side towards Dundonald. And we saw swing yesterday, but we didn't see swing with the new ball so much. It was more when the lacquer came off that the ball started to swing. And certainly speaking to Barry McCarthy, he had to have the ball wrestled from his hand because he just felt when you went full and swung the ball, he was very much in the game. And Ngrava will look to shape it into PJ Moore's pads. He's got 3 slips, eagerly awaiting. And Zimbabwe will need wickets in this morning session, Garfield.
They need to start off fast, yep. Obviously I think they would all agree that they didn't get the amount of runs that they should have yesterday. So they'll be relying on their bowling unit now to come in and take the initiative back. And listen, it's not going to be easy to bat here today because the ball will move around. And, the Irish batters are going to have to grind and graft and just hang in there because there's something in it for all the bowlers today.
Umpire Sharfadullah checks his watch and calls play. Ngrava goes across. PJ Moore safely into the gloves of Clive Madande. Joel Gumby, I think, has also kept wicket for Zimbabwe. He is currently in short leg. Peter Moore is arguably Ireland's most experienced Test match player. He's in his 14th Test match, 621 runs, highest score of 83, and an average of just under 25. I think, but however, today he'll be glad to see that first run on the board if it comes.
Absolutely, and he'll be looking to improve on that average as well.
Solidly forward. What we saw yesterday was that Ireland had, early on they had fielders at a sort of short forward square leg position, not short leg, not square leg. Zimbabwe have Joel Gumby there in the same position, only he's closer. He's not quite there for bat pad. He looks to me like he's there for the forceful shot off the pads from PJ Moore. You can see he's just standing on that used pitch. He's about 10 yards from the batsman.
Yes, an unusual position. Yeah, we bit, as you say, 10 yards square of the wicket. But sometimes the batters do have a tendency to chip it that direction, especially early on in their innings.
Well, Ingarava's a tall man. I think himself and Muzarabani collectively must be one of the taller opening partnerships in world cricket, and they're going to hit that length. And that last little ball just looked to shape ever so slightly back to Peter Moore's pads. He's just got to be careful he doesn't get his pad across in front of off stump, bring LBW into play. Worked into the offside for a single, and a ripple of applause goes around the ground for Peter Moore off the mark, and brings Irish skipper, who had a very good day yesterday, Andrew Balbirnie, on to strike.
Yeah, he'd feel a lot better now. He's got a run on the board, and hopefully he can build on that. Still looks a very good pitch, Kyle, and you know, so if you're the batting unit, you are thinking, hang in here, get myself in, and there's runs to be scored.
Good lead from Andrew Balbirnie. Andrew Balbirnie, average of over 25, high score of 95 in his 8 matches so far as captain, having captained Ireland to their first ever Test victory. I'm sure the weight of that and the expectation of that will be something that will allow not only Andrew but the rest of the Irish side to relax a little, knowing that, you know, everybody will want to see your first Test victory, and that win in Abu Dhabi against Afghanistan will certainly give the Irish boys a push into today's game. They're only their second home Test match, and we're about to see the final ball of Richard Ngarava's first over. And he's gone across Andrew Balbirnie. Not much foot movement, didn't get his foot to the pitch of the ball, and he's beaten the outside edge, brings the first over to a close. Ireland won without loss.
Yeah, Ireland be delighted, obviously, to get the first win, as you were saying there, after 8 Test matches is truly remarkable when you think that, you know, India took so many matches. I think it was 24 it took India, and New Zealand was 45 tests before they got their first win. So Ireland to get their first Test match win in Abu Dhabi after 8 games, a truly remarkable achievement.
Interesting that it's going to be Tendai Chitara with the new ball from the Dundonald end. Very experienced campaigner. Will most certainly bowl, you know, a consistent line length, but look to shape the ball away from the Irish opening pair. Again, no short leg for him. Gumby has moved from short leg into just a catching mid-wicket position. 4 slips, awaiting any sort of false shot from the Irish openers. Interesting stat that you can see on your screen. Overs remaining today are 97. So normally 90 overs in a day. We're going to try and catch up the overs that were lost yesterday evening.
Well, let's hope the sunshine holds. Forecast for the odd shower, you could be lucky and miss them all. But again, you know, as it happened last night, you could be unlucky and it'll downpour on you. But hopefully we'll get a bit of luck with the weather today.
Chitara to Moore. He will be a little bit encouraged, although he's just pushed that ball down leg side. It did look to shape back after it pitched. Tendai Chitara, 24 wickets, at an average of 27.62, economy of 2.34, and I think that's important. You know, it's important for Zimbabwe, if they're not taking wickets, to make sure the game doesn't go too fast, it doesn't go away from them. So skipper Craig Irvine will need to keep an eye on run rate as well.
Well, again, that's what happened yesterday. I mean, Ireland, while the opening partnership for Zimbabwe was 97, but they never really got away from Ireland. Ireland were always in control of the run rate, and so, you know, Zimbabwe will look to do something very similar here today.
I wonder, was Craig Irvine tempted to give his tallest bowler, Mizurabani, the new ball, or perhaps he feels that Chitara relies on the hard new ball more than the hit the deck bowler that Mizurabani is. Down the leg side.
Yeah, it could be the old problem that we have all the time, where you've got two bowlers both want to bowl from the same end. So then you have to pull rank, and then a wee bit of negotiation required. So it was maybe something to do with that. I think you'll find him coming on after 4 or 5 overs that's been bowled down at the far end.
Well, Chitara and Ngarava both looking to swing the ball. Straight out to the ball, inside edge to Joel Gumby. Peter Moore has an interesting story to tell. Has played a lot of cricket in Ireland. Came over originally to play at the CIYMS club not far from here, and then made his way to Dublin. And with the troubles in Zimbabwean cricket, changed allegiance and came and has settled in Ireland. Captains the Munster Reds. Worked off his pads to mid-on. Still no run. Tidy start from the Zimbabwean openers.
Yeah, it's good control, and but a nice solid defence as well from the Irish batters. They look to get behind. Everything there is looking very solid. Doesn't seem to be any demons in the pitch at the minute. So it's even Steven.
Back of a length, outside off stump. Through to the keeper on the bounce. That brings the second over to a close. Ireland won without loss. That's what we saw a lot of yesterday. The pitch, when you hit that back of a length, it's fairly placid, it's fairly docile. There'll be no demons in there that'll give the Irish batsmen. They'll not be hurried up in any way, shape or form. And certainly the Irish bowlers had more success when speaking to Barry McCarthy, said he was trying to genuinely bowl half volleys. He talked about the feel of bowling, particularly the left-handers. He was trying to bowl half volleys, and it was coming out, it was shaping back into the left-hander. And I think, if in doubt, the Zimbabwean bowlers want to err on the fuller side.
Absolutely, and talking to some of the Irish coaches this morning, they were saying that the pitch is a wee bit like a tennis ball bounce. It's just stopping every so slightly and bouncing like a tennis ball.
Nicely bowled from Ngarava. He'll want to just be there. He'll want to be on off stump, shaping the ball back in to attack the pads and attack the stumps, with the occasional ball going across to bring the slip cord into play. He's a big fella, isn't he?
He's a big lad. He's one of the guys I wouldn't, in the team photograph, I wouldn't want to be standing beside him.
Yeah, strapping fast bowler. Just hits Underball, burning on the pads. Sharfatullah just having a little look at the front line, maybe having a word, telling the bowler he's getting close.
It was interesting this morning. They're observing the footholds, the bowlers' footholds there at the front, and they've put this loam in now and rolled it in and banked it in, and I think it'll cause maybe a wee bit of a problem to begin with. The bowlers get roughing it up a wee bit.
Nicely worked off his hips from Andrew Balbirnie through square leg. Going to be a very comfortable 2. Interesting, with Ngarava being the sole left arm seamer that we're going to see bowling from the Dundonald Road end. I would imagine Andrew McBride and Matthew Humphreys will be hoping that he does as much damage to the pitch and as follow through as possible, because those footmarks can increasingly come into play the longer this game goes on. And Andy McBride bowled from the Dundonald end, and he, even on day one, got enough to give him some hope going into the latter stage of this Test match. So they'll hope that Ingrava has to bowl many spells to rough up the pitch.
Yes, they'll. Andy will be hoping that this guy bowls for maybe 10 overs here, 10 over spell before lunch, roughs up those footmarks. As you know, as an off spinner, it's a delight to bowl into that when the right-handers are in. And as the game goes on, they'll get more and more. It'll be better for Andy McBride and our slow bowling.
Again, umpire Sharfatula and PJ Moore just having a little look at Ingrava's follow through. The key thing here is you just look at the Zimbabwean bowlers. They're all big men. You want to make them work very hard. You want to make them bowl a lot of overs. You want to tire them out, not just for this innings, but potentially get into the fourth innings.
That is the art of Test cricket, is to get as many overs into the opposition fast bowlers as you can, because they will tire. These guys at the minute are used to 4 over spells, when they're playing their T20. And it was great there yesterday that Mark Adair, he bowled I think 18 overs yesterday, which is probably the most overs he's bowled this summer.
Ingrava to complete the third over. Andrew Balbirnie. Nicely in behind it, solidly in behind it. An event that Ireland will be delighted that there's been nothing major to report early in day 2, 3 without loss. Yeah, we talked a lot yesterday about the need to wear down the opposition. Just to keep again, you got to keep the bowlers bowling. You got to keep the batsmen wearying, and if Ireland can bat here for 100 overs, 120, 140 overs, don't underestimate how difficult then it would be to strap the pads on and go out to open the batting.
100%. It's the art of Test cricket, and I'm glad so far that none of our batters have hit the ball in the air. So you don't need to hit the ball in the air in Test cricket. And very solid start, I would say. Our incoming batsmen sitting in the shed now will be looking at this and thinking, well, there's no demons here on this pitch. Let's get in and make a few runs.
Chatara to Moore. Good stride. Straight to Mizurabani at mid-off. The ground looks a picture, doesn't it? It's a credit to Philip McCormick and his ground staff. It looks every bit the 123rd Test match venue that it is.
It's a Test match venue. There's no question about that. And if you said to me 15 years ago that Ireland would play Test cricket in Belfast, I would have laughed at you. It was a million miles away, but here we are.
That's nicely bowled, Chatara. Just making PJ Moore play. Perhaps that was the one thing the Irish bowlers were a little guilty of yesterday morning. Didn't make the Zimbabwean opening batsmen play enough early. They got their eye in. Chatara just on that 4 stump line, making PJ Moore feel for the ball. Good delivery, that's nipped back off the seam, caused a little bit of consternation, but PJ Moore was good stride out to the ball, smothered any movement that there was, but again a little bit of encouragement for Tendai Chatara. Good piece of bowling.
Yeah, that's the first one has really moved offline this morning, so there is something there for the bowlers to keep them interested, but well played, really well played by PJ Moore.
Slightly back of a length, played carefully through to mid-wicket for no run. And a sedate start to the morning. The crowd starting to come in again. All tickets for today's play have been sold, so it's encouraging to see there is a desire for Test cricket. There's a desire to see the longer form of the game, and I think you're still able to walk in at the gate. So anybody out there who wants to come and watch Test cricket, come on down and join us at Stormont. PJ Moore forcefully through the covers. He's timed that very nicely. Brian Bennett chasing that ball and has just brought it in, but the Irish batsmen are going to come through for 3. A nice shot from PJ Moore.
He's just leant on that. You know, he hasn't hit it at all. He's just leant on it, and great timing off the middle of the bat, all the way along the ground through extra cover for 3 very easy runs. So that'll give him a lot of confidence.
Underbill Burney taking middle stump guard there from Richard Kettlewell. Good loud call from Underbill Burney. You heard that weight on page. That brings an end to the 4th over Ireland 6 without loss. We saw yesterday morning the 2 Zimbabwean openers had 1 or 2 little miscommunications, a few little they weren't run out chances by any stretch, a little bit of misunderstanding. Important new opening partnership just to establish good communication early on. The last thing Ireland would want would be a run out. We always talked about multi-day format of the game. You never we tried to get at least 1 run out when we were fielding, but you never gave away a run out. It was a freebie. It was too easy for the bowling team.
Can't think of a worse dismissal in Test cricket than being run out.
Run out backing up.
I know. you know, we've got 5 days here. You know, so there's no rush. You don't need to be doing anything silly when you run between the wickets. Just keep composed and calm. And that's so far very solid start from the lads.
Richard Ngarava, the PJ Moore to start the 5th over. Nicely bowled, just drew PJ Moore into a false shot, just went feeling for the ball. That discipline outside off stump is going to be really important. Ball just didn't carry through as much to the wicketkeeper.
That one died a wee bit, but you know, he didn't need to play at that. You know, it's one of the great arts of Test cricket is the leave, and that probably on reflection is a ball that he should have just shouldered arms and let it go through.
Straight onto PJ Moore's pads. Both Irish batsmen have been very strong there this morning. Just clipped through square leg for another 2 to the total. We talked a lot yesterday about boring the bowler into coming into your areas. You know, again, if you leave it enough outside off stump, they'll come straight. Opens up that little tuck through the leg side. Really is a game of cat and mouse.
It's a game of chess, isn't it? But it's over 5 days. That's the problem. It's keeping the concentration and the discipline now. So it is. It's interesting to see in the Zimbabwe field placing where first slip is standing compared to the wicketkeeper, and you'll see it here when we show the next shot. There's quite a distance between the wicketkeeper and first slip.
Wide half volley, and that's punched with some authority through the covers for the first boundary of the morning. PJ Moore moves to double figures, and he'll take great confidence from that. Yes, we spoke yesterday, Garfield, about the Irish slip spacing. We felt that there was a little bit of a gap between the wicketkeeper and first slip, but then second and third were quite close. Zimbabwe have more coverage there in the slip cordon, but if Richard Ngarava continues to bowl that length, we might quickly see one of those slips coming out to give him some protection on the offside.
Yeah, that ball really raced to the boundary there, and again he only leant on it. It's such a fast outfield. Great for batting.
And he's overcompensated back on the leg stump, and again very nicely played through the leg side. Joel Gumby gives chase. 2 more to the total. Ireland will be very pleased with the start that they've made. We always talked about when we were trailing, just bringing the target down in 10s, and Ireland have done that successfully so far this morning.
No risks, nobody taking any risks. Everything's going along the ground. That's the way you play Test cricket. Don't give the bowler any encouragement whatsoever.
Joel Gumby has taken the helmet off and has gone back to a standard forward square leg position. So the first
win for Ireland.
Move. Yeah, it's a little win
today. Yeah.
Batters. That's very well bowled. thick outside edge, and the Irish batter's running hard and wise not to take on Brian Bennett's strong throwing arm. 2 more to the total, but a good piece of bowling from Ngarava dragged PJ Moore into that corridor of uncertainty. Thick outside edge, we saw a few of them yesterday as well.
Yes, I like to see the way Zimbabwe are working on the ball there now, because it's one thing Ireland done particularly well yesterday is they kept the shine on the ball. Even in the 70th over, the ball was still swinging. So, very important job on your team, who shines the ball.
It's worked again. It's been a productive over for Ireland. That brings a close to Richard Ngarava's 3rd over. It's gone for 11. Ireland 17 for none. Yeah, certainly, whilst there was very little lateral movement off the seam, from 20th over right through to the close of play yesterday, the Irish bowlers were very encouraged by the amount of movement they had in the air. So Zimbabwe will hold on to that without doubt.
Big part of that, Kyle, as you know, is keeping the shine on the ball, and it's hard work to keep the ball really good on one side. It's an actual art. I remember getting coached by Mike, the late and great Mike Hendrick, on how to shine a cricket ball. There is an art to it, and it's a very important part of your team is the person who shines the ball.
Chitara to start its 3rd over to PJ Moore. Short and cut very comfortably. PJ Moore has settled his innings very well. He's gained in confidence. His 2nd boundary of the morning. A little fist pump with his opening batting partner. He's up 19 from 22. He's taken the majority of the strike. We can just see Chitara short and wide, and PJ Moore didn't miss out. Comfortably timed. I listened to PJ Moore's bat as he warmed up this morning into the net, and it certainly sounds like a good piece of wood, I can tell you.
That helps greatly. He just landed on that again, all the way along the ground. 4 runs, short, wide, 4.
Straighter from Chitara, played confidently out into the covers. There, Brian Bennett again hard at work at the ball. The bowlers will appreciate that. This is the beauty of 5-day test match. Ireland will want to bat today and potentially as much of tomorrow as they possibly can, but they'll just take it in 5 over bursts, 10 runs at a time.
It just shows you, there really is no demons in this pitch. It's not really swinging an awful lot at the minute. It's maybe because of the sun shining at the minute. It's maybe negating the swing. So it's there, the pitch is there. The batters really should be capitalising on this now as the day goes on.
You'll not see that on your screens, but Andrew Balbirnie, just a little wander down the crease, bit of a chat to his opening partner, a little punch of the gloves and back. Very good leave. But as there's 2 of you out there and there's 11 opposition there. It's so important that you bat as a pair. There he goes, just down again. A wee word of encouragement, keeping the focus. That's very, very good from the Irish skipper. He'll understand the pressure PJ Moore's under and how badly he wants to do well.
And he started great, 19 there off 25 balls, and you wouldn't even know. I thought he was in about 10 and he's 19 already.
Short, wide and 4 again. This is beautiful batting. Poor bowling from Chitara. He'll be disappointed. It's not like him. Another boundary in this over to PJ Moore, and again there's no margin for error in this pitch for the bowlers. If you get it slightly wrong, you're going to pay the price. But if you bowl good areas, it's a great cricket wicket. Philip McCormick deserves great credit for the work that he's done, but that's a poor delivery, and the ball has been stroked effortlessly to the cover boundary.
Yeah, it just looks so easy there for PJ on that shot. He's really got his eye in now, and hopefully now he can capitalise and keep his concentration, not make any mistakes.
Better from the opening bowler, dragging PJ Moore forward. The end of the 5th over. Ireland 25 without loss.
Yeah, you're just looking out at the body language now of the Zimbabwe side, and it's a few running around with their shoulders a wee bit hunched, very lackadaisical for a couple of the guys there.
Well, I think they must. I think it's really important that they look at yesterday's performance from the Irish side and think, at 97 for none, there was a little bit of that in the Irish innings. But this game, as we talked about, there's ebbs and flows. You can be on top one moment, and it only takes, we always used to say, add 2 on. If it becomes 25 for 2, it's a very different picture. So Zimbabwe must hold on to that. It's been a good start from Ireland, but there's an awful lot of cricket left today. That's very nicely bowled, but even better shot from Andrew Balbirnie. Full face of the bat. And he just stroked it through mid-off. Blessing Muzarabani with the chase. Keeps it to 2. But again, a shot of some authority from the Irish skipper.
That's the best piece of cricket for me today so far. Nicely bowled. Wee bit of swing in towards the pads, but a lovely straight bat. Straight back past the bowler for 2 easy runs.
An old coach of mine, a great coach, the late John Solanke, just said, you play in the V. He said, you play in the V until you're on 30, between the V between mid-off and mid-on. Prime example of that. A few raised voices there. Andrew Balbirnie wouldn't have wanted to have missed that, but he's just worked it off straight. A misfield at square leg gets him a single. There were a few raised eyebrows and raised hands in the Zimbabwean slip cording at that last ball. There certainly was a little bit of shape there for the big left armour.
There certainly is, and if you look at this Zimbabwe slip cordon, they do cover a lot of ground, the 4 slips. The 4 slips almost gully.
Very interesting, Garfield. It looks straight away that there's been a change, and Ingrava is going to come around the wicket, which I find quite surprising because he was just starting to get a little bit of shape into the right-hander. I think PJ Moore will be happy. It's another little win. Good leave. Just a change of angle. Just have a look at something different. But certainly that last delivery to Andrew Balbirnie started an off stump and just shaped back in. And for me,
yeah, when he's bowling over the wicket and he's shaping it back in, LBW and clean bowl comes well into play. But from out there, you would think a good stride forward will get PJ Moore outside the line. He'll be outside the line. You're taking LBW out of the equation, I would imagine.
I'm afraid that's going to go down leg side, just on cue there. The angle, that ball's going down with the arm, with the swing, down the leg side. Again, had he been over the wicket, it might have been an altogether different appeal. But umpire Sharfadullah, confident shake of the head, but just the angle, he's coming wide of the crease. The angle of that ball is going to miss probably a force stump down leg side. You can see that shape. That ball's going on with the angle, and
last few deliveries the ball has really started to swing, so the lacquer's come off it and on the shiny side, and now it's starting to move around a wee bit.
Wide, full, and PJ Moore shows that he's as confident on the front foot as he has been this morning on the back foot. A beautiful shot through the covers. I just wonder, is it the time now that Craig Irvine's running but to his big bowler now? I wonder, will he now tell him, let's get back across over the stumps? He's bowled a few balls which might have dragged PJ Moore's front foot across on the off stump, come over the wicket again, and you just never know, you might get him playing across that front pad. That might be the conversation. Skipper Irvine having a word. I wonder, will we see a change of guard?
Well, now that's the shot of the day from PJ Moore so far. Beautiful cover drive, head right over the ball, all the way along the ground. It just raced to the boundary for 4.
Slight change in the field. Gumby has gone from square leg to the boundary, a deep square leg, so a little bit of cat and mouse. Will it be short ball, or will it be full?
Or the double bluff.
Full, thick outside edge, another boundary just in front of the commentary box. A moral victory maybe for the bowler. But again, Ireland now starting to race away. 36 without loss, going at above 5 runs an over at the end of the 7th over. Brought about the drive, thick outside edge, hands on heads in the Zimbabwean slip cordon. And PJ Moore has raced to 31.
Moral victory there for the bowler. Even though it's gone for 4, it was a false shot in a way. But the ball definitely has started to swing the last over.
Chitara to continue from the Dundonald end. Has looked, he's medium pace. I think the key bowler here in the Zimbabwean attack. I haven't seen Chivanga. I believe he bowls probably the most consistently fast of all the Zimbabwean bowlers, but Mizurabani has the point of difference. Almost 7 foot tall. I see him warming up. He's going to be able to hit that back of a length, and he'll extract whatever there is from this pitch this morning. And I don't think it'll be too long before Craig Irvine introduces him into the attack.
Yeah, he's loosening up there. Yeah, we're all really looking forward to seeing him.
Under Balbirnie, forward, played to mid wicket for no run.
It was a great start from the Irish batters. Really looked very solid, not really looked in any trouble whatsoever.
Well, there's no doubt their capital. Everything yesterday went their way. They won the toss, and then having bowled Zimbabwe out so impressively in sessions 2 and 3, they didn't have to face that awkward half an hour at the close of play. The weather came in.
Yeah, so if you were captain yesterday, what would you do if you'd have won the toss?
I'd have hoped to have lost the toss yesterday. I said that. I think it would have been a very courageous man. I think I'd have done exactly what Andrew Balbirnie did. I think given the build-up to the game and the amount of moisture there'd been, given the overhead conditions, the fact that the pitch was fresh, I think anything that was going to be in the wicket was going to be in it yesterday morning. But I think after a half an hour, 45 minutes of play, I might have been scratching my head wondering what I'd done. But to be fair, there was no panic in the Irish camp, and they've put themselves in a very strong position in the game.
Then with 120 frames a second, you
Andrew Balbirnie just struggling a little bit this over for his timing. Having a little look at his bat. But if there's one person in the Irish batting out that times the ball, Andrew Balbirnie is that man.
Interesting that we've lost a slip, and he's been moved out to deep cover on the boundary, which for the 7th over is a wee bit strange decision.
That's a very wide delivery, a good take from Clive Madandi, well left by Andy Balbirnie. Yes, we saw this yesterday from the Irish boys after lunch, and we discussed it at length. Prince Maswari had been very circumspect, very good, knew where his off stump was, had left everything out there alone, and we felt that maybe just putting that man out there and almost giving the single to point might just entice him to play at balls that he would otherwise have been happy to leave. So it was a lot later in the innings than this. It almost feels he gets out there for a bad ball. Full and on leg stump, well timed, but a good piece of fielding by Joe Lord Gumby. Dot ball.
Yes, I mean, it just is, it's the 7th over, the ball started to swing. It's gone very defensive very early.
You'd be disappointed if one went in the air through backward point, wouldn't you? Chitara to Balbirnie. And a good comfortable leave. See, there's consternation from the bowler. He's just paused there, looked towards his captain on the slip cordon.
Feels like a wee bit of frustration or something's just creeping in. And I mean, it's, for the 8th over, there's 3 catchers: the first slip, second slip, and third slip, and then that's it. There's no short leg. There's no gully. It's a wee bit defensive so early on.
Good piece of bowling. Almost dragged Andrew Balbirnie into the shot. Well left. End of the 8th over. Ireland safely negotiated, and the score is 37 without loss. There's been a little bit more disagreement in the commentary box than there has been outside between the Zimbabweans and the Irish. Between Tino and Andrew as to who was on commentary next, but I'm delighted to welcome Andrew Leonard, the great Andrew Leonard, into the commentary box for the first time this morning. Good start, Andrew, from an Irish perspective, should I say.
Very good morning, Kyle, and I know that's the perspective you're always going to get across to the viewer, as you'd expect, being the former Ireland captain. It's been a really pleasing start, and maybe just a touch of a lack of venom or bite from Zimbabwe. That may well now change, as we're going to see the first bowling change with Blessing Muzarabani coming into the attack. Well, he's an outstanding talent, isn't he? Has had that little bit of cricket in the United Kingdom too. Played at Northants, went away from Zimbabwe for a few years. Well, he learnt a lot there. He'll come on and look for the first breakthrough.
He's a very imposing figure. He's a giant of a man. Well left by PJ Moore. PJ will be delighted, I would imagine. You know, if you'd offered him 31 after 8 overs at the start of play, you'd have bitten your hand off for it, no doubt. But having watched the pitch and how it's played this morning, I think Muzarabani is going to be an absolutely key figure for the Zimbabweans.
And if you think of PJ Moore's, I suppose, two-phased international career, first with Zimbabwe and now with Ireland, he did have some initial success in Test match cricket for Zimbabwe, but really since he's come across and now played for Ireland, there hasn't been a lot to cheer for him. You look at his recent performances, scores of 1, 16, 14, 0, 5, 19, 10, 11, 12 and 0. That's in the white and green of Ireland. This is now a career best, not in Test cricket, because he does have a couple of 50s for Zimbabwe, but remarkable to think that after now 6 appearances, this is his Test best score for Ireland, and he will be delighted with that now. Balbirnie gets in the act, 2 right on top of the bounce. Not easy to do to Muzarabani. 4 more.
Class shot from the Irish skipper. He's got up onto his toes, got on top of the bounce, and he's punched that in front of point for 4. And you can just sense from the body language. We'll have a look again here. This is Muzarabani's bread and butter. Just a little bit too much width. And Ander Balbirnie up on his toes, forces that through the offside. Ireland now 42 without loss.
Two innings are very much mirroring themselves for the moment, aren't they? You think of Zimbabwe's strong start yesterday. No different for Ireland today, maybe just scoring that little bit quicker than Zimbabwe did.
That's what I was going to say. You know, I think Ireland kept Zimbabwe in around 4 and over, 3.5 runs and over. You know, they're going currently at just above 5. And that'll be a concern for Craig Irvine, because what he can't afford is a day's play where Ireland score at that rate. You know, that gives Ireland more time in the game. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. 40 without loss. There's a lot of cricket left to be played.
Just see the bottom of the screen there. It says minimum overs remaining today, 89.2. We'll just explain that a little bit. It's 90 overs per day in Test cricket, but when you have an abridged day like we did yesterday and you lose overs, you try to pick up an extra half an hour of play. So they will try to get 98 in, not through an earlier start because of the part of the world we're in. We get these beautiful long summer evenings, and let's hope that is the case. Could have 98 overs of play today. Today, is it a bit like the moving day of a majors in the golf?
You always talk about day 2 and 3 should be the best batting days. So from my point of view, Ireland have a tremendous opportunity here. And it's important for Zimbabwe to wrestle the initiative back in the game. But you know, they might be a little bit disheartened at the ease with which the Irish opening pair have handled the first 9 overs, and Muzarabani's first over, which has gone for 5. Ireland 42 without loss, 40 minutes into the game.
Can you explain to us something from yesterday's play, Kyle? Because you looked at the initial spells from Ireland's fast bowlers. It was Adair McCarthy with the new ball, and then Young came on first change. I know Adair swung it early, but there didn't seem to be much movement for McCarthy or Young with the new ball. But then in the second session, kind of the 40 to 50 over mark. Camphor really started to get it to go. McCarthy too in that second spell, and Adair as well, also young. Why was there movement kind of in the 30 to 60 over phase of that Duke's ball that's being used?
Well, the outfield's very lush here, and the square is actually quite lush. There's very little that's going to damage the ball. Nicely played, PJ Moore once again. So very often what you find with the new ball is it has that shiny new lacquer on it, and it takes some time, even more so here in the lush green grass and the Emerald Isle, for that lacquer to come off. And we've seen the Zimbabweans working very hard on the ball. The Irish attack worked very hard on the ball just to get that one shine, the shine, and then when the lacquer comes off the other side, all of a sudden you start to see that ball shape more. And certainly I would imagine that's what Chitara and co will be hoping will be the case today, because certainly the Irish attack felt that it was the swing in the air that caused the threat rather than anything off what was a fairly docile pitch.
So therefore, is there an argument that maybe the best time to bat might actually be with the new ball, which often wouldn't be the case in Test cricket?
No, not. There is that argument, and I think the key thing, what Ireland did ever so well after lunch, was that they just honed in and they just hit a good top of off stump, very consistent line, and they dried up the scoring. They made it as hard as possible for Zimbabwe to score, and they played the patience game, and then their patience was rewarded later in the day.
Guided away again through what's been a profitable area just behind backward square. Will be a single this time, as we see Prince Mazare do the fielding. Lovely to hear from him last night. Also heard from Barry McCarthy as well, and McCarthy somewhat mischievously said he'd love to get 700. I'm not sure whether even McCarthy meant that.
Listen, the key thing for, and Barry McCarthy deserves a tremendous amount of credit, because sometimes in tough days in the field you need somebody that you give the ball to who you know you're going to have to wrestle it out of their hand again. And he ran in after lunch, nicely played again by Moore. He ran in after lunch, and I think he had bowled 15 of the first 40 odd overs, and I was sitting outside the commentary box here, and he came down and he was chunter and he wanted another over. I want to keep bowling, and he's, I'm coming off here, and I'm thinking, and Tino mentioned it, it's the captain's responsibility to make sure you don't over bowl somebody when they're in the midst of a very good spell, because they're going to need 2 or 3 or 4 more good spells out of Barry McCarthy. But he stuck his hand up yesterday, and boy, he bowled superbly well.
He also picked up the first 2 wickets just when it really looked like the game was not going Ireland's way.
Absolutely, and the delivery to get rid of Dion Myers was a peach. It just clipped the top of off stump. And sometimes that sends a message to the batting unit. When you see a ball and a dismissal like that, the next batter in becomes a wee bit more anxious. I would imagine the Irish batsmen will be sitting in the tent here thinking, well, there's not an awful lot here for me to be fearful of at this stage. But when you see a ball like that, you think, all of a sudden, it plants that little seed of doubt in your mind.
There was a couple of things I noticed yesterday with McCarthy. He's often been the one to miss out. I think we've spoken before on air about his record of about 105 caps now, where he's often been the man to be left out, to be dropped out. End of the 10th, it's 47 for none. But there's just a couple of signs that they're kind of starting to trust him a little bit more. Even when he bowled an expensive over, he was kept on in that first spell, and then when it wasn't a big 9th wicket partnership by any stretch, but it was just starting to frustrate, 10th wicket partnership, they went back to him and he struck from his 3rd ball just like that.
Yeah, look, good things come to those who wait. Isn't that what they often say? And I think early in Barry's career, he started with a real, he had an unbelievable start, and then all of a sudden he had a spell on the sidelines, and you understand frustration, but he's worked incredibly hard. He's a great athlete, strong boy, and he bustled in yesterday, and he was the sort of guy who provided the energy when Ireland really needed it. At 97 without loss, he got that early wicket of Joyler Gumby, he got Dion Myers, and all of a sudden the door was open. And that's team sport, isn't it? That different people stand up at different times.
One big thing that I took from that test in Abu Dhabi, I was lucky enough to be out there with Tino and others covering that. That's driven ever so pleasingly. Well, that's probably the shot of the morning, and it sums up the morning. Ireland are going to bring their 50 up in the 11th over. It's been a PJ Moore dominated morning, a gorgeous stroke of the highest quality.
What has been so impressive with PJ Moore is the authority with which he's played these things. Any time the Zimbabwean bowlers have erred in line or length, he's punished them. He's been good in defence. he'll be absolutely delighted with this start. Again, change again. Joyler going to be out, deep backward square leg. I think we might start to see a little bit of mix up in the lengths. But again, Ireland did this yesterday. They went hunting, they went searching, and there's not a lot of pace in this. Mizrahabani's going to struggle here to trouble the Irish batters with pace off the pitch. His point of difference is his height and the bounce that he might get from back of a length. Dare I say it, Boyd Rankin-esque. So it's important that perhaps there's a little bit of mind games, a bit of cat and mouse here. It's double bluff. They're going to go full. Is he going to bowl that short ball? Will PJ Moore take the short ball on? Big boundary out there. But this has been a very pleasing start from the Irish opening pair.
Persisting with 4 slips in place, and Irvine happy to continue to attack his great pal Sean Williams just to his right at second slip there. Very different shape to the Zimbabwean slip cordon that had us talking about the Irish slip cordon. They look to be spaced a bit better. But just to finish the point on Abu Dhabi and the Irish bowling attack out there, Mark Adair won the player of the match, and rightly so. But in his post-match interview out there, I think the euphoria, the ecstasy of winning a test was very apparent, and there was a lot of emotion around actually. But he was referring strongly to how brilliant Barry McCarthy and Craig Young had been with him, and I asked him, what about Curtis Camphor? He goes, he's not quite part of the fast bowlers club. He did say it a little tongue-in-cheek, but there is a unity in this Irish camp. I'll be honest, I cover them so closely, and I've known them so intimately since your days of playing, even Kyle. I don't think they've been as together at any point in the last decade as they are right now. A lot of that comes, I suppose, from the certainty of selection. They're really, outside of one place here or there, always who you're going to be in and around. And it very much reminds me actually of your heroes back in 2007, the squad you were part of.
Well, it's a family. We talk about being one big family. They spend a lot of time together. It's nicely bowled by Mizrahabani. I think Heinrich Milan, Gary Wilson, Rand Eagleson and the whole coaching team deserve credit for that, because they foster that culture. Andrew White as a selector fosters that culture. There's nothing better. When I started playing way back, you almost felt you were always playing for your next cap. Whereas when you're going to get a run, and you're going to get a run the side, and Eddie Burrell always give you the confidence to say, listen, if you're playing to our game plan and you make a mistake, you go, nobody will be criticising you. And it's amazing how liberating that is as a player. And so from this point of view, there's a lot of people who deserve a lot of credit for fostering that.
Nicely played, and a loud call immediately. He wants two, may even think about a third, but we'll just trot back comfortably for that. Fantastic start from Ireland, 53 for none the score. Some will have looked at that T20 World Cup last month and gone, well, hold on, where's it all gone wrong? It would be quite unfair, though, to judge them on the course of 3 games on a pitch in New York that in particular was, well, a very difficult one, let's phrase it that way. They lost 2 tosses. They lost the toss against India and Pakistan. The Pakistan game was in essence a dead rubber after a record-setting amount of rain in Florida, and it looked to be incredibly difficult to bat in the morning. They probably disappointed against Canada, but it would be fiercely unfair to judge the squad and where they're at on those 3 matches.
Yeah, I think if you look at the progress the team has made over the last 12 months, it would, and some 18 months, you see the victories against Scotland and the Netherlands and the build-up to that, the victory against Pakistan and the build-up to that. Things didn't go the way. Beating
Afghanistan, not just in the test in UAE, but also beating them in a T20. I know they didn't win the series, but that was a very impressive win against a world-class Afghan side that went to the semi-final in their conditions.
Absolutely. And it's important to look at it in the round. These guys, that ball has just stayed down ever so slightly. Well played by Andrew Balbirnie. These guys feel the pressure of needing and wanting to perform on the world stage acutely. And there'll be nobody more disappointed than the squad, I'm sure, themselves. There were other factors at play there. It's also important to remember that T20 cricket brings a lot of teams much closer together, and it would be disrespectful to talk about Canada and the United States and so on as if they were teams that we should expect to turn up and beat. They are good sides, and they have a lot of good cricketers in them, and in a 2020 game in conditions that weren't ideal, anybody can beat anybody. And unfortunately from an Irish point of view, the World Cup didn't go as we hoped or planned, but when you look at the progress the team has made in terms of strike rate, batting averages, and they play the vast majority of their cricket now against full member top class nations, India, Pakistan and so on. There's been a lot of progress made, and it's important to look at it and look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, and I think something that's always worth taking stock of is kind of yearly progress, if that makes sense. If you look at this time last year, during that Cricket World Cup qualifier, the team was a little bit at 6s and 7s, weren't they? And then, you know, that defeat to Oman ruled them out of the Super 6, which ruled them out of the potential of winning or getting to the World Cup, the 10-team World Cup, the 50-over World Cup in India. And they really just scrambled over the line at Edinburgh. You have to remember that. Mm-hmm. They lost to Scotland, a cracking game, the final match. At that point, they already qualified, but it was a 7-run margin they beat Italy by. And I was at that game. That easily could have been the reverse result. And then you're looking at all of a sudden, well, a disastrous, you know, campaign, not getting to the T20 World Cup. But the kind of year since then, the change of captaincy for me has been a big factor in that. And I think the way they've balanced it with Balbirnie retaining the reins in Test match cricket, which he adores and seems to have led fantastically well in Abu Dhabi and indeed yesterday on day one here. And then just a kind of new vibe, new atmosphere around the group in the white ball stuff with Paul Sterling as leader there. There's probably concerns over what's coming through and where the team's going to be in 5 years, but you sense that this could be a really good little patch for 2 or 3 years while none of the players are so old that they're going to be anywhere near retirement just yet, and none of the players are young enough or have only played a handful of caps that they don't know what they're doing at the international level.
Well, the challenge for Irish cricket and from selection and for the coaching staff is, you know, during what are competitive seasons, how do we blood the next group of young seam bowlers that are coming through? They have been identified, but they're young. So we have a slightly older seam bowling battery. We have a very exciting group of spin bowlers. So it's how you find the opportunity for these young guys to come in and to experience success, so that they are the future Andrew Balbirnies, the future, you know, Craig Youngs. And that's the art, and sometimes you have to go backwards to go forwards a little, and progress isn't linear. So it's important that we look at Irish cricket in the round and the progress it's making. Is it as fast as we would want? Of course not, but there has to be a dose of reality at times, and I think overall there's progress being made in all facets of the game, and a lot of credit. You know, not enough credit sometimes is given to that.
Is it fair to say, though, that both the men's and women's level, I know that they're attempting to remedy this, particularly with, you see the emerging team playing games, you see the Wolves team trying to get more games, but it is fair to say that outside of the kind of elite 14 or 15, there is a drop-off.
We've got to increase the player pool. There's no question about that.
But at the moment, there's a gulf.
A gulf. Would it go as far as saying I see some guys that are in this? The problem is getting them contracted, getting enough people contracted. We have to have more professional cricketers and more professional coaches, but the restraints are there, the financial constraints are there, but we have to have more people who are knocking the door down and providing that competition, because competition drives performance. And when you know the Wolves toured in Nepal, and the Wolves, the performance of the emerging side against the West Indies recently has been very, very encouraging. So.
That has been put down. It was the first chance, and I just wonder, is there a little bit of trouble here for Andrew Balbirnie? It's not been a debut to remember thus far for Clive Madande, dismissed from his first ball. Going to need to get another look at it. I was lost in your words, Kyle. Didn't see it first time.
Nor did I. But Andrew Balbirnie appears to be in some discomfort here.
Yeah, let's get a look. It looks like it's reared up towards the glove. Madande is the fielder, and this is his natural length. Mark Rouse of the Irish team physio is on. Oh, that's come off the glove. It wasn't an easy chance, and he held it. But then, just as he landed, it's the impact of the elbows across the turf that has spilled it out. Should have been the first wicket. Maybe that should have been taken by first slip.
Well, what it is, it's Blessing Muzarabani personified. He's got that ball to rear of what seems to be a good length. It's clipped the glove of the Irish skipper, and it's ballooned to Clive Madande, we talked earlier on, myself and Garfield, about the space between first slip and wicketkeeper. So the wicketkeeper owns that space, and as you can see that space between Craig Irvine and Clive Madande.
Well, this would be a good angle to actually see where it's hit Balbirnie as well. Yeah, clearly off it's actually the bottom glove, isn't it? And You felt that going to his stronger side, Craig Irvine, left-handed, might have got something on that. Might be the thumb it's actually impacted, which is often a place batters have problems with. Could he have left that one?
Well, it's an easy game. It's an easy game from here. Arguably, when you look at the length of the delivery and the line of delivery, Andrew Balbirnie may think he could have left it. But again, blessing Mizurabani, 7 foot tall almost. He's bashed that length. He's induced that shot from Andrew Balbirnie, and he survived the chance.
You do feel for Clive Matande here, because he's such a talented young cricketer, but it's a long way back on Test debut from where he's going to be at mentally right now. I'm sure he's looked back on the dismissal, probably the most extraordinary stroke we've witnessed in the history of Test cricket, from a debutant on their first ball. Craig Young couldn't believe it. I think you were on air. You couldn't believe the shot either.
It's not often I'm speechless, Andrew, but I was speechless when I saw that. And don't underestimate the mental impact that can have on your confidence. And now putting this ball down, listen, Madandi will bounce back from it. Speaking to the Irish boys, they rate him very, very highly. He's clearly a very good cricketer, but he's had a tough start to his Test career.
Now one jags back in. Brilliant from Muzurabani in his third over. He seems to have found his natural length. Wasn't an altogether dissimilar length to the one that came off the glove. This time jars back in, misses the top of the stumps.
Yeah, this is top class bowling from the big fast bowler. A great follow up to his previous delivery. Just see here, it's good length, and this time it's jagged back, and it's hard to see how that has missed the stump.
Height, yeah, just height and nothing else. Balbirnie very much forced onto the back foot, in trouble, looking to survive here. Now down the leg side, he's going to get runs, and in fact it will be byes. So the pitch all of a sudden from nowhere, after a docile start to the morning, there's movement off the surface.
Yeah, that's extravagant movement off the surface there. That ball has gone off the seam down leg side, and poor Clive Matande had no chance. Say, well, it hasn't necessarily. He's just lost his wrist, Mizurabani there, and he's just pushed that down leg side, and it's almost gone with the seam. Wicketkeeper had no chance.
Don't think it's going to improve Madande's state of mind, adding 4 byes next to his total. He was hoping the umpire might either tap his leg to signal leg byes or give it his runs.
Test cricket is a tough gig, Andrew.
And there's a reason it's called a test match. It's a test of every aspect of your cricketing skill, your will, and all parts of the mental, the physical game too. Really good over this. Balbirnie does get it away, but not altogether comfortably. Bennett is going to do the fielding. We'll keep it to a couple. You wonder, would Balbirnie just have been happy with a single and got down the non-striker's end?
I played with a lot of men who, I'll not tell us, well I will tell the story. We were playing Australia in Rathmines, and Jason Gillespie was bowling from the top end, and he was bowling the speed of light, and Stephen Smith,
I was going to guess the batter. I wanted to guess it.
He was like the laughing policeman. He just stood at the far end with his hand up saying nope, and he stood
Well
there.
done.
Adam Dale was bowling from the other end, about 70-mile-an-hour way swingers. And so yes, I know plenty of people who would be happy just to take the single there.
He's lost his wrist again, looking for the wicket, looking to go fuller. It's going to be 4 more byes. Poor old Clive Matande, he's wondering what on earth is happening here. There's nothing he can do about that.
No, not at all. Not at all. Again, very similar to the last delivery that Mizurabani pushed down the leg side. Just lost his wrist. And as you can see, that ball's a long way down leg side. Wicketkeeper has no chance. But 4 more to the total. Concerning times for Zimbabwe.
Not sure he needs to go to that length yet because of the problems he was causing Balbirnie at the kind of shoulder high bat length. Back of a length, his natural length is so threatening.
Well, with 4 slips, I think it's per line.
Movement in again. All of a sudden, that ball is starting to swing a touch. Might be a sign of things to come. A fascinating over, 2 runs off the bat, 8 byes from it, and so nearly the first wicket. 13 bowled, 64 for none. There's a beautiful pace to Test cricket, isn't there? It takes adjusting to, not just for the players, for you here in the commentary box enjoying it, Carl.
Oh, listen, it's wonderful, and you can hear the church bells now ring at in the background. We had the Roy Torrance bell this morning. Lovely crowd, nice atmosphere at the game. It's just wonderful. It's a sedate day.
There's a different atmosphere to Test cricket. It felt like Malahide took to it immediately in 2018 with phenomenal crowds for that Pakistan series, despite the first day being washed away. And Stormont, in a different way, feels like it's very much set up and made for Test cricket.
Yeah, it is, and it's great to see white ball. You know, the white's on, red ball cricket. We want to see more of it domestically, no doubt, going forward, because we do believe that that's where you learn to play the game, and the best players will learn to play. That is driven through the covers. The deep point, it's only going to be one. But it's where you learn. There's an argument that you learn technically to play the game in this format, and then once you have the fundamentals, then you can adapt to the shorter form of the game. It's very difficult to go the other way around.
And yeah, speaking of going the other way around, someone like a Brian Bennett, who's kind of burst onto the scene really thanks to his short form performances. He has played 11 first class games. He does have that big double century to his name, but 16 T20Is, going from that into your first test can't be easy. Chatara is going to continue to whirl away into his 7th year. Great story for Tendai Chatara. He was in many ways vilified by some Zimbabwean fans after that T20 World Cup Africa qualifier, where he seemed to be bowling the key overs in some of the key games against Namibia and Uganda, and Zimbabwe missed out. And many said, well, we won't see him again in Zimbabwe colours, but he's gone away. He's worked really hard on his fitness. He had a good series against India, and now back into Test match cricket too. Got a unique action, doesn't quite have the same pace as the other 3 seamers, but he's very accurate and just starting to probe away. If Zimbabwe can start to get a bit more out of the pitch, they can all of a sudden start to think about some breakthroughs.
Yeah, it is a unique action. No front arm, really, limited front arm, but he does have control, and he's giving his skipper the much needed control that they've lacked. You know, he's in his 7th over. He's only going for 19. The runs have been leaking at the other end, really. So, you know, again, it's international sport's tough. You know, it doesn't always go your way. I've no doubt Zimbabwe would have been very disappointed with not qualifying for the T20 World Cup. Uganda struggled out there, but wasn't it great to see them there? So listen, that's the point I was making with Ireland. Can't take any match for granted at any stage. You know, there are a lot of very talented teams who on their day can beat anybody. So it's not the ICC have to take heart from that in growing the game globally and making the game, you know, more expansive around the globe.
They did struggle in some of their matches, but they picked up a first ever T20 World Cup win, a moment that I know won't be forgotten for them, beating Papua New Guinea. They also had, well, the grand old statesman Frank Nsambuga, who bowled that remarkable spell. I think he went for 4 from his 4 overs against them. And then that was broken by Lockie Ferguson with somehow bowling a runless spell, 4 overs, 4 maidens. Did see some tricky pitches in the Caribbean and up in New York as well. Driven away to, well, sum up the first session. Balbirnie's going to get 4, probably his best shots of the morning, rivaling PJ Moore's drive, and it's going to get us to that first drinks break. A first hour that Ireland couldn't have dreamed of going any better. They've picked up 69 runs. They are yet to lose a wicket. They could have lost one. Balbirnie was put down by Matande in the 13th over. But we'll take a short break here in the commentary box. We'll be back and we'll hear from Tina Maweo in a few moments. Ireland are 69 for none.
Wait.
Welcome back after the first drinks break on day 2 here of this historic Ireland versus Zimbabwe test. First ever one played in Northern Ireland. We've inaugurated the 123rd test match venue, the first ever one between these two sides, as PJ Moore and Andrew Balbirnie have got Ireland off to a very pleasing start. We've got a slight change in the commentary box. Andrew Leonard here with you. I'll stay with you for the next 30 minutes and delighted to have some Zimbabwean perspective now provided by their former test match opener and global broadcaster Tino Maweo. Tino, very good morning to you. It's been a difficult morning thus far for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it has been. Morning, Andrew. Morning to all those who've tuned into this live stream wherever you are across the world. Yeah, disappointing start with the ball for Zimbabwe this morning. They had an opportunity to really come out and make a statement with the ball. Fortunately, hasn't gone their way so far.
They just had that one moment, didn't they? I think it was the right thumb, the glove that was cannoned into by Blessing Muzarabani. Andy Balbirnie caused a bit of damage. Madande made good ground to his right, held it initially, but then it popped out when he landed to the turf.
Yeah, unfortunate, really. It wasn't quite that close to him. Did well to get to it, but again, the awareness that he needs to get those arms outstretched so that when he lands, he doesn't get the elbow getting contact with the ground and popping out. Unfortunate that was the case.
Has just been the one change to Zimbabwe's field after that drinks break. The fourth slip has come out to give a bit more protection in the covers region where Ireland have been profitable. He won't have known it, Madande, but Craig Irvine probably could have got there to his stronger side, to his left at first slip.
He probably would have, but I think he's done the right thing. He's a wicketkeeper, he's got the gloves on, he's got to go for it. And he got there. Fortunately, just when he hit the ground, did that ball pop out. But yeah, the Zimbabwean bowlers this morning haven't been on point.
Little milestone, Tino, for Ireland there with that single, the highest ever opening partnership in the history, their very short history of Test cricket. It moves past Ed Joyce and William Porterfield's effort of 69 against Pakistan in the inaugural Test match down in Malahide. Since that 69, Ireland have been absolutely nowhere with their openers and not able to put on any opening stands of any note. The second highest was in the next game, Paul Sterling and William Porterfield with 37. Since then, almost every opening partnership in the teens or single figures, that will be very pleasing for these two openers.
Absolutely. I think PJ Moore in particular has been confident and has been quite good about how he's gone about his innings. A couple of streaky boundaries, but that can happen, and we saw the same with Madanda yesterday. At 70 for none on the ball to go in the 15th over. Zimbabwean bowlers have got a lot to think about and a lot to correct before they go into this lunch break. About 50 minutes away from that.
"15 overs bowled, 1 run from that over, 70 for none." Ireland's 11 opening efforts prior to this one, Tino, combined for 90 runs at an average of 8.1. Real issues at the top of the order for Ireland. Have they found a solution here with PJ Moore?
Well, that's what I was going to say. PJ Moore would have been part of the majority of those, probably. But today he's certainly shown us a different PJ Moore. He was part of 6 of those partnerships that you've just referred to.
Yeah, 4 of those with James McCollum, who is in the squad but misses out, and then 4 with Murray Cummins, which really were very difficult in Asia. 11-1-0-0 versus Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, albeit in those home conditions that the Asian sides exploit so well. And Murray Cummins no longer involved at the international level for Ireland. But what's the kind of the feelings about PJ Moore's move from back in Zimbabwe? Are people very understanding of him coming across to? He does have some Irish ancestry, of course, as well.
Absolutely. Well, it was a personal decision that PJ had to make. He had a good start to his Test career for Zimbabwe and then tapered off a little bit from where he was and fell out of favour with selectors for a period of time, and he felt that he would get a better opportunity if he shifted across to Ireland, which he has. I mean, he's been opening the batting in this format. That wouldn't have happened for Zimbabwe.
Tanaka Chivanga into the attack. Give us a bit more about him. He certainly has a yard of pace, and he's got a big bustling action. He'll be the one who'll hope to provide some menace here with the second change.
Yeah, absolutely. He spent a lot of time in South Africa, played his club cricket there, and about 3 or 4 seasons ago came back to Zimbabwe to try and stake a claim for a place in the national side. Represents the Eagles in franchise cricket. You'll find that he's probably one of the quickest that Zimbabwe's got going around. Very raw, inexperienced at this level.
And that's going to be the immediate wicket. Just what Zimbabwe needed, and finally that opening partnership is broken.
It is. It's not the ideal delivery to do so. But what a good catch. Taken by Joy Lord Gumbi to his right. Chivanga probably just looking for a full straight delivery, and it's just angled down the leg side more than anything else. Balbirnie's actually hit it quite well. Joy Lord Gumbi's completed a very good catch. Captain Andy Balbirnie will have to depart for 19. Not as fluent as his opening partner's been this morning. Maybe this will give us a better indication of that catch.
Try and get one more look at it from another angle. The team will try to pull that together. See if we can see it here. It's a tiny bit reminiscent of Gumbi's dismissal, ironically, yesterday, which was the first wicket to go. Similar position. He's probably a deep short leg, but a wonderful grab going quickly to his left.
He's done well. Zimbabwe will be happy about that. I heard them talking about that particular position as a wicket-taking position this morning, so kudos to them. And apologies, I thought he had dived to his right. It was actually to his left. Joel Gumbi.
Yeah, fantastic take. It's a funny position because it's not as close as a traditional short leg, is it? It's kind of almost a deep short leg or a very close square leg.
Yeah, and it's there for that exact delivery, I think. Joy Lord Gumbi himself caught in a very similar position.
He was more mid-wicket, but it was the kind of same shot, wasn't it?
Prince Masada hit a few balls that went through that area in the air, so it definitely is a wicket-taking position.
Particularly, I suppose, with Chivanga, his stock delivery looks to be to take it away from the right-hander.
It is.
So just cramped for room, Balbirnie. It brings Curtis Camphor to the crease. He's in at number 3, and Chivanga building up ahead of steam. Wicket from his second ball. And extravagant movement, and it's not Andrew Flintoff taking it from Stephen Armisen at first slip, it's Craig Irvine. That has gone like a banana.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday again. I think it was a delivery from Barry McCarthy that after it went past the stumps just continued to go. Keeper didn't get anywhere near it in the end. It's encouraging for Chivanga, as there's definitely swing out there for him.
That has gone an absolute mile. Craig Irvine's taken it very well. Good movement, and Camphor happy to shoulder arms. He certainly looks like a bowler who's going to give 100% effort. I enjoy his turn and sprint in from the top of his mark.
Yeah, he's very energetic. He's athletic, as you can see, and he's trimmed up as well. Just carrying a few extra pounds a few months ago. He's worked hard to get himself in the shape that he's in. And will augur well for getting himself a little bit of extra pace, being a little bit fresher for longer, especially in this format, which he hasn't played a lot of.
He looks to me, even, Tino, we saw him in the ODI series just before Christmas there last year. Zimbabwe played Ireland in another thrilling series. He only picked up 1 wicket in the 2 times he bowled in those ODIs, but he does look like he's trimmed up and strengthened up since then in the 6 months.
Yeah, certainly. He's put a lot of work and time into his extra training.
Belated happy birthday to him as well. Turned 31 just before the start of the test match, day before. As Camphor, well, he pull hooks without any conviction at all, and it lands for Zimbabwe agonisingly over the head of that short leg and well in front of the deep square leg. What to start from Chivanga. He's impacted the test immediately, has a wicket in his first over, and Zimbabwe have some life.
Well, that's why he would have been brought into the attack now, so Craig Irvine will be happy that he's managed to get the breakthrough. Zimbabwe now, these 44, 45 minutes they've got before the lunch break, will just be hoping to put the brakes on Ireland here. Failed to learn the lessons from Ireland's effort with the ball before lunch yesterday, but they've got a breakthrough. And we saw yesterday that if you can just quieten down the opposition, you can start to create a few more chances. One which was created earlier and Madande wasn't able to hold on to as well. But when you look at these conditions and you look at one stage, 8 or 9 overs in, Zimbabwe having a sweeper with the quality of Garawa, Mzarabani, Chitara as the 3 that used the first new ball. Disappointing that they've got sweepers back already.
Yeah, that's gone too far. Extravagant movement into Camphor, and it's going to miss the leg stump. The ball, it didn't do much in the first 8 or 10 overs. All of a sudden, Tino, it's really starting to talk.
Well, we saw that yesterday. Didn't do too much too early on for the Island bowlers either, but it's of course when that lacquer comes off and you've had an opportunity to shine up the one side, the ball starts to move around. Saw Chivanga getting a fair bit of movement away from the right-hander. That one going a long way down the leg side, but the movement's what's encouraging.
And there is also times the movement is going to cause costly figures for Zimbabwe, particularly for poor old Clive Madande. It's a 12th bye in 3 overs, and 2 of the 4 byes he couldn't have got to if he had a jetpack.
Yeah, that's what's disappointing from Mzarabani in particular. You look at the way he bowled in that T20 International Series against India. He did so well to get himself back to where Zimbabwe knows he can be. This morning, in conditions that are ideal for a big, tall, fast bowler, he's failed to take advantage of those conditions. His radar's been off.
And for me, he's looked more threatening when he's been back of a length as opposed to fuller, which is very much a point of difference to the Irish bowlers. And he's gone full like that. This is going to be 4 more byes. Clive Madande, well, he's having an absolute nightmare. Going to just keep an eye on the signal. That's been given as runs. Was there a tickle on that from Camphor?
Wow. Umpire Shaikot definitely suggests so. I didn't think so. Straight away. Difficult to tell from that angle. Madande got a glove to it.
That has to go down as a drop catch.
Yeah, it does. Run signaled. Now, Dion Myers moves into that leg slip position. Now, I don't know if that's an attacking position or if it's a position trying to protect a very bad ball that we've seen several times. 3 slips remain.
He is bowling fuller, and there is significant movement. Surprised to see that one given as runs. If anything, might have flicked the pad, but again, Matande unable to haul it in. And there's been real difficulties for Zimbabwe to control that movement that's arrived, well, as if from nowhere.
Yeah. I guess this ball does go around a lot more than Zimbabwean bowlers are used to, but that's no excuse. Got to be able to adjust as quickly as possible.
Camp for someone who traditionally is strong on the pull and the cut, so maybe part of the planning for him at number 3 will have been from the Zimbabwean team to go full at him. You do sense with all this extravagant movement, if they only found 1 wicket in this first session, Zimbabwe would be disappointed.
Almost definitely. I think anybody who bowls a session on a wicket that's this good, and a session that's the first one of the day, would be looking for a minimum of 2 wickets. The Irish have also got plenty of runs on the board. They're scoring at just below 5, so that will be a concern for Zimbabwe as well. 17 gone, 80 for 1.
Ripples of applause go around Stormont as that opening partnership, although it's now being broken, is announced as Ireland's highest ever in their short test match history. Also missed the fact that that's the first test wicket for Tanaka Chivanga. Was wicketless in his 1 appearance prior. I think you were there in Bulawayo as Zimbabwe took on the West Indies. How did those two matches go? 18 months ago or so, West Indies won the series 1-0, but it was reasonably closely fought between the two sides.
It was. Wow, there was a huge difference in first test match drawn, rain affected.
Edged away, and you can't say PJ Moore was in control of that. He's going to get 4. If there's a gully in place alongside those 3 slips, that could have been a catching opportunity.
He's definitely getting the ball to move around here. Chivanga, PJ Moore stuck on the crease, just throwing the hands at it. If there was a gully, definite opportunity. There isn't. 4 more runs.
And this is where you do need to give more credit for playing positively and taking the run scoring opportunities, because if he hadn't been, there may well still have been a gully in place, or at least a 4th slip. But Irvine is trying to defend runs as well as pick up wickets. Well, the 17th over, the 18th that we're now in, is completely different from the 7th or 8th. Zimbabwe have life, they've got a little bit of bite out of the wicket. They need to capitalise upon these 30 to 40 minute period prior to lunch. They need to find 2, 3, maybe 4 in the session.
Yeah, I think 4's a bit much now. They definitely at the moment should be looking to concentrate on keeping this pair as quiet as possible going into this luncheon break. And that maybe will create opportunities for them.
Really well bowled. Chivanga has started outstandingly. Might have just played inside the line of that, but he's causing real problems. He's also having a few issues with his front foot. I think Richard Kettleborough is saying to him, just watch your front foot there, it's getting very, very close, and that's good umpiring.
I'm impressed with what I've seen. Chivanga this morning. Yes, he genuinely is a guy who likes to get the ball to swing away. I've never seen him get the ball to go as much as I have this morning. Of course, the ball and the conditions will aid that. Bit of a breeze that he's bowling into as well will assist.
Do now see a gully come into play. Craig Irvine on the attack. This is dramatic, significant movement at no shortage of pace. We don't have the speed guns in play, but this is pushing up towards 140 k's, you would think. Quick.
Yeah, I just would like to see him just go on the angle a little bit to the right-hand batsman because it's going so much.
When you say that, do you mean come wider of the crease?
Come wider of the crease, yes. Aim that ball at your middle stump to start off with and pitch it up. That will make sure that you're drawing the batsman into the stroke and the ball can go away from there. If he remains just a little bit too straight in with his run-up, then the ball starts to swing early.
Nicely guided by Moore, but protection at backward point. Brian Bennett does the fielding on his test match debut. He is quite tight to the stumps, isn't he? And as a consequence, that ball might be just swinging a bit early for him.
It's a skill he'll learn as he plays more test match cricket. Definitely as a batsman, when the ball is swinging away from you, the further away it starts from that off stump, the happier you are, because it means that you have to, well, you have less to have to play at. Once it's angled in towards you, then you're not sure whether you should be playing or not. Is it going to swing away or not?
Now he looks for one to angle in, and Moore gets it into the leg side. He's sprinting. He wants 3 because he wants 50, and he's going to get there with the dive, and Stormont will rise to their adopted son. A very, very special moment against the nation of his birth. His father is here, his family members are too. He's got another test match 50, but it's the first in the Green of Ireland.
Wow, what a lovely story for PJ Moore. He's come out today, he's been positive, he's played with a lot of intent, and he's just helped set up Ireland to be where they are now. End of the 18th, it's 87 for 1. He will have enjoyed that knock, Peter Moore, and it's come around quickly. Almost at a run of ball. Had to scamper for that last single, but he got home with plenty of time in the end. There you go. He's had to put the dive in, but he's got home with a minimum of fuss in the end.
Well, I think if somebody told him last night, you're going to have to run 66 yards, sprint your heart out and dive, put your face in the muck to get back to the promised land of a test match 50, he'd have taken it every time. Looks absolutely euphoric out there. Can he control those emotions now? He's got to the landmark, 50 off 53, come at a very good clip. Good bouncer, that one, which he used to sway out of the way of. If you look at his career numbers, he's got 5 test match 50s all for Zimbabwe, including a career best of 83 in his final test match that was against Bangladesh in Mirpur. But his scores since he changed to the Green of Ireland and made his test match debut, again ironically in Mirpur for Ireland, 5 years on, have been 1, 16, 14, 0, 5, 19, 10, 11, 12 and 0. So Moore himself deserves great credit, but I suppose so too do the selectors and Heinrich Milan for sticking with him. They knew they had a quality player, he just hadn't shown it yet for Ireland since he's moved across.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we were in Abu Dhabi for that final test before this one, and I really felt for PJ Moore. He looked out of sorts, and had they had a test match probably back-to-back on that series, he probably wouldn't have been selected. But he's certainly come out today, he's shown his quality. Really been positive in his approach.
And fluent with his driving. Overpitched by Muzarabani, yes, but Moore is growing in confidence.
And there's just been too many of these deliveries this morning from the Zimbabwean bowlers. Really nicely played, but it's been presented to him really from Muzarabani. I've seen no aggression from the Zimbabwean bowlers. I've seen no desire to try and make it difficult for the Irish batsmen to score. Very few deliveries that you can remember from this morning.
And another one. It's almost an action replay. This time Madande's got something of a glove on it, but it's more buys to the total. He is having a test match debut to forget, and he needs to turn it around and turn it around quickly.
I think in this instance he needs Muzarabani to help him. His radar is miles off where it should be. Looks like he's just grasping that right gluteus maximus muscle. Hope that's nothing that might just be giving him a bit of a problem.
Certainly looked to be walking a little gingerly back to the top of his mark. Do agree with you though, Tino, in terms of a consistency of area that Zimbabwe have looked for with the ball. It's not been there, and that period of kind of 4 overs where the ball just really started to talk, it's almost like they got carried away with that, rather than just saying, okay, it's going, if we hit line and length now we're going to get reward. They kind of searched for the wickets a little bit. Ireland rode out that little storm, and now they'll be looking for a good second wicket partnership to start to guide them towards a first innings lead. Good bouncer from Muzarabani that Camphor sways out of the way of, and we'll get a look now at the end of the 19th. The score 92 for 1. Those numbers for PJ Moore. 54 of 57, and he's hopefully that will animate now. We should be able to see he scored very heavily through the covers region in particular. And there you are. All the boundaries have come on the offside, Tino. You can see a lot of strength through there. We'll also have a change in the commentary box. You'll still continue to hear from Tina Mowail, who'll be joined by Garfield Harrison.
Thank you very much, Andrew Leonard. Welcome to Garfield Harrison. Another addition to the commentary box today. You must be quite happy with the way things have gone for Ireland this morning.
Obviously very pleased with the start, and I think, you know, when PJ Moore went to bed last night, he would have been dreaming about maybe, you know, getting a 50, batting all morning, and it really couldn't have went any better for him. He has batted beautifully, and hopefully now he can go on and get a really big score. But I have to say, Tino, the two bowlers on now are changed the game.
Yeah, Chivanga's been very impressive.
Absolutely beautiful run up to the wicket. Wee bit, wee bit like Michael Holding in his heyday, and he's changed the game, no doubt about that. It's a big period now between now and lunch. It would be absolutely perfect for Ireland if they could hang in here, don't lose any more wickets before lunch, and score another 20 runs.
It's a big half hour now for these Irish batters at the crease, especially with Chivanga operating the way he is. Now, he's been one of the Zimbabwean bowlers who've been able to control that swing that's been on offer. What I would like to see from him is just get that ball pitched up a little bit more. You can see PJ Moore's got a bit of time to be able to pull the bat away from the line of the ball because his length is too short. You want to draw PJ Moore in. That's why Craig Irvin's given him the gully again, not just the 3 slips. Again, wow. It looks good, but not quite effective.
Up another yard or so. That's all it needs. I'd love the speed gun on him, because Chavinga is certainly the quickest bowler we've seen today so far. He's bound to be middle 80s, something like that, maybe higher. But moving the ball away from the right-hander, it's a real handful.
He's a real athlete, isn't he? Nice rhythmical approach to the crease. Steps get a little bit shorter, he increases in momentum and then propels that ball towards the batter. A lot happier watching and talking about it from here than having to be out there and facing it.
The best way to face Chavinga at the minute is from the non-striker's end.
Absolutely
I'd be
right.
setting up camp in the non-striker's end.
Oh, now that'll be 4, I think. Yes, it is. This one hasn't swung. It's just carried on with the line towards the leg stump, and PJ Moore's dealt with that neatly.
Yeah, he's just clipped that away nicely, and he'll take those 4 runs. Yeah, you don't normally get your runs as easy as that. Certainly the way he's bowled, the first few overs that he's bowled today. This is really the first bad ball he's bowled.
And I think only because the ball's just refused to swing at that last moment.
Yeah. Again, that's well played. You have to leave, it's a big part of batting and that type of bowling is you have to learn to leave it. You don't need to go near it if it's outside the off stump. Let it go by. Hopefully then he'll tire a wee bit as the day goes on. It was 96 for 1 after 20 overs. Great start for Ireland.
And Zimbabwe, just looking at that, 96 for 1. A run rate of just below 5 to the over. That'll be a huge concern to them. You can understand maybe not having bowled as well as you would have liked in this first session. Maybe just got the 1 wicket that they've got. But it's a run rate that is a huge concern for them.
Yes, there's been a few free deliveries, Tino, that Ireland have capitalised on. But if you think back to yesterday morning, it was a very similar pattern. Although Ireland bowlers didn't let Zimbabwe get away. Maybe it was more sort of 3-4 and over. So yeah, wee bit of a concern. So change of bowling now, and Garver coming back on.
He'll look to improve on his first spell this morning, bowling from the city end. As he did that first spell. His first 4 overs went for 25. Very expensive, and again, just all over the place really in where he bowled, and PJ Moore was destructive towards him. A couple of half volleys that he dispatched through the covers. Outside edge. It should run away for 4. Good chase from Brian Bennett. That's brilliant fielding. Well supported by Dion Myers.
Yeah, a good piece of cricket there. Well run by the Irish lads. A good piece of fielding. Yeah, and Garver's come back on, but I was very impressed as well with Muzarabani and the way he bowled his little spell there. Giving him a rest. Maybe they're thinking maybe bringing him on at the other end.
Now the advantage that Craig Irvin's got is he's got full out and 4 full out and out seamers. The spinners are concerned, and we'll get to that later in the innings. I think he's got ample time to get his bowlers to rest and to just swap those 4 seamers around.
Yeah, 4 over spells, I suppose, is wise enough thing to do at this stage of the game.
Goes on the pull shot, not full-blooded. Realizes there is a backward square, so just pops it into that gap square of the wicket.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Curtis Camper coming in at number 3. Very accomplished batter. Could probably bat anywhere in the Irish batting order, but I think 3 is a good position for him. And genuine all-rounder, and it's great to have, you know, a bowler who bats so high up the order.
I've been very impressed with the progression I've seen of Curtis Camphor. Was lucky enough to call the 2 test matches that Ireland played against Sri Lanka last year in Gaul, and that's the first time I saw him elevated up the innings. He played a fantastic innings, got a half century, but was in total control of the innings. Wonderful strokes all around, good off the back foot.
Yeah.
Swept when the spinners came on.
Yeah, he reads the game really well, and you know, hopefully he can push on now, hang in there to lunch, and then push on after lunch. Ooh. Beautiful finish to over there from Ngarva. It's gone across slightly, and in the end probably well left by PJ Moore. I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt there that he got the bat out of the way just in time.
Yeah, that's that length that I'm talking about. If you can just push that length up a little bit more, and he doesn't have time to pull the bat out the way, I'll give it to him. Yes, that's well left.
Yeah. There's the great and the good of Irish cricket up on the balcony, enjoying the sunshine.
I'll tell you what, the weather's been pretty good today.
Give it time.
Had a look at the forecast last night, and it was saying that we're expecting the rain to lash down after lunch today. But when I woke up this morning, bright and sunny, which is I got my little hats on today, and it says about 4 o'clock this afternoon. We do hope that if it does come, it's not too much.
Yeah, we'll be very lucky if we don't get a shower, but hopefully, you know, it'll move on quickly and we'll be able to get out and play again.
I believe it's taboo not to get a shower in a day here.
I think Tuesday was the only day this summer that it hasn't rained. Oh yes.
He's held on to it. He's held on to it, Sean Williams. And it's just reward for Chivanga. They've talked about the control he's shown this morning, the shape he's got away from the right-hander. Gets the outside edge of Camphor. Williams fumbled. In the end, held on to it. Second breakthrough for Zimbabwe this morning.
Tino, I think he was listening to you because he pitched that one up. The perfect length. Swung it away nicely. And a great catch. And second slip.
Yeah, it's gone quickly. Curtis Camphor, 8 balls, 17 for him. Ireland lose their second on 99. Just take another look at that. Queen stuck on the crease. It's gone very quickly. The thing that Sean Williams did well was he didn't panic. Very easy to try and panic when you don't have control of the ball, but even though he was on the ground, just kept his eye on the ball, in the end held on to it.
He's done really well actually to grab that after 2 or 3 attempts. So a well-deserved wicket for that delivery, because that's the perfect length that you were talking about, just up far enough that he has to drive, swinging away nicely, gets to the edge, and unfortunately for Curtis Camper, he's back in the hutch.
Heralds the entry of Harry Tector, Ireland's most prolific batsman in this format of the game.
Yeah, a wee uncomfortable period now to come in, bat just before lunch.
Vanga will be thinking, 15 minutes to go, can I squeeze out another here?
He really has got that ball to now move, swing lovely away from the right-hander. He's found a nice wee rhythm here, and definitely a big handful for the Irish batters between now and the lunch break.
3 slips, gully in for the new man. There's a man catching, well, not catching, a man at extra cover. I would like to see him in catching, a little bit closer in the batsman's face. It is Tendai Chatara, who's a fast bowler, so if it's going to be a catcher, he's going to have to swap with someone.
Yeah.
But just to the new man, don't allow him to have the comfort of taking a big stride to come forward if he's looking to play the ball.
Yeah.
Just be wary of an extra man in your periphery. Makes you think twice. Joy Lord Gumbi under the helmet, square on the leg side, in front, and probably a few yards further back than he normally would be. Yeah, it's well bowled.
That's well bowled, but that's 3 now that Harry Tector has been allowed to leave. He hasn't had a place shot at those first 3 balls, so it gives him a wee sighter, which should make it a wee bit easier for him when he bowls one that's, you know, on the line of the stumps. But yeah, he should be leaving a lot of balls between now and lunchtime. Hang in there. After lunch, then it's a different game again.
That's a better line. That's where you want to see it. But get him playing early.
Correct. And that's the length that you talked about, Tino, as well. He's up there. He's given the ball a chance to swing. And it was well played by Harry Tector. A really good, solid defence.
Lovely crowd that's coming again from the start of play today. Oh, that's well bowled. And it's even better left from Harry Tector.
Oh, I thought that was going to clip the top of the off stump there. Ball come back in. Everything has been moving away from the right-hander. This one nipped back in off the pitch. Oh, over the top of off stump. Wow.
That's a beautiful leave to end the 22nd over. Always used to say to people back in my day, if you leave the ball and it doesn't hit the stumps, it's a good leave.
That's a wicket maiden there for Chavinga. So he's really, that's 4 overs, 2 for 13. Really is the danger man. So Tino, why does he not open the bowling?
That's a good question. You'll find that it's only a second test match. You've got the experience of a Tendai Chatara, who's played a lot of test match cricket, who's ideal in these conditions because he pitches the ball up generally. So you're looking for that ball to swing. You've got your Muzarabani, you've got your left arm options. So you want to have a left arm and a right arm operating together, and more so a Chatara to open the bowling because he'll just get that ball to pitch up, get the ball to swing a little bit more early on. Now, the catcher just in front of square to Peter Moore, Dion Myers, the fielder. It's taken away that third slip to put him in there. So 2 slips in a gully.
Yeah, it seems a more popular decision now. This is, you know, short square leg, short mid wicket for the wee chip shot.
That leg by brings up 100 for Ireland in the 23rd over. They have gone at an absolute rate this morning. 4.5 to the over. In deficit now just 110 with 8 wickets in hand. The plan will most certainly be to make sure they go into this lunch break without adding to that wickets column and come back after that. Look want to capitalise on the position they've got themselves in.
Yes, if Ireland can get in at lunchtime for just 2 wickets down, they'll take that all day long. And only 110 runs behind. It puts them in a strong position. That one didn't go through the same as the others. The pitches, in general, played pretty well this morning. There hasn't been too many demons in it. And when the ball is pitched up and the batsmen get their feet in the right position, it hits the middle of the bat, it's gone very quickly to the boundary. So it's a good all-round cricket pitch for both the bowler and the batter.
That's provided ideal conditions both day 1 and 2 for almost everybody. Bit of turn yesterday as well for Andy McBride. Just looking at this field, there's a deep backward square leg to Harry Tector. I would like to see that man come up. I would like to see an extra man in front of cover to Harry Tector. He's susceptible to just pushing in front of his front pad early on in his innings. Unless there's a deliberate plan to get the short ball into him early, I don't see a need for that deep backward square leg. Harmlessly down the leg side, that one.
But that's the wee one there that you can get strangled down the leg side. You get a glove on that or a wee edge, and it's one of the worst dismissals in cricket, is that one. So he's done well to miss that.
We saw that yesterday with Prince Masaure, didn't we?
He did, yeah.
Beautifully throughout the day. Left the ball well. Ball was over pitched. Played some really nice strokes down the ground and then just strangled down the leg side.
Wow.
And we have started to see a little bit of that today. There's the ball going through to the keeper on the bounce.
It's just died. Obviously, first test on this ground, so there's a lot of nervousness at the beginning about the pitch and how it would play, but I have to say Philip McCormick and his team have done a fabulous job.
It's the full in swinger. PJ Moore just squeezes that out.
And just keeping on about the ground, Philip McCormick's the head groundsman here, and there was a lot of rain then last night when the end of play was called, and you come back this morning and it's in really good nick. The water has disappeared. So Ireland 104 for 2 in the 23rd over.
That's a lovely ground, isn't it? I believe the drainage is really good, which is what you're alluding to. You know that you're always going to get weather and the elements around here, but what you want is to be able to get that off as quickly as possible, get the covers off and be able to get onto the field and get on with the business of the day. So kudos to the ground staff for ensuring that after that rain yesterday we were able to get on today and start on time. Chivanga will continue bowling into the city end. Down the leg side, it's going to be buys again. Now Madande, the ball in the previous over that just bounced through to him, looked like it hit him and caused a bit of damage to that left hand, and you can just see him there looking very uncomfortable.
There's been a lot of runs, Tino, this morning going down the leg side for buys or wee edges down there for 4.
That's the shoulder. Let's hit into the ground, but looks like he's okay.
Wow.
That's a bit of extra bounce.
That's really well played by Harry Tector to get out of the way of that one.
talking about buys. It's been 18 already this morning from the Zimbabwean bowlers.
So,
Majority of those down that leg side.
so instead of 108, it would be 90 for 2, which would look a wee bit better if you were Zimbabwe.
You can't blame Harry Tector for that.
No. That was too good for any batsman to get a nick on that. If you nick that one,
You've done well.
you've done well. Yeah, you're too good, yeah. Absolute beauty from Javanga. Really impressive spell of bowling this morning. 2 for 13 and 4.3 overs, and he's not finished yet.
Yeah, he's got 3 balls to go in this over. It'll probably be his final over before the lunch break, so wants to make the most of this. That's well watched by Madande going down the leg side. Richard Kettleborough just signalling a couple more to go in this over to his counterpart at square leg.
Tino, will we get the mandatory one over from the spin bowler before lunch?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. Not with the way that Chivanga has bowled from this end, certainly, and it's just been the one over for Ngarawa coming back from the city end. So I'm pretty sure that Craig Irvin will finish off with him to the new batsman Tector. That one's left alone, so
No shot.
they won't be able to pick up runs on that.
So a really impressive spell by Chavinga. He has run in hard and got the ball largely in the right areas. Just at the first few overs, didn't pitch the ball up just enough, but he's now seems to have found his length. And when he gets it right, it is a real handful.
He's tried the short one. No ball called, so he's had a few warnings from Richard Kettleborough about that front foot this morning. This time he does overstep. Now Zimbabwe would love just one more wicket before that lunch break. By either of these two, PJ Moore, who's played exceptionally well thus far, or Harry Tector.
Yeah, Harry's batted for 14 balls there and hasn't got off the mark yet, so he may be hoping for a single here.
Nicely played. It's swung, but it's also provided with for Harry Tector, and he's gleefully accepted that. End of the 24th over, 1-1-3 for 2.
He'll be delighted now to get off the mark. He'll enjoy his lunch a little bit better now that he's got his account open for the day. Wide, full half volley, given the treatment, races to the boundary.
$12.58. There's the local time here in Stormont. And that means that we will have one more over before the lunch break. It's going to be Ngarawa.
So that's 25 overs then will be bowled this morning, which is a wee bit slower rate than maybe you would like. But again, there's been 4 fast bowlers operating all morning, so it's going to take a wee bit longer.
Yeah, 4 fast bowlers. A couple of wickets have fallen as well.
Yes.
Of course, the injury to Balboni, which would have taken time out of this morning. I think you'll probably find when the calculations are done at that luncheon break that Zimbabwe will probably be just neck and neck on where they need to be. Tector now on strike. Chungarawa, the field stays the same.
deep forward square who's probably about 20 yards off the boundary. And then a square leg who's just behind square.
And Garver goes round the wicket.
Or bowled. It's a good option.
Seems to get more swing for whatever reason bowling round the wicket than he does over the wicket.
Yeah, so what he's looking to do generally over the wicket is get that ball to go across the right hander and swing it back. But because of the angle, he's got to really force himself to come over. That's why he just gets a little bit of extra strength to get that ball towards the stumps. Solid. Very nice. Harry Tector.
He's bowling, and Garver's bowling wide of the return crease, bowling round the wicket. He seems to be getting more side on to help that swing. That bowling round the wicket seems to help him get more side on. And definitely that's substantial swing from around the wicket.
Problem you'll have coming around the wicket to the right-hander like that, and as you say, getting more side on to get the ball to swing in. It's very difficult to get an LBW unless you're getting that ball to pitch and straight, and very difficult. What he's doing is just giving a different angle to the batsman to have to deal with.
Then what he wants is the odd ball just to go straight on, not to swing just as much. And then you're bringing the slips into play and the wicketkeeper caught behind into play. But certainly substantial swing here from round the wicket. Just lost the radar on that one.
Oh, now PJ Moore didn't look very comfortable playing that delivery.
It wasn't the most elegant defensive shot we've seen this morning, but it didn't get him out.
Didn't get him out.
He's still there.
So one thing you don't want to do to fast bowlers in Test match cricket, show that you're a little bit uncomfortable on that short ball. Fake it to make it if you have to. Get out the way or play it a little bit better. Otherwise, they'll definitely keep trying that short ball. Again, dealt with slightly better this time for PJ Moore, and that will be lunch on day 2 here at Stormont. Ireland 115 for 2. They will be more than happy with how this morning session has gone for them. The Zimbabwean bowlers and technical staff will undoubtedly have a lengthy discussion about how this first session's gone, the areas they've bowled and where they can improve after lunch. Nice to see a bit of a conversation between the 3 fast bowlers there. Garawam, Zarabani and Chatara. Definitely something to talk about at that lunch break.
Yeah, it's as you've said earlier, Tino, it's the length. They just need to bowl a fuller length than they've largely done this morning. And if you do that, it's the ball will swing, as we've seen there over the last half hour.
Yeah, so that's how we stand. Ireland batting card, Balbirnie, the captain, caught Gumbi, bowled Shivanga for 19. Curtis Camphor getting the outside edge, induced, caught for 8. It's PJ Moore who's been the outstanding contributor, 62 and 71 balls, recently joined by Harry Tector. Bowling hasn't gone so well for the Zimbabwean 4-man pace attack. The 2 wickets, though, however, going to the most outstanding of those 4, Tanaka Chivanga, 2 for 18 in his 5 overs. So this is where we stand then. Lunch on day 2 here at Stormont. Zimbabwe 210 started off extremely well. 0 for 97 at one stage, 74 and 49 for Masaure and Gumbi respectively. 3 wickets apiece for McGrine and McCarthy. And then Ireland opening up the day with the bat today. 115 for 2 in a very comfortable position. They trail Zimbabwe by 95 runs. Don't go away. We'll be back with you in about 30 minutes' time with the post-lunch session here on day 2. in Zimbabwe. Quick reminder of where we are in the game. 210 all out, Zimbabwe batting on day one. The Irish have come out today and have been very positive. PJ Moore contributing, getting another half century in Test match cricket, this time in Irish colours against his country of birth, Zimbabwe. 115 for 2. Harry Tector, who's just joined him at the crease. And there was, of course, a bit of a downpour at the lunch interval. The umpires convened for an inspection at 14:20 local time, and it was decided that they would shift the timings for the final two sessions today. So the middle session on day 2 will be from 14:40 until 16:40. The 20-minute tea break will be taken then, and the final session on day 2 here will be from 1700 hours to 1900 hours local time. So I haven't lost any overs. Tanaka Chivanga, who's been the most outstanding bowler for Zimbabwe this morning, will continue. He's bowling into the city end, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Garfield Harrison for this afternoon session. And he's got that swing to go again, Chivanga. Very good afternoon, Garfield.
Afternoon, Tino. I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
I absolutely did. Bit of time as well for it to just settle down before we got back on. Must say it's an outstanding job done once again by the ground staff here at Stormont, making sure that conditions are dry, can get back onto the field as quickly as possible.
Yes, Philip McCormick and his team, he's the head groundsman. Philip has done a fantastic job getting the game up and running so quickly.
Oh, that looks good. It looks good, and it's out. Chivanga strikes again for Zimbabwe. It's full, just straightened through the air at the last moment. Harry Tector just falling over that front foot, and Chivanga gets another.
Just as we talked about before lunch, bowling a bit that fuller length, wee bit of swing, and Harry Tector's caught in the crease, plumb straight in front of middle stump, and a great start for Zimbabwe after lunch. The Zimbabwe bowlers would have enjoyed that wee break of hour and a half, put their feet up, can relax, have a think about this morning, and come back with a real fight this afternoon. And what a great start.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw them just come together, the Zimbabwean bowlers, as they went off for lunch, and they would have had a pretty lengthy discussion, I'm sure, at that lunch break about coming out after lunch and looking to correct the areas that they didn't perform so well in that first part of the day. I couldn't have wished for a better start after this lunch break. As we take a look at that wicket again.
Full, right in front. Wee bit of swing back into the sort of middle stump, middling leg maybe. But lovely full length. And it's done the trick, and I think we'll see a wee bit more of that length of bowling now going forward. And it's a difficult time for the Irish batting lineup now to get back into and get the initiative back after that long break. It's, as a batter, it was always difficult coming back after a long break like that. I always felt it was advantage to the bowlers. They got a wee bit of rest and ready to go again.
Yeah, it's another breakthrough for Zimbabwe, courtesy of Tanaka Chivanga. He's 3 for 18 now, just into a 6th over.
Yes, he's got a real spring in his step now. He's got all 3 wickets. He'd be thinking of a 5-4 now, maybe even a 7-4, something like that. But he's been by a distance Zimbabwe's best bowler today so far, and bowls with a really good pace, and swinging it at that pace, it's not easy to bat against.
Oh, in the air, gone! Chivanga is on fire. He's got another. This time, it's a deliberate short ball. Paul Sterling had no idea about that one. The catch taken in the gully by Dion Myers. 4 down Ireland.
Wow. What a delivery. Not.
Now, they've just got to check if this is a fair delivery. He's had problems already with that front foot. And that looks perfectly fine. Looks like he's just landed behind the line and slid forward. And this should give us a better indication. That's over the line, but is that where it's landed? No ball called. So that wicket will be rescinded. Well. He's given a life, Paul Sterling.
My goodness. The luck of the Irish, Tino. You're talking fractions, millimetres. And the luck has gone Paul Sterling's way. He gets a reprieve. Not sure there was much he could have done about that delivery. I mean, it was just beautiful for so early on in your innings. It's really tough to play against.
Oh, now, big swing on that delivery as well, but it started off the wrong line. He certainly got his tail up, Tanaka Chivanga.
He really does look like a class act. And this is a really difficult spell now for Ireland to negotiate.
Oh, now that's bad. That's very bad. I think he's looking for the big in-swinger. He started the line terribly, terribly wrong. And it's just carried on going.
I'm afraid if I bowled the away swingers the way he does, I wouldn't be trying anything else. Just stick to what you were doing before, because yeah, he was trying the in-swinger there. He's fallen over and has pushed it down the leg. Just stick to the away swinger.
Yeah, it's key for him not to forget what's worked for him. What's made him successful so far today, and the difference between him and the other bowlers.
Yeah, it'll be just interesting to see how Paul Sterling handles this now. He's been thrown in at the deep end here. Will he sit back or will he attack? His natural instinct, of course, is to attack. But maybe this is not the time. This is the time just to sit in, see off these next few overs, and then review it after that.
He's been given a reprieve. You'd expect with his experience, he knows what's expected of him in this instance. In the air, but safely down to Brian Bennett at backward point. End of another very good over from Chivanga. 26 gone. It's 121 for 3. You can see the clear disappointment. He's thinking what might have been. There's nothing you can do about that now. So we take a look at the Irish batting card. PJ Moore stands out. 71 ball 62. Balbirnie, Camphor, Tector. The men to go. Sterling, newest at the crease. Tucker, McBride, Adair. Ireland will look for contributions from with the bat in hand.
There's still plenty of batting to come, but it feels to me like PJ Moore hasn't faced a lot of deliveries over the last 5 overs. He's been starved of the strike. This is his first ball now back from the break. So this is who I would have brought back. Blessings Muzarabani, I would have brought him straight back into the attack. For me, the two most dangerous Zimbabwe bowlers this morning, and quite obviously bring them straight back on after lunch.
Muzarabani, what will he dish up post lunch on day 2? Again, starts poorly down the leg side.
Yeah, blowing a few of the cobwebs out there from his lunch. He's been sitting there with the feet up now the last hour and a half, resting up and ready to go again. That was a wee loosener, so we expect him to get the radar back in line very quickly.
Man under the helmet to Paul Sterling. Joy Lord Gumbi. There was a leg gully. Dion Myers, who's been asked to shift across to the offside, and now he's been changed. He's going into a leg slip position and then back into a square leg now, really. 2 slips in a gully. Vacant spaces in the offside. Oh, that is well bowled. Very well bowled.
You've done well to miss that, Paul Sterling. Absolutely beautiful delivery. Nipped away a wee bit off the pitch. Goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, the feet haven't really gone anywhere. In the back of his mind, we'll be thinking the short ball that he fended off the gully in the previous over. He's got a couple of fielders lurking on the leg side, so that'll be in the back of his mind. Slightly more confident stroke into the ball, but I don't think the length that he should be looking to drive at the moment.
Yeah, it's not full enough really for a drive. That, just play yourself in, Paul. Take it easy, there's no rush.
And I'll be missing the leg side, bit of shape into the right-hander, but you can see there's still a lot of movement out there. Garfield, the Zimbabwean bowlers have just got to get their balls in the right area, and the wicket will assist them.
Yeah, it's just pushed that down the leg side, but it's coming swinging back in nicely. So you've got swing from both ends now at the minute. Perfect bowling conditions for Zimbabwe. Now they need to capitalise.
Good. That's much better from Muzarabani.
I certainly wouldn't want to be standing beside Blessing Muzarabani in the team photograph. He's nearly, 6'10"?
Unless you're standing on a stool. And you might still struggle to
I need
get
a
eye
ladder.
contact with them.
No, get me a ladder, please.
Turned into the onside. Dion Myers puts the dive in but doesn't get there.
That's Sterling off the mark. He'll be glad to get his account open.
27 gone. It's 124 for 3. Just a period now where Zimbabwean bowlers just seem to have a spring about their step. Just a challenging period I foresee for these two Irish batsmen at the crease.
It's reading the game, Tino, because it's perfect conditions for fast bowling. Just at the minute, the temperature, the cloud cover, it's just perfect. So that Zimbabwe need to capitalise in this, make it very difficult for the Irish batters. Get the balls in the right area, which they've largely been doing the last half hour or so.
Paul once again. There have been so many unnecessary buys down the leg side. And this is something that would have been discussed at the lunch break, and you would expect that the Zimbabwean bowlers would have sorted this out. They've given at least 30 plus to this total. It could easily be 100 for 3.
Yeah, keeper needs to do better here, but I mean this is well within his range to stop this one. He's dove over the top of that, or I don't know what he's done there, but he should have been stopping that.
Controllables, those are called.
Correct. And as you say, 20-30 runs is valuable.
Tucked off the hip by Peter Moore. It's a leg by signal by umpire Kettleborough, so no bat on that one. Brings Paul Sterling back on strike to Chivanga. Be interesting to see which way he'll go.
His natural instinct, Sterling, is to attack, but I don't think it's just the time in the game to attack.
Short and wide, that one from Chivanga. Just slightly concerned that he might just get ahead of himself. He's bowled really nicely pre the lunch session. I know you might just get a bit of extra energy and a spur to try and bowl quicker, but he needs to remember that it's the disciplines that he's shown today that have allowed him to be successful. He mustn't run away from that. Wide again outside the off stump.
He needs to get back to the length that seen off Harry Tector, that full length where it's swinging away from the right-hander. That's the length that's caused the most problems today and yesterday. And you know, the last few balls have been short and wide and one down the leg side. Just needs to get that wee bit of control back in.
He is running into what is a much stiffer breeze. I'm sure you can hear that.
Yeah.
Your monitors back at home. Certainly picked up after the lunch break. Just got to bear that in mind. Keep the control. Oh, that one's past the outside edge.
Yep. Paul Sterling just looks a wee bit unsettled here at the minute. Nothing's hitting the bat. PJ Moore's going down to have a wee word, just to get him to calm down, relax, take your time, no rush. Doesn't really need to play at that, Tino. You know, just let that one go by.
No, he's definitely just playing a few too many strokes, I think, for this stage of his innings. 129 for 3, 28 overs gone.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, you know, PJ Moore has been starved of the strike. He's not getting any strike to control things and settle things down again. You know, Paul Sterling has now faced 14 balls. He's got 2 runs. That's all right. At this stage of the game, that's fine. Just needs to stay in there, hang in there, fight, and it'll get easier as the longer he bats. It'll get easier, but he has to stay in there. Great to see some Zimbabwe support there on the boundary with the flags and all.
Out in their numbers yesterday. Great to see them again today, and I'm sure as we go into Saturday and Sunday, we can expect a whole lot more. Mzarabani. Easily left alone by
PJ Moore, one for the over, signalled by umpire Shaikot.
Yeah, PJ Moore, he looks very settled and controlled, not playing any silly shots, leaving it when it needs to be left. So, you know, a couple of overs of him facing would maybe help Paul Sterling.
It's wild ball. It's wild ball. Now this is what I'm talking about. You can see quite evidently, Garfield, that the surface has still got lots in it. It really is just a case of the Zimbabwean bowlers getting their disciplines right.
Yeah, I don't think there's been any stage in the game so far where it's been better to bowl than just at this minute in time. With that cloud cover over there, the ball's doing a wee bit, zipping around. There's a bit of rain that's maybe got onto the pitch just before lunch, before they got the covers on. So it's drying out. So it's just perfect time to bowl.
Fine leg, very fine now, so we'll cut off those buys going down the leg side from Zarabani. Garfield, what do you think would have been the conversation in the change room while Ireland were out at lunch, 115 for 2?
The conversation in which dressing room, Tino?
The Irish one.
The Irish one. Well, they just keep it going, same as before. It was a great start before lunch. But it was good batting conditions because, you know, the sun was out, the ball was swinging a wee bit, but it was a great start by the guys, and you know, PJ Moore there on 60 not out, and you know, just do nothing silly, just keep it going, ticking over. The runs will come, but they would have known coming out to bat after the rain that it will be tough for the first half hour, maybe even an hour. It's going to be tough after that shower that we had. So we just have to hang in there.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. Beaten everything. Then you've preempted the answer to what my next question was going to be. Zimbabwe in a similar position yesterday when they went off for lunch and came out and then lost their first wicket. Do you think there might have been mention of, don't forget that Zimbabwe had just as good a start yesterday and they let the wheels fall off the carriage in that second session of the day? So something we need to guard against.
Absolutely. And, you know, sometimes in cricket, the first innings mirrors the second innings, you know, and it's kind of like that. Oh, dear. That's well taken. Yeah, it's kind of like that at the minute where, you know, Ireland are sitting in now. Zimbabwe have the upper hand, there's no doubt at the minute. And just have to capitalise, get that ball fuller on the stumps and let it swing. So Ireland 130 for 3 after 29 overs.
Be interesting to see just how many more overs Chivanga will be given. Not quite the same bowler we saw post-lunch as we did pre, even though he's got a wicket and probably could have got 2. Three slips and a gully. Man under the helmet. More on strike. Leg buys down the leg side, and it'll be 4 of them.
That's a lot of extras in this innings for Ireland. Probably second top score.
Not probably, definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah. And just look at the context of the game. You look at 210 Zimbabwe's first innings. They have just been ill-disciplined in that respect. Now that'll be wide outside the off stump.
He's fallen over there, probably trying to put a wee bit more effort into that ball, and he's just fallen over.
It's definitely a case of trying to bowl a little too fast, Tanaka Chivanga. Pace is good because I'm sure it's contributed to his success. And as I said a couple of overs ago, he's just got to be careful. Must remember what's allowed him to be successful. That's been getting the ball in the right area, pitching it up, allowing it to swing. Look at that. Much better.
That was really well played. Even though he didn't hit it, it was really well played. To prevent that ball from getting out, that's a brute of a delivery. But Tino, he got Harry Tector with a full ball right up on middle stump with a wee bit of swing. He hasn't bowled one of those balls since at that length.
That is quick. Well played by PJ Moore. And that's why I'm stressing the point of realization of what has worked today. In the wicket of Curtis Camphor, similar delivery, probably not quite as straight as the LBW and not as full, but again, giving the ball the opportunity to swing outside edge, caught in the slip cordon.
Well, he's maybe setting him up here because he's bowled two short ones now. This one here, if it was me, then this one would be right up there.
It's not you.
That's why I'm sitting here and he's out there, yeah.
I'll take nothing away from him. He's a young fast bowler, great athlete, very much in the infancy of his test match career, and he's given a good account of himself. Let's not forget that.
He's been head and shoulders Zimbabwe's best bowler today, and he hasn't finished yet.
Joy Lord Kumbi been so good. Close in on that leg side, took a very good catch to dismiss Andy Balburney earlier on today, diving to his left, but anything that's been either side of him, and as close as he is, he's done well to get behind and field and clean things up.
He's a brilliant fielder. He's already shown that. Someone told me he also is a wicketkeeper sometimes. Is that?
He is indeed.
You've got a plan B then?
Surprised that he actually didn't take the gloves ahead of Clive Madande, more established wicketkeeper. It's probably because of the case that he'll be opening the batting. I just want to allow him an opportunity to take some rest. Batted a long time in that first innings, ended the 30th. 135 now for 3.
Again, really well played there by PJ Moore. Short delivery, just ducks underneath it, lets it go through.
That's how the bowling has gone for Chivanga. 3 for 25 in his 8 overs, but look at the number of extras. And that's the point we've just been making in that last over. 40 and 30 overs out of a total of 135.
Second top score.
Second top score.
Comfortably.
Something that Zimbabwe seriously needs to arrest and address. Muzarabani. Just look better in the second session of the day.
That's well played, Paul Stirling. No need to go anywhere near that. Let that go through. Don't take any risks. Wait till the ball's in his area before he goes after it.
Well watched, and again Joylord Gumbi, lightning fast.
Wow, what a piece of fielding. That would have been interesting if it had hit as well, because Paul Sterling just nudged it round there and then realised. And he scrambled back in. Thankfully it missed. The throw missed the stumps. Great piece of fielding.
It's a handy position, that one. Quite often you see people getting too close under the helmet and the ball whizzes past them and they don't have a chance to see it. Well bowled and well played. Nice confident front foot movement into the ball from Paul Sterling.
Yeah, great solid defence there from Paul Sterling, and that's what he needs right now. Keep it tight. Don't take any chances.
Beautiful. And that is a trademark back foot drive for 4.
When the ball's in his area, that's fine. Perfect. Beautiful shot. Just a wee bit wide, Tino. That's the width. He's capitalised on the width. Wee bit short, wee bit wide. 4 runs. I love the way Zimbabwe slip fielders cover a lot of ground. There's only 2 slips there, but they're probably covering the ground of 3 slips, which Ireland had 3 slips in.
I don't. And I don't because a number of times I've seen the ball go through that wide first slip and a wicketkeeper, or a wicketkeeper leaves it thinking that the first slip is going to take it. Much rather see them closer together. If the ball goes wide of the other slips, that's okay, but all too often I've seen the ball shoot through there and everybody stands and looks at each other and thinks, well, that's for you, and the other one goes, no, that's for you.
And if you're the bowler there, you're not happy.
.139 for 3. Mr. Harrison makes his way out of the commentary box. Thank you very much for an intriguing first half hour after lunch. Enjoyed by Kyle McCallan for the next half hour. 139 for 3, Kyle. Your thoughts on how Ireland have gone since the lunch break?
I think Ireland have found it a struggle. Just making the comment there outside the commentary box that since Chavanka came into the attack, the whole game has changed. The rhythm of the game has changed. He has caused an awful lot of threat, and he's bringing the best out of Mizurabani. And I think the Irish batsmen are certainly getting a working over. No doubt about it. Even that shot from PJ Moore, he's almost hanging back. He's not coming forward as much as and as comfortably as he was early in the piece, but he's timed that nicely to the covers, but he's almost playing it on the move. And I think Chavanka has created that indecision. You know, he's swung the ball, he's bowled good lengths, and when he's bowled a short ball, he's bowled a proper short ball. You know, he's bent his back, and he's undoubtedly caused the Irish batters, and indeed his own wicketkeeper, some challenges, no doubt about that. He's been very, very impressive here throughout today.
Cuts away. That's a good shot. He's got nicely on top of that. He's got it away for another 2. That being said, though, about Chavanka, yes, he's certainly made a huge impact since he's come in. I do think, though, that into his 9th over, Craig Urban's got to be careful on how he manages him and the number of overs that he bowled. Just remember, it's a second test match. He's never had the opportunity to play at this level all that often. So you don't want to over bowl him at this stage. You've got 2 other seamers that you can go to, apart from Mizurabani, who's done the other bulk of the work after lunch. And we've seen that the balls continue to do things in the first innings and today, so he can always come back and give you something with some energy.
I made the comment. I just felt towards the latter stages of his last over that he had lost a wee bit of that edge. He had lost a little yard. He's clearly probably, I saw Craig Irvine having a conversation with him at the end of the last over. It may well be, look, I want one more out of you. Or it could be Barry McCarthy-esque where it's, I want one more out of you. I'm not stopping. But as you said, I think sometimes you have to take the ball out of the bowler's hand for his own good. But I tell you, it's been a very, very impressive spell.
Yeah, I hope it was. I want one more and I don't want three more. But yeah, he's got to manage the workload. He's got another two bowlers he can go to, apart from Muzarabani at the other end. All extra bounce. Dealt with it well, PJ Moore.
He's a strong athlete. You can see just getting that up into the rib cage, up into that uncomfortable region. He's done a great job for his captain and a great job for his team.
It's the first time I've seen Zimbabwe have a four-man out-and-out pace attack in a test match. Don't know if that's ever happened before in the history of the game. Oh, that's well played. That's well played. Just got under that, helped it over the top of the point fielder, but not enough on it to get the boundary. Bennett gives chase.
Yeah, nice shot. One day shot from PJ Moore. Just never at any stage made any attempt to keep the ball down, just up and over. And perhaps the rain has just slowed the outfield ever so slightly.
Yeah, you can certainly see that. The ball's not running away to the boundary as much as it was earlier on today and yesterday. One for 5 for 3.
No, I think the Zimbabwean bowlers deserve credit. Since 40 minutes before the lunch and rain interval, the rain break, the introduction of Chivanga, and then latterly Mizarabani, they have tested the Irish batsmen, no question about that. They've looked uncomfortable. Indeed, Chivanga quite unlucky not to have 4 in the wicket column. It's a game of very fine margins, and Paul Stirling was the beneficiary of a very fine margin, wasn't he, on that front foot line?
He was. We saw Sean Williams be the beneficiary of an opportunity in the first innings, and then got a really good ball to dismiss him not too long after that. Paul Stirling will certainly be looking to ride his luck today. Muzarabani will continue. He definitely has a difficult period, I think, just to navigate. As long as Muzarabani is still in, I really do think it's time for Chivanga just to take a back seat at the moment, replenish himself. An opportunity maybe for Tendai Chatara to come into the attack and try his luck once again. Muzarabani from the city end.
Good leave from Paul Stirling. But it was almost like the spell that Chivanga bowled brought the best out of Mizarabani too. And in tandem, there's been a lot of balls just cutting the batsman in half, plays and misses. A little bit of uncertainty has crept into the Irish attack. That confidence and exuberance that they may have had pre-lunch has had to be, reined in, and they've been much more circumspect. It's got a bit cloudier. It's actually got a bit colder. The air's got a bit colder, and the ball maybe just not swinging as much as it did before the luncheon interval.
Similarities in the bowlers and how they've controlled the ball in Zimbabwe's innings yesterday and the Ireland innings so far today. Certainly looked like both sets of bowlers struggled to control that newer ball as opposed to when it's slightly older and swinging a little bit more. Now, of course, the Irish used the Duke's ball here, but they wouldn't have played a lot of test matches at home, so they wouldn't have used the Duke's ball all that often. So they're used to the Kookaburra, as Zimbabwe are in the limited test matches that they both play.
Both sets of bowlers certainly struggled to control the newer one.
That ball's going through, head high to the wicketkeeper. Good pace, good carry. I think Paul Stirling just played inside the line of that one. But the big fella's getting it through. Big fella's getting it through at the moment. Interesting field, 2 slips and then a gully. A man sort of just where Paul Stirling punched that previous boundary through, sort of forward, forward of square on the offside. We now have Dion Myers in there in a close catching position with Brian Bennett sort of floating in between.
Nicely played. Just closing the face on that one at the last moment, but I think he'll have enough on it. No. Not quite. Doesn't quite run into the boundary, and evidence again of just how much outfield slowed down. That would have been from the rain that we had at the end of yesterday, and then just that little bit of a downpour at the lunch break.
Then you have to wonder about the impact if the ball has got a little bit damp, the impact that might have. There was quite prodigious swing. The ball just hasn't swung as much. Maybe there's a little bit of dampness to get into the seam, a little bit of dampness to get into the ball. Better leave from Paul Stirling. But there hasn't just been the movement perhaps in the last 10 or 15 minutes, and it may well be as a consequence of that. Now they roped the outfield. I wouldn't imagine that the ball's wet in any way, shape or form, but certainly it may well be that the Irish batsmen have weathered the early storm.
Well, Sean Williams is in agreement with you with that ball not swinging around so much, because he's doing a great effort to try and shine up that one side. Now that's why Dion Myers is there, because sometimes Paul Stirling just pushes and plays at a ball that's not quite the length to drive in that offside. 33 gone, 147 for 3 shy of the 150 mark, and Ireland at the moment, even though it's been a difficult period, have navigated it quite nicely, setting themselves up for a nice first innings total here.
Yeah, certainly looking at the Irish batting lineup, Lorcan Tucker next, then you've Andrew McBride, Mark Adair, Barry McCarthy can certainly hold the bat. Indeed, at number 11 is Matthew Humphreys, who I think scored 30 odd for the last wicket to beat the emerging West Indies side of Brady in the last month or 6 weeks. So he's no mug with a bat either. So Ireland will be hoping that their middle and lower order are capable of putting together the partnerships that really Zimbabwe weren't. And we have a change now. We were right about Chavanga, and Richard Ngarva are going to replace him at the Dundonald end now. Big job for the left arm opening bowler to follow in Chavanga's footsteps. That pressure's been built up. It's important that he doesn't release that.
Absolutely. First time we've seen him from the Dundonald end. Big swing. Big swing. Nicely played by PJ Moore. It's just a punch. Into that offside field, he'll collect 3.
That takes PJ Moore into the 70s and brings up the Ireland 150. Just at the start of the 34th over, you can see Richard Ngarva working hard on that ball, and there was certainly in swing from around the wicket there for him.
Oh, just short, I think, of Dion Myers, who's in a leg gully sort of square just behind position.
Yeah, Paul Stirling nearly fell into the trap at the end of the last over with the same man at the forward point position, and nearly a very good piece of captaincy. You can just see Dion Myers in the top right of your screen. Ngarva just angling that ball in. Paul Stirling working it round the corner. I just don't think that ball has quite carried. Good this from Craig Irvine. A bit of creativity.
He's definitely getting that ball to shape into the right-hander. From around the wicket will be very difficult for him to get an LBW. But if he's getting it to come back that much from around the wicket, he'll probably get it to come back a little less from over. And that then gives you the opportunity for the LBW, maybe a bowled, and he does have the ability to go across the right-hander. I wonder if that's going to be an option that he's going to look at, Ngarava.
I'll come to it after this ball, and I know I'm a spinner and he's a seamer and it's very different, but Ngarava definitely just sharply bringing the ball back in to the right-handed batter. I often find when I bowled, sometimes coming over the wicket to the right-hander, if you were struggling for your action, you felt you were falling away, just a few balls round the wicket straightened you up, and then you come back over the wicket again. So there were certainly many times throughout my own personal career that when I was struggling just to find my action, that I would have bowled a few overs round the wicket, found myself, and then over the wicket it came again. And it might just be the case for Ngarava here, but he's certainly getting prodigious movement. That's off the thigh guard, I think. There's a half-hearted appeal. Umpire Richard Kettleborough, legs crossed, arms crossed, unmoved.
Looks more like Joel Gumbi wants to have a bit of a conversation with umpire Kettleborough there, as opposed to a serious appeal. He's got to be careful with the choice of shot, though. Still, PJ Moore with that fielder behind square.
Opposition, but he's got the hands through it. It's gone through the covers in the air, but it's flown to the cover boundary. Another boundary to PJ Moore. And that brings the 34th over to an end. Ireland 155 for 3.
And that is a magnificent stroke. He's got such good hands. PJ Moore, that's the previous delivery. And this one is that flamboyant stroke. We'll have that in a moment, I'm sure.
It's going to be Mizarabani to continue from the Belfast end. Glad to see the clouds have lifted. There's blue sky in the distance. Weather set fair. We could just do with that wind changing direction. I think it's right into your own and my face here in the comms box. And it's cool. It's a cool wind.
Yeah, I think as long as those clouds are separated and dissipating, we're happy. Zarabani just needs a wicket here, just to lift his and the team's spirits. Oh, Paul Sterling. Now, he's definitely not leaving anything short and wide to chance. He's throwing that bat at it, and I just wonder if maybe he just needs to take it easy for a bit. He's had a waft at a few of them. They really are short and wide. You don't want to just get a touch on that.
Just struggling to get settled into his innings, isn't he? Now he's had a few rip snorters his way too. But I often think that Paul Sterling's better playing his natural game as well. Playing that, if Paul Sterling were to bat here for an hour and a half, he'll turn the game Ireland's way without a shadow of a doubt. That is beautifully bowled. That is beautifully bowled. Front foot, however, you can just see there, he's gone down the line of middle stump. But that indecision, no doubt, being created by the lengths and lines that Mizarabani is bowling. He's been a little unfortunate, has he? He hasn't had a lot of luck.
He hasn't had a lot of luck, especially after that lunch break, but he's just got to keep plugging away at that area. I've liked the fact that he's been a lot more concentrated in that good length outside the off stump. He's seen that there's enough movement for him there, and it's just a matter of time if he can keep those disciplines. Oh, Paul Sterling, another wild swing at that.
There was quite a lot of movement after that past the bat. I'm not sure whether there was an edge there or whether that was just the airflow, the swish of Paul Sterling has tremendous bat speed. I'm not sure it's a shot that he would want to continue. He's struggling. He's finding it a challenge here at the minute, but he's a class act from an Irish perspective. I want him to battle through.
That's what Test cricket's all about. And these are the times that you really need to buckle down and ensure that you go through these tough periods. I think this lunchtime period today has been tougher for the Irish batsmen than with the brand new ball this morning when Zimbabwe started up. Chivanga and Muzarabani were a lot more disciplined when they came out, had better areas, tested the techniques of the Irish batsmen. So he's just got to stick around. Don't give it away.
That's better from the Irish white ball captain. Be patient, and in due course there'll be enough bad balls bowled. The bowlers will go looking and go searching. I would say Uzarabani a little bit Chavanga before him. It's probably coming towards the end of this spell. It's important that the Irish batsmen see him off. And then really it's either going to be Chitara or the spin of Bennett or Williams.
Now, was there a bat on that? Umpire Shaikot says no, it's buys. More extras to the Zimbabwean scorecard. You can see just the wrist deliberately pushing the ball down the leg side there. You can see the disappointment from Zarabani.
That's now 29 buys in the innings so far. Clive McDandy's having a tough day behind the stumps, and in the context of PJ Moore has 75, Ireland only have 159, so extras is by far the second highest next best scorer. So it's certainly an area that Zimbabwe want to tighten up on.
Four. It's just too full. There's no protection in that cover ring for Ngarava. Easy pickings for PJ Moore. 79 now.
Again, wide, starting wide to facilitate the spin, or the swing, sorry. And that ball has been dispatched through the covers. And you can just see in the background there, Stella Downs, the Cricket Ireland president, who would have enjoyed that. PJ Moore, a member of Clontarf Cricket Club, which is Stella's own home club. So Stella will have enjoyed that on two fronts, with her Cricket Ireland hat on, but also her Clontarf hat. An effort ball from Ngarava, but he's overstepped. I would like to see him change up here and have a look over the wicket again, if I'm being honest. If he can shape the ball the way he's currently shaping it from over the wicket, I think he'll provide, a stern challenge to the Irish batsmen. I think he's taking LBW really out of the equation here by bowling around the wicket. And the game's hard enough. It's hard enough to get wickets without, removing the possibility of one mode of dismissal.
I know wickets are crucial for Zimbabwe, but just get the feeling that Craig Irvin is probably just attacking a little too much for the current situation. So at the moment they trail by 46, but there's a lot of boundaries that have gone through extra cover area where I think he needs to put a fielder in there now. And those balls that are being punched through there for 2 or 3 or 4 won't be going for runs. It's also important just to keep an eye on the scoreboard. You don't want them to get to 210 too quickly and be able to accelerate too soon past that.
Well, we're only really midway through day 2 of the test match, and if Ireland gain parity pre-tea here, and are 3 or 4 wickets down, there's so much time left in the game. I think Craig Irvin is going to have to be very cognizant of the fact that runs as well as wickets are going to be equally important. He's going to have to slow the game down. He's going to have to try and stop Ireland scoring. It's a difficult balancing act for him. Nicely played again by PJ Moore.
No doubt at the end of day 1 yesterday, Ireland would have been very happy to have eventually dismissed Zimbabwe for 210, especially after that massive first wicket partnership in context to what they ended up on. And they would have been happy at lunch as well, with just 2 wickets down for 115. What do you think the discussion would have been there as to how they want to approach this session, especially after that bit of rain, and where they might want to be towards the end of play today?
Yeah, for me, I think it will be start again. Get yourself back in again. Do the hard graft in the first hour of the session. Tire the bowling attack out. There's no doubt about that. And, you can see this is going to be another bye. Madande throws the hands up in frustration. I've no doubt he's feeling frustration. He's unfortunately creeping towards that record in Test match cricket for byes. I think that record's 35 or 37. 37. And that's 50 partnership now between PJ Moore and Paul Stirling. PJ Moore, the main contributor. But, Richard Ingrava's really bent his back here. I think Ireland would be saying, we've got to wear this attack down. Get them into the third spell, fourth spell. And again, there's still 45 overs of this ball left. You would hope that when the ball gets a little bit older, it should get easier. And, with 10 or 15 overs left of that old ball. So there's a myriad of factors that will need to be considered here, but Ireland certainly will be very happy with the position that they find themselves in. 165 for 3.
They talk about the amount of time today. Still 56 overs to be played. That is a lot of cricket. Whether we'll get all of that in, we'll have to wait and see. They trail by 45. If they can manage to get through today and bat the majority of those overs, if they're made available by the weather, they'll be looking to be well ahead of Zimbabwe by the close of play here on day 2.
Yeah, at the current run rate, if we were to get even 45 overs in, Ireland could well be well ahead. But again, most important ball's the next ball, about to be bowled by Mizarabani. This time to PJ Moore. He's well in behind it.
Yeah, fielder Dion Myers catching and short to him. I think Dion Myers to PJ Moore, who's played freely now through that offside field, just needs to move back. Don't allow him to get the ball through that offside field easily. He's well set. 100 balls for a 79, so he's scoring pretty quickly.
Well. Was that a chance?
Don't think so. Think it's just bounced short. He's done extremely well to stop it, Dion Myers.
I'm not sure the big fellow would be smiling as much if it was a drop catch, would you?
No, I don't think so. I think that's confirmation that it didn't carry to the hand. But again, you look at that shot. If that's 50 centimetres either side of him, it's 4 runs. He's well set, PJ Moore, and don't allow him to just keep getting boundaries freely. In this stage, you can afford to drop a sweeper back to him on that offside. Have a covering in, so if he does hit it, the protection is there. What I'm seeing now is what we shouldn't have seen so early this morning. 8th, 9th over, and there was a point back. In ideal fast bowling conditions to some decent fast bowlers. This stage to PJ Moore, make him work for those runs. And that's why you'll get him to try and maybe force a stroke, because he's not getting the boundaries. You're tying him down.
A good take from Clive Madande. That has gone through very nicely. Is there a potential? You have Prince Maswari in gully. You have Dion Myers catching at a sort of forward point position, and then you have Brian Bennett, who is sort of somewhere in the middle. You could push Brian Bennett back to the point boundary and still maintain your 2 catchers and have that little in-out field, and hedge your bets. So the big shot's on for you if you so wish, but if you get it wrong, with 2 catchers in place.
Absolutely.
Oh, that is excellent bowling, and that is the end of PJ Moore. It's an absolute Jaffa from Blessing Mizarabani, and PJ Moore departs for 79. Well taken by Clive Madande. Ireland lose their 4th wicket for 165.
You could see it was a clear ploy from the Zimbabwean bowlers to bowl that short ball at PJ Moore. He survived all throughout the day when he's had it. This time, he just gets enough on it, and it's a good catch taken by Madande, who struggled really with the gloves today. PJ Moore, that is a very good innings of 79 that comes to an end. Ireland lose their fourth, 165 on the board. It'll also be time for a drink.
Players, match officials are going to take a drink break.
And the fall of wicket just prior to drinks and the dismissal of PJ Moore has brought Lorcan Tucker to the crease. And I'm delighted to be joined by Rachel Thomas in the commentary box from Civil Service North Cricket Club, former captain of Civil Service North women's cricket team, and making great waves in women's cricket. And we'll have we're looking forward to a good conversation around it. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
This is home for you.
It is, yes, it is. So it's nice to be up here and see a bit of a buzz and some people around the ground, certainly.
And it's great to see at the It's Wicket programme during the lunch break and so on, all those young boys and in particular all those young girls playing the game.
Yeah, certainly. The nets over there have been busy as well. Lots of people in there, which is great to see.
We're going to have Blessing Mizurabani to Lorcan Tucker. It's a big shout, and Lorcan Tucker has gone first ball, full and straight, plumb in front. Sharfatullah, no hesitation, erasing that first finger of his right hand. Ireland have lost a fifth wicket at 165, and a great fight back from the big Zimbabwean fast bowler. Oh, how the game changes very quickly, Rachel.
Absolutely, we all knew that too well, unfortunately.
We'll have a little look at the replay. Mizurabani, you can see the lift in the steps of Clive Madande behind the stumps. He's going full and straight. Lorcan Tucker has got that front foot on the off stump, hit plumb in front, and up goes the umpire's finger, and Ireland lose their fifth wicket with a score in 165, and that's going to bring Donnamana's Andy McBride to the crease. well known in cricket circles here for his fight, and Ireland are going to need a bit of a fight out of him now.
Absolutely.
Listen, one of the things that we've really enjoyed here is the volume of young people at the Test match and the ability of young people around the Belfast area to come and watch Test cricket in their own backyard. You've played a really pivotal role, Rachel, in the development of women's cricket, women and girls cricket in the Northern Cricket Union, which is flourishing. It's growing really fast. Tell us through the journey that Civil Service North have been on.
Absolutely. So I suppose I've kind of been involved now for the last 5 or 6 years, so I probably can't talk too much beyond that, but certainly in those sort of 5 or 6 years we've seen huge growth and development and sort of great success both on the pitch but also off the pitch as well. So we are seeing numbers grow, which is brilliant. Numbers grow at the club but also across the NCU. So we're now up to a 16 Premier League, which is fantastic to see this year. Great to kind of play different teams as well, which is great. And we've certainly got lots more junior girls teams playing, which is fantastic. So lots and lots of growth over the last few years, and hopefully that's only set to continue and set to grow as well.
With Ingarava to Paul Sterling on the dot ball. And I suppose the great saying is if you can't see it, you can't be it.
Absolutely.
So we have the Test match here, but we've also some big women's international fixtures coming to Stormont, don't we?
We have, certainly, and we're hoping to get lots of the junior girls up to see that, because as you said, we need that visibility there. And certainly last year actually we ran a sort of leadership, a 2-part series basically up here at the club for women and girls across the NCU, and we had Laura Delaney, Arlene Kelly and Gabby Lewis up to kind of share. It was a bit of a question and answer session, and they shared a bit more about their leadership journeys both in sport and outside as well, and I think having them up there, having them up just in the pavilion there at Stormont was great for some of the younger girls. There was quite a few of them sat in the front row and kind of pestered them with questions, but it was great to see, and you could kind of see just them seeing something that they could be in the future, which is brilliant.
So the girls have seen them face to face and be able to ask them those questions, but hopefully in a very short time they're going to be able to watch them here on the field of play at Stormont against Sri Lanka.
Yep.
It's not right. And
it
then,
is.
Then they have the game against England.
Yep.
So hugely exciting times.
Very much so. Yeah, absolutely. We're hoping to get good crowds up here again. So very much looking forward to that, yeah.
And Garava to Paul Sterling again, no run. You mentioned there about leadership.
Yep.
You've been on your own leadership journey through the On the Front Foot programme.
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, certainly. So the On the Front Foot programme is a female-focused leadership course run by Cricket Ireland. That is for the women and girls sort of across the different unions within Cricket Ireland who are really interested in developing their leadership skills, learning a bit more, meeting and learning from others, and kind of making those connections with people with similar roles, or perhaps with kind of similar leadership ambitions as well. So it's for people whether you are in a leadership role already or whether you have ambitions to be and want to learn more, and it's for people whether you're interested in the on-field side of things, the sort of captaincy, or the off-field side of things, the management and leadership there as well. It's coming into its 4th year now, which is fantastic. I was involved back in the first cohort of it, so it's great to see it still growing and into its 4th year now. And it sort of comprises of monthly online sessions and a couple of in-person sessions as well. And it really looks at a number of different topics, sort of what leadership is, how leadership is a role, not a title, understanding yourself, which is always a challenging session, understanding others and how we can sort of communicate and connect effectively. So it's a brilliant programme, as I said, really useful for not only people who are already in positions of leadership, but those who are looking to get into positions of leadership too.
McBride safely negotiates his first ball. I believe the programme involved you being assigned to a mentor.
It did,
Is that correct?
Yep.
What way did you find that in terms of your own experience, and how did you benefit from that?
Yeah, absolutely. That sort of mentorship relationship and part of the programme was really, really positive for me. I think there were sort of 4 of us in a small group who were assigned the same mentor. We had Linda Macbeth, and she was there with us throughout the online workshops, and sort of when we broke out into smaller groups, she was able to sort of support us and guide us in the discussions there, which was brilliant. It was fantastic to sort of hear from her and her leadership journey, not only within cricket but also within her work life as well, which is really interesting. And ultimately sort of getting to hear from and learn from others' lived and learned experiences is always really useful as well. So that's a really important and really brilliant part of the programme, certainly.
That brings a close to 38th over. Ireland at 166 for 5. you talk about being a former captain within Civil Service North, and you've then progressed, I'm assuming, to a different role within the club.
Yes, I have. So, yes, I gave up the captaincy about 2 years ago now, I think, and that was certainly a challenge for me. It wasn't anything like what I'd done before. So, as we all know, cricket's an interesting game. There's lots going on, so lots to manage as captain there. But I've kind of moved on now to overseeing women's cricket at Civil Service, which is fantastic, and then getting more involved as well with the NCU. So I sit on the women's committee there, the board, and the sort of domestic directorate. So it's brilliant to be involved and see different facets of the game and the organisation and the management as well. So really enjoying that.
This is blessing Mr. Abani to Paul Sterling. Again, I think we'll give Paul the benefit of the doubt that he's just pulled the bat out of the line there. How much have you benefited from connecting with, have you connected with other leaders in sport from different sports as well as from within cricket?
Yes, probably primarily within cricket, but certainly getting a chance to hear from others. And there were different speakers on the programme as well who shared their experiences from within cricket, but also from other sports as well, and other perhaps career and work experience. And I think, as I said, getting to learn from and hear other people's lived experiences is really important. I think sometimes as well you just need to hear that somebody else is maybe facing the same challenges or issues that you are. You just need that bit of reassurance sometimes. So certainly getting to speak to lots of people in similar positions but also in different positions, and there's often a lot of commonalities there, so it's good just to be able to kind of encourage one another and tell one another to just keep going.
I know certainly from my own job and in leadership, my own leadership experience, it's like therapy, isn't it? When you can network and you can meet up and you can talk. Very often it's just about speaking to other people and realising that actually these circumstances that I find myself aren't unique to me.
Absolutely.
So we'll have a little look at Mr. Abani now to Paul Sterling. It's full. It's driven down the ground. That is timed well. Although the outfield is slowed up, that's a great effort. What a great effort from the big fast bowler. You wouldn't know he's bowled 8 overs. Chavanga pulls that in and keeps it for 3. A low scoring game like this, every run is absolutely going to count. Is there a particular, I suppose before I go there, I've seen the growth certainly within my own club at Warringstown of the girls game. In fact, I have twin girls at home, 8-year-old girls at home who proudly have their rich wicket bag and their bats and their balls. Very good. and I've seen the growth in Warringstown. I see the growth in clubs like Lisburn, Civil Service North, Muckamore. The game has really spawned tremendously within the NCU and the Northwest regions, and it's great to see. I think there's 4, maybe 5 girls in central contract now within the Irish system. Where does the game go from here, from a Northern Cricket Union point of view?
It's a great question. I think there's still a lot of fantastic work that's been done over the past few years. I think it's a case of continuing that and also pushing that on further. Certainly, participation numbers is a huge thing. We want to keep that growing, keep increasing the number of teams. I think we certainly want to work up to an 8 and a 10 team Premier League as well. That's a huge priority, I think. There's lots of teams coming into the sort of junior leagues as well there, which is brilliant. So increasing numbers, I think, as you said, we talked about earlier, increasing visibility and increasing those sort of pathways for getting the girls into playing those higher performance or getting them into those higher performance squads is certainly very important as well. And ultimately to kind of, I suppose, link back to what we're talking about, getting them into position to leadership as well. Success is not just on the field, it's not just numbers and standards. It is, how can we get them involved in committees and boards and in running running their own clubs, coaching themselves, officiating. All of that is really, really important as well. So there's a sort of on-field and the off-field growth and development that needs to be worked alongside each other, I think.
You've led nicely into probably what I would say is is there a message that you would send out to? You've just explained there. There's so many facets to this. Is there one particular message you'd give to anyone who would maybe contemplate getting involved in the On the Front Foot programme? Yeah, absolutely. I would say just in terms of the On the Front Foot programme, just do it. Just get involved. It's not very exciting advice, but you've kind of got nothing to lose and lots to gain there in doing that. And as I said earlier, it's not just for people who are already leading in certain ways, although I think a lot of us are probably leading and don't even realise it, but it's really for everybody. So definitely, get involved. And I think, as we said there, there is a place for everybody in leadership, and you might not think that your skill set can be used, but there are so many facets to this game and to the organisations that run this game, and all of the kind of different skills and experiences can definitely be used in really good ways to help drive the growth and development of the women's game and of cricket in general. And I suppose from a Civil Service North point of view, you've dominated. You were the trailblazers as Blessing Mizrahimbani finishes his 13th over with Ireland 170 for 5. Civil Service North have been the trailblazers and probably the most successful women's team in the NCU. Do you feel like you're being hunted now by some of these other clubs?
Yes, I think so. Although that's probably quite a nice place to be at. Although it's not nice to lose games, obviously, but it's great to see that standard across the board improving. We don't want it to just be one team dominating all the time. Although that would be nice if we kept winning. But it's good to see a little bit more competition as things going into this season. We didn't know who would kind of come out on top, and obviously Hollywood and Warringstown are looking very strong heading into the Challenge Cup final next week, which is brilliant. So that's next Sunday, I think, Sunday the 4th. It's set to be a good game, but absolutely, yeah, we're always encouraged to see a bit of competitiveness coming around.
Well, Rachel, keep doing what you're doing, because as an outsider almost looking in, it is so heartening as a father of 2 girls. It is so heartening to see and hear them want to be cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that is a significant change that we've seen over the last decade in the NCU. For a long time, the women's game was dominated by Dublin, and in fact, we have the pleasure of Izzy Joyce with his, I believe it was Izzy's birthday maybe yesterday, and if it was so, we wish her a belated happy birthday from the comedy box. But we look forward to the day when we watch Gabby Lewis here, but perhaps she might be opening the baton with somebody who's come through the Northern Cricket Union system, and it's been a joy to have you and to hear all about the On the Front Foot programme. It's very progressive, and we hope that as you've led civil service and trailblazing the game up here, that maybe you'll lead others with you on this programme.
It's great. Thank you very much for having me.
It's an absolute pleasure. Now, Richard Ingravitt of Paul Stirling is we're at a key moment in the game. Andy McBride, known for his nuggety batting, he can dig in as a very good multi-day record. It's imperative here with the crowd that we have, and it's great to see Stormont full, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Nice buzz around the ground.
And would you care to comment on Phil McCormick's work in regards to the picture? Would Phil hold you to account?
Yes, I will say it looks absolutely brilliant and no more.
Yeah, I think we've said this on many occasions. I think that the fact that it's building up to be such an intriguing game, that Phil and his staff deserve the highest praise. I think
absolutely.
Being a groundsman in Ireland is
no easy task.
It's no easy task. Sure, it's not. And he's done a fine job. The place looks an absolute picture.
Absolutely.
And there's great plans for development here at Civil Service,
isn't
that correct?
Yes, there are. Probably, I don't know everything and I probably can't talk too much about it, but certainly lots of very exciting plans, and hopefully this will be an even better. It's obviously a fantastic venue as it is, but there's certainly a lot of plans there to make it even better as well, which is fantastic.
So can I put you on the spot?
You can, yes.
If I gave you £10 to bet on, would it be Warringstown or Hollywood in the final of the Challenge Cup?
I might get in trouble for this. Do you know what? Whilst it would be interesting to see Hollywood obviously coming straight up into the Premier League and the Challenge Cup from the league below this year, I think I would probably hedge my bets on Warringstown. They might get my vote this year.
I hope
it'll be an interesting
you
game.
haven't felt any undue
not
pressure there.
That, yeah.
Interesting to see the work that Hollywood have done and the links. What are do you have good school links here?
Yes, we do. We've obviously got quite a number of local schools to us, Strathern being one of them, Bloomfield, which is maybe a school that hasn't had a lot of cricket in. We've been looking to get into there in the last few years. Certainly that school's piece is a big focus for us to kind of get those numbers in, and we are well situated that there are a number of clubs around that we can look to engage with. And I think the earlier we can get girls into playing cricket, the better, before they kind of go off and get too invested in the hockey or whatnot. But obviously good to kind of get them to try everything as early as possible and let them see what cricket is, because I think that they probably just haven't had the access to it, and that's probably why there's not as many. It's the interest, and certainly we've seen the girls that come in who are maybe hockey players or anything, they take to it quite quickly, and they really enjoy it.
There's a great transfer there, isn't there, from the hockey to the cricket?
Yep.
And the fact that one's a winter sport, one's a summer sport, I think there's a nice crossover there. And
there is.
I'll have a word with Gary Greer. I'm very, very friendly with the principal of Bloomfield Collegiate, and I'll make sure that the next time I'm at Civil Service North, there's Bloomfield girls donning the bat.
That'd be brilliant.
And we very much look forward to the women's series that are to come.
Yeah.
And we hope that they will inspire the next generation.
Absolutely.
And perhaps the next Gabby Lewis, the next Orla Prendergast, the next Laura Delaney will come out of Bloomfield or Strathnairn.
Yes, that's what we'd like to see, certainly.
Is there frustration, I suppose, as the girls, as a headmaster of a school, I get frustrated at the impact of the GCSE and AS exams on the summer term, and how that then impacts, the ability of our young people, boys and girls, to play the game.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, probably the majority of our younger players up here are probably just before GCSE, kind of first to third year, but as they obviously stay in the club, we will look probably and be hit by those exams. There's probably not a huge amount that can be done. Unfortunately, we're already trying to pack an awful lot into a short season, especially if we take into account the weather and whatnot. So it's certainly it is a challenge, but it's just something we kind of have to manage. And I suppose if we can increase numbers as well there, then that certainly helps.
Well, there's challenges for us all, aren't there? But with leaders like yourself ploughing the way for others to follow. Paul Sterling just wearing a painful one on the upper arm, but with leaders like yourself following the path that you're going, I think the future looks incredibly bright for the women and girls game here.
Absolutely.
We're excited about what the future brings, and like I say, I'm hoping that maybe a Katie or a Rachel McCallum, I might as an old man be able to sit in the Burnley and watch them perhaps play the game, and get the enjoyment and the love out of the game that I did. And I can only but encourage you and encourage anybody out there who's listening to get involved in the On the Front Foot programme, and if you're interested, to come along to Civil Service North or your local cricket club and give the game a try.
Absolutely.
Paul Sterling is battling hard. He's made his way to 18. He's just wore one, a painful blow. And of course, Mizurabani, being the ruthless competitor that he is, following it up with another short pitch delivery. Would you fancy facing that, Rachel?
I don't think so, no.
No, that makes two of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, Gary Wilson this morning during the warm-up said he would like me to get the pads on so he could sling at me, and I was watching him slinging at Gavin Owe, who was playing it really, really well, and I thought, no.
Don't fancy it?
No, I think I'm quite happily retired.
Yeah.
I'll play golf and
absolutely,
I'll get hit by somebody throwing the ball or bowling the ball as hard as that.
In golf, you get another go. There's no out in golf.
And unfortunately, in my case, you get plenty of other goes.
Yes, I would very much be the same. I certainly get my money's worth in my golf clubs anyway.
The game here, I think, is now very finely poised. Ireland are trailing by 34. They've still got 5 wickets in hand. There's still over 51 overs left to play in the day. The game, certainly Zimbabwe have wrestled their way back into it since the rain break. And it's nice, isn't it, whenever all the hard work is put in, that the weather hasn't really interfered too much.
Yeah,
and I'm touching wood
absolutely.
as
I know,
say
touch
that.
wood very much so. I know I actually arrived this afternoon as the rain came on, so I'm glad now to see some play.
It's another ball down the leg side. It has evaded Clive Madande once again, and it's 4 more byes to the total. Wicketkeeper's had a tough day, but I would argue that he hasn't been helped by his fast bowlers. Just losing his wrist there, and that ball sliding down leg. You can see Madande. He's starting fairly straight, and that ball has gone a long way down. Extras, without a shadow of a doubt, are Ireland's second top scorer, and in a low scoring game they could well be the difference. Nicely played off the back foot by Paul Sterling. What do you think is the biggest challenge facing both Civil Service North and the development of the women's game in the NCU currently?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's probably a number of different challenges. I think it would be great to see more women leading the charge and getting in those positions of leadership and kind of pushing from the front. Obviously, time is a big issue for everybody, so getting people to give up the time to invest a little bit more is probably the biggest challenge. But I think if we can get more people, doing smaller bits and pieces and makes it much more manageable for everyone, we can all kind of work together there. So certainly getting the people in to kind of lead and be involved with supporting the work.
I'm obviously aware because I taught Gareth Thompson at Grosvenor, and he does a lot of work, I think, coaching here. What are the numbers like in terms of coaches from within the women's game?
Certainly, having female coaches is a big challenge for us. There have been a couple. Certainly, I was coaching over the last few years, haven't been doing as much recently. There's a couple of sort of the younger girls coming through now, starting as sort of assistant coaches, and hopefully, we'll see them leading, whether that's the NCU girls or into the kind of Cricket Ireland coaching pathway. It is a big challenge. I know that there have been some sort of leadership, women's only leadership coaching courses. So I think pushing numbers on those will be really good in terms of getting more women in to lead the game, particularly on the coaching side of things.
Talking of challenges, there's an opportunity for a little bit of revenge here. Andy McBride dismissed Sean Williams in the first innings of the Zimbabwe innings. And it's now going to be Sean Williams to Andy McBride. There'll be an attempt at getting a little bit of one-upmanship here. And there's rough outside the left-hander's off stump. But I think there's another day's worth of wear and tear before you're going to start to see the spinners play a bit more of a role in the game. Sean Williams, a canny, so left-arm bowler, particularly in the white ball form of the game. He's straight on the leg, and the Irish pair have turned down what would have been a long single. Still working hard on the ball, Prince Maswari on the ball. Ireland 180 for 5, trail by 30. And again, that ball has gone down. This time Paul Stirling calls his partner through. And umpire Richard Kettleborough with the hand aloft for another bye to the total. That, by my count, brings the bye count to 32, just 5 away from an unwanted record, I would suggest.
Oh dear.
The record in Test match cricket for byes is 37, and Clive McDandy is getting too close for comfort to that. But we now have Sean Williams going to be bowling to the right hand of Paul Stirling. And a little bit, that ball just straightened ever so slightly off the freshly cut pitch. Rachel, it's been an absolute joy to have you in the commentary box, and can I wish you all the very best.
Appreciate it.
In terms of club cricket, I hope you do very well,
Yes.
but not as well as my own beloved Warringstown, of course, you would imagine that.
Yeah,
but
certainly.
I think a lot of credit needs to be given to those who have driven the game here, and it's so heartening for everybody involved in cricket here to see the growth of the women's game in the NCU, and we wish you, and hopefully those who follow you, all the very best. And we look forward to a great series against Sri Lanka.
Certainly.
And we look forward to seeing the best women's cricketers in the world.
Absolutely.
On this wonderful stage in the not too distant future.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you very much for having me. It was great to catch up.
Pleasure. Happy days. Rachel, well done.
Thank you very much.
I think I got through.
For Zimbabwe from the city end. And Chitara.
Things nicely poised as we enjoy the action from this second session of the day. We did have a bit of a rain delay earlier on, just during the lunch break, but intention is still to try and get as many overs in as possible. Still 50 nominally remaining in the day. As we have this change in the commentary box, Andrew Leonard here joining you alongside Garfield Harrison. We're going to have a change in bowling too. Tendai Chitara come on from the far end of the ground. Paul Stirling is making use of that life, having moved to 19. And that's going to miss the leg stump by quite a distance. Garfield, great to have you with us. We missed you yesterday. Very good afternoon.
Thanks, Andrew. It's great to work with a real professional. Been watching you going all around the world. It's been very impressive, flying the flag of cricket in Ireland.
Very kind, Garfield. We will move swiftly on. We don't do compliments in Ireland. We don't take them well, as you know. Sterling drives on the up and through his favourite offside. He's going to get good reward. I'll just pick up a couple. Where do you assess this test match to be at right now? It's been enthralling viewing, isn't it? Every time one side seems to get well ahead, the game seems to change.
It kind of mirrors what happened yesterday in a way. You know, Zimbabwe got off to a great start yesterday and then collapsed as the day went on, where Ireland, again, great start. PJ Moore, what an innings. In very difficult conditions. The conditions favoured the bowlers at that stage, no question about that, and he fought his way, played a tremendous innings. But now Zimbabwe have fought their way back into the game, and it's very evenly poised. It could really go either way now. And you know, Ireland desperately need a good lead here, because they're going to be batting last on a used pitch. So, you know, 50, 60, 70 lead minimum.
What kind of a lead, I suppose, would you be comfortable with or pleased with for Ireland, given that they had such a strong start?
Well, you know, you would minimum of 50, minimum. But you know, obviously, if we could get another 100 runs from here, you know, you're looking at a 75 lead.
Good hand, just the one hand diving strongly to his left-hand side, Joylord Gumby, who's having a marvellous test debut. We're seeing two different kinds of test debuts, aren't we? We're seeing one that Joylord Gumby's going to be so pleased with, 49, wonderful catch at short leg, and then one for poor old Clive Medande. We're probably not going to harp on about it too much. We heard Kyle refer to the 37 by total record. It's in the history of Test cricket, set all the way back in the 1930s. I've got to thank Ger Siggins for this piece of information as well. It's incorrectly attributed to one keeper, and it actually belongs to another man. So it's a funny record, because you look at it, and at the top of the list is Leslie Ames, 37 byes. This was in a test match back in 1934. The Kent wicketkeeper actually got injured in the first innings, so Frank Woolley took the gloves, and that was the man who had the gloves for that entire period, but it's actually attributed to Ames as he was the listed keeper. So whatever happens, there's a real chance here today, particularly if Ireland keep batting the rate at which those extras have been accumulated, that Clive Medande might have his name in the record books as in an unwanted way. 43 have been bowled, 186 for 5. There's already been 32 byes.
I've never seen the like of that. You know, normally you're, 4 byes or 8 byes, and that's about the height of it. It's worrying from a Zimbabwe point of view. You've got to be concerned about that, because that's a big score. Their extras are sitting at the minute at 48.
And it's a big part of the contest, isn't it? Because you take away even, let's say, 40 of those 48 extras, the score is 146 for 5 then, and it's a very different looking contest.
Different game altogether at that stage, so it's a bit of a concern for Zimbabwe, there's no doubt about that. And they have another wicketkeeper playing there. Gumby is I'm told, the better wicketkeeper, but he's opening the batting, of course, so it's difficult to ask him to keep working and then go out and open the batting.
Would be quite something if we have a change of wicketkeeper for the second innings, or even later in the first innings if someone else strides out after tea.
Yeah.
Stifled appeal, but clearly off the flap of the pad. The move to spin, is that as much just to kind of bolster the energy reserves of a couple of the quicker Zimbabwean seamers?
Oh yeah, they bowled a lot of overs today, the seamers for Zimbabwe, and they do need a rest, and this is just to give them a wee break, probably up to tea, and then they'll be ready, fired up again, ready to go. Maybe jumping into the ice bath when they go off for a cup of tea and get refreshed and back out again, because Chavinga has been a revelation today. He has bowled beautifully, and Muzarabani, that spell was really quick, dangerous, lively, a lot of chin music going past the Irish batsman's nose, so it was
Edged and gone. And Paul Sterling, attempting to drive on the up, has not got near the pitch of the ball. And the move to Williams isn't one of relief, it's one of threat. Sterling had that life early, but he falls, caught it for a slip for 22.
Yeah, a loose shot by Paul. He'll not be happy with that when he sees that again. Again, pretty soft dismissal, innocuous bowling there from Williams. Has brought the outside edge. Great catch by Craig Irvine.
Was a sharp piece of turn, and as you said, a wonderful piece of fielding from Irvine, who went sharply to his left and got the fingers underneath the ball safely. Ireland do bat deep, but they're going to need to. Mark Adair, the new man at number 8, does have a test match 88 to his name. That came against England at Lord's, and these two in particular batted very nicely in that second innings of that test match at Lord's. Sun is out. Does feel as though there's something helpful out of the pitch. That one, bit of turn and a bit of bounce.
It certainly did straighten, and good piece of bowling. Tempted him outside the off stump, and it's got the edge, and a really, really good catch there. That changes everything there now. So that's 6 down, and Ireland still 21 behind. So this is going to be a real crucial stand now for Ireland going forward. And it'll be just interesting to see how Mark Adair plays. His natural instincts are to attack.
Yeah, very much an attacking player with confidence and strokes down the ground in particular. You would suspect Ireland are all of a sudden just questioning, firstly, will they get to a lead, and how much of a lead can they get? We could end up seeing quite a lot of this test match decided by the bottom 4 batters, and you look at the disparity, I suppose, in quality between those 2 bottom 4s. Zimbabwe went with the 4 seamers, out and out seamers. Ireland have that bit of extra depth, don't they? McBride at 7, Adair at 8. Most likely see Barry McCarthy at 9. I'd imagine Craig Young at 10, and Humphreys is no mug with the bat at all either. He does have some club 50s, both for Trinity that he played for down in Dublin and up here north of the border. These are critical moments, not just in the first innings of the test, but across the course of the whole test, Garfield.
There's a big last 20 minutes, half an hour before tea. Ireland can't afford to lose any more wickets, and with Ireland batting in the last innings, you don't want to be chasing 250. Anything above 250 in the last innings is on a pitch that's maybe 4 days old at that stage. Ireland is critical. They need to get a lead, decent lead, and a lot depends on these 2 batters at the wicket.
You think of the options at Irvine's disposal here, given he just probably got what he'll consider as a bit of a bonus wicket out of Sean Williams, one of the 2 spin bowling options in the squad alongside the off-spinner Brian Bennett. But Chitara, probably more of a holding bowler, isn't he? Will there be a temptation to go back to Tanaka Chivanga sooner rather than later?
Well, I think, after tea, he'll be back refreshed and trying to clean up the tail. But Ireland's tail needs to wag.
Would you not have a burst with Chivanga before tea, even if it's 2 overs, then he can get in and get that little bit of rest and come again after tea?
Of course, you would ask him how he feels, and then go from there. But he has bowled a lot of overs, and maybe just another few overs rest, not do any harm, as long as the game doesn't get away from Zimbabwe between now and tea, which I can't see that it will.
Yeah, what you'll get from Chitara's accuracy, control, and just not sure it's the same threat or, I suppose, bite out of the wicket that you're going to see that we particularly saw Muzarabani and Chivanga get.
Yeah, Chitara's pace is down a wee bit from Muzarabani and Chivanga. There's no doubt about that. But he's got a lot of control, and the batters will not get away. Although Andy McBride is a very, very underrated cricketer. I mean, if I was going to war, he would be the first man that I would pull into the ranks, and he would be first up over, and he would be leading the charge. He's a great competitor, and would need him now to really dig out a lead here and help the tail wag.
250s in his Test match career, and a fine innings of 67 not out in that first class game between probably the best 22 on the island is the way they were aiming at the Strikers versus Raiders match. You would have played quite a bit against his father, Alexander, well, better known as Junior McBride, and then his uncle James, I'm sure.
Absolutely, we had many a happy day, happy memories playing.
Many a tussle.
Playing up in Danamana maybe wasn't so happy memories because we always got chinned up there. But again, two great competitors, and what a cricketer.
Maiden over from Chitara, it's 189 for 6. Just get a quick look, Garfield, at the bowling figures. You were referring to them there. Chivanga with 9 overs, the real threat. He could have had 4 for 18 at one point if that no ball wasn't given upon the checking by the third umpire, Mark Hawthorne, in the hot seat, in the TV umpire seat. 2 wickets for Blessing Muzarabani. And I think for the moment they'll continue with Williams, but they're probably just having a little look up at the clock and wondering, okay, how long have we got to tea? And what can we do in terms of getting maybe an over or 2 at Chivanga, or maybe even Ngarava, who's very good to tail enders.
Yeah, decision to be made, whether you go for it now or wait till after tea.
Now, speared in, that's the arm ball. I'm not sure if Mark Adair picked it on first viewing. I'm going to go on and miss the leg stump. Very underrated bowler, Sean Williams. And that is going to be bowled. We thought Adair might play positively, but he's ended up, well, having a swipe across the line. It turned, it didn't really bounce that much either. The off stump castled into. These are big, big wickets. Williams, he's not just got Sterling, he's got Adair now too. Ireland, 7 down and in danger of maybe not even taking a first innings lead.
It's an absolute replica of, the Zimbabwe innings yesterday, an absolute replica of it. And, Mark Adair, when he sees that on the replay, he'll not be happy with that shot at this stage of the game, and well bowled, mind you.
You've got to give Williams credit for a couple of reasons. The ball before was at a completely different trajectory. It was so flat and angling in, and this one was tossed up and it looked like it was going to be one that was dragged short, but it just kept coming at Adair. Didn't get the same bounce that Adair expected out of the surface, and then the perfect amount of turn to hit the off stump. All of a sudden Zimbabwe are well in this test match, and Ireland are going to need something special from their hero with the ball in the first innings. Barry McCarthy, capable down at number 9, does of course have a list A 100 in the interprovincial series, as does Mark Adair, and Adair is going to be disappointed with that stroke looking back at that.
Yeah, he's played back, and he probably should have been playing forward at that. And even had it not a bowled him, it hit him on the pad. He was LBW, plumb LBW. So not a great shot at this stage. And Zimbabwe right in this, and this has just answered your question, Lenny, about bringing on the quick bowlers back on. So he's done a great job here.
Well, for me, I wouldn't mind if Williams continues, but it was more about, do you take Chitara out of the attack and bowl one of the kind of more express quicks with Williams, who'll give you that control at this end.
Oh, big arm ball.
Now a little bit of inside edge potentially. McCarthy will have it his heart in his mouth for a moment, and that's coming a long way. McCarthy, he struggles against spin.
Yeah, again, that's a big arm ball, big swinger there, and the ball's 45 overs old and it's still swinging. So, it's not easy to bat against this type of bowling.
McCarthy would be keen to get down the non-striker's end. You'll have to get through 2 more balls. It's amazing the rhythm and the flow of Test cricket. It does have a habit of not just changing gradually, but it can change quickly. You look at this Test match, it's turned on its head.
It's turned on its head. Yesterday, at lunchtime yesterday, Zimbabwe way ahead in the game, and then by tea time,
it's going to be a wicket maiden to back up the maiden, consecutive maidens. Zimbabwe having a really good period, 189 for 7.
Yeah. Ireland just need to hang in here now for tea and then reevaluate and decide, what way we're going to go forward after tea. Only 3 wickets left now. We're down with the tail. Andy McBride needs to take as much of the strike at this stage, I would suggest, as possible. Although, as you said, Barry McCarthy's no mug with a bat.
21 is the difference between these two sides. There's a very much tongue-in-cheek comment from Barry McCarthy in our interview with him last night that he'd love 700 runs in the first innings, because I asked him what would he like.
Yeah.
But I think right now they would take 300
yeah,
and walk off with it if they could get there. And even 200 looks a distance away.
Yeah, this is a very good Zimbabwe attack. And scoring runs today hasn't been easy, other than PJ Moore.
Will be Chitara to continue. I suppose what Chitara is at least giving Irvine is maybe not a wicket-taking threat right now, but the runs are drying up. And whatever the format, even if it's 5 days of cricket, 90 overs a day, you have as long as you want to score your runs. What tends to happen, a series of dot balls leads to a wicket-taking opportunity.
There's no doubt. And I mean, Zimbabwe now, since we've come back after lunch and the rain break, have taken wickets consistently. Now, every 4 or 5 overs they've taken a wicket, and they're right back in this game, and they'll be pushing. Certainly after tea, the 2 quicks, I would imagine, will come back after tea to try and wrap up the tail. And it'll be even Stevens then, Lenny. There'll be nothing in it.
Still just feel it's 16 minutes to the tea break. It'll be at 4:40 p.m. local time. The slightly changed playing times for the day mean we'll have a 20-minute tea then. As an inside edge will give McBride a single, not where he intended. A little fortunate. And then our final session will actually be 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. One of the benefits of being up here in Belfast. Lovely long summer evenings. And it's starting to feel like summer as the sun, streams across Stormont. These feel like halcyon days for the game in Ireland. Did you ever feel you'd see a test match here up in the north of Ireland?
Never. I mean, I played my last game for Ireland. I retired in 1997. Playing a test match in Belfast was 1 million miles away. It was no chance it was ever going to happen. And my goodness, we're here witnessing history. And what a game we have in prospect.
Tell me a bit about that journey. You had 118 appearances for Ireland across what was a really, really healthy career. It started all the way back in 1983 through to 1997. But I suppose the difference with the modern game, you look at your career, you're playing against the likes of English counties, quite often select sides like the Duchess of Norfolk's 11. You've even got games in your Irish caps against all sorts of sides, like Matabeleland, a tour of Zimbabwe that you were telling Tino Moeo about earlier, a team called the Stragglers, the MCC. It's light years apart, and that's with due respect to what was a great era for Irish cricket with so many wonderful players that you played with. The advancements, stuff of dreams for you.
Well, I played my first game in '83 against Worcestershire at Rathmines, and we didn't have a coach. We didn't have a manager. Our captain was the late, great Dermot Monteith, and he was sort of managing director of everything, and everything was left to him. And, so your warm-up for that game, you were out the front of the pavilion and somebody was throwing a couple of balls at you from about 10 yards, and that was your warm-up with a bat. We didn't go out and, warm up the bowling. We didn't go out onto the square and bowl 10 balls to warm up before we went out to bowl. Didn't do anything like that. It was just such an amateur setup in those days. Then it developed where Mike Hendrick then came in and was really the first full-time professional coach for the Cricket Ireland and the men's team. And things started to change. And it took a wee while, but things started to change. And then, when I played my last game in Malaysia in 97, Mike was the coach. Bobby Rao was the batting coach, so and we had a physio, so things were moving in the right direction. But I seen a picture the other day, Lenny here taking a stormont of the Irish squad and the coaches, and there was more coaches than there was players.
Support staff.
Support
staff. Yeah.
So, and I think that's tremendous. I mean, I think that is absolutely tremendous advancement to our game. And, we have a full-time, full professional setup.
Edged, I think, just wide. Now, interestingly, it might not have come off the bat, as Richard Kettleborough is indicating he's going to have to give a signal. And I'm not sure Clive Madande is going to enjoy this signal. We'll just wait for the ball to end. It, I think, is given as byes. It was almost half a signal, wasn't it, from Kettleborough. I'm also just going to have a check on the front foot. Maybe that's what he's indicating. Felt it might have been close to a no ball. I'm going to wait for the scorers to tidy this one up. I'm not sure if it's runs or byes just yet. But I think Kettleborough may have been indicating I need to check. It's actually a boundary check, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to have. And, that looks pretty clean to me from Brian Bennett.
Yeah.
I'm almost on bye watch here for poor Clive Madande.
I know, yeah.
Every time the keeper could be involved.
Yeah.
It's given as byes.
My goodness.
So there was no bat. It's turned sharply out of a little bit of the rough that I presume might be starting to build from Richard Ngarava.
Yeah.
And poor old Clive Madande, he's not having a debut to remember.
He certainly isn't, and I just hope he doesn't make the history books.
Well, he's going to be relying on his teammates, isn't he, to get those 3 wickets as quickly as possible. Because his counter is, it's under the microscope in a big way right now. And it's also a historic day for, really cricket in the UK and Ireland, because first time in history that we've got consecutive concurrent top-level cricket being played in England. A Test match, England versus the West Indies, across in Scotland. We see the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 continue there. Michael English making a century on debut for Scotland up in Forfarshire. And here in this historic Test match, and it does feel like you're just referring to the evolution of the Irish game. It feels like there's real momentum behind the sport these days here.
Absolutely, it's so good to see, and long may it continue. The funding's there now, so to bring us on to the next level, and it's very exciting times for Irish cricket, and that's the men's game and the women's game.
And 2 big series to look forward to. Ireland will take on Sri Lanka women in 2 T20s and 3 ODIs, and then England, the big visit here. Those ODIs will be here at Stormont. A reminder, you can get those tickets on cricketireland.ie if you're enjoying the action for this Test match. I think we're close to a sellout for tomorrow. You might want to get down early, maybe with the money for the gates to come in. Tickets are really keenly priced as well. I think they're very fairly priced, £20 for adults, £5 for kids. And across both yesterday and today, there's been a very healthy atmosphere, a very enjoyable atmosphere, I have to say. There's a different pace to Test cricket, and it feels well at home here in the lush Stormont grounds. Shatara is going to continue. That probably answers our question in terms of a burst from either of the seamers prior to tea. Are Ireland batting for tea 9 minutes away?
Yes, they certainly are, and I think we need a round of applause there, because extras have now gone to 50.
Well,
the half century.
What was your favourite name for extras? Ernie E-Extras. Ernie Extras has got to 50, and 34 of those are byes. He's, 4 byes away from breaking the world record. His footwork has
particularly then the leg side being a little limited, is it?
Yeah, there's a number down the leg side that you couldn't do anything about. No,
Probably 4 of the 4 boys were just
there's nothing you could do about. But there was a few others that you would expect an international wicketkeeper to stop, and unfortunately wasn't able to do that. So it's valuable runs for this Ireland total.
Beats the outside edge. Good areas from Chitara. Ireland's tale in their Test match history, I know it's a very short, a very nascent Test match history, it's been phenomenal, isn't it? You look at, I've got to thank Ger Siggins for this one. In the first 8 tests that Ireland played, the first 5 wickets scored 1,692 runs. The last 5 wickets outdid them with 1,863 runs.
Wow.
There was a higher average from the second half of the innings than there was from the first half of the innings, and that's much down to the likes of Mark Adair and Andy McBride's efforts with the bat. Ireland's always had a good history of all-rounders.
Absolutely, and it's a big advantage that Ireland have over Zimbabwe. I think our bowlers are genuine all-rounders. Certainly Barry McCarthy and Andy McBride, Mark Adair, all genuine all-rounders, where maybe you can't say the same about the Zimbabwe seam attack.
You look at, I know George Dockrell wasn't in the squad, he was in Abu Dhabi, but again, if George Dockrell's in there, you know, that could have lengthened things even further. Humphreys has deserved his chance, 100%, 10 wickets in that game against the West Indies under-23s, but there's plenty of options.
There's plenty of options, and you know, you have Joyce Little there, who we haven't mentioned either, so you know, there's a lot to look at from the Irish selectors. There's good competition for places, which is great for our game here.
Edged just short of second slip. Doesn't quite have the same venom, does it? But there's a lovely shape from Chitara, and it's going to close out a maiden over. McCarthy will be happy to survive that. 194 for 7, 6 minutes to tea. They should definitely get 2 overs in. You think Williams will bowl 1?
Yeah.
Come on, let me put you into Craig Irvine's shoes. Is there a temptation to say, Blessing, Tanaka, Richard, just give me 1?
Well, you know, I would bowl them, definitely, either of the 2 of them, if they were fit to bowl, but you know, we might just give them another wee rest and then come back after tea, all guns blazing. But it's interesting that there's 49 overs been bowled and the ball is still swinging.
That was very much apparent yesterday as well. The ball swung as much in the 40s and 50s overs, particularly Curtis Camphor.
Yeah.
Barry McCarthy got some good movement to Mark Adair in his comeback spell, and certainly there's been...
But what you find, Andrew, is, you know, these guys are playing a lot more white ball cricket than red ball cricket, so they're not used to the swinging ball. So when the ball starts to swing, great shot for 4 there by Andy McBride, short, wide, 4 runs.
Yeah, really good shot.
Much needed.
Just got on top of the bounce, didn't he?
Yeah.
Little short and just a bit of width. Hasn't quite turned as much as I think Sean Williams was hoping or expecting, and McBride with some lovely placement gets it really, really well.
Yeah, but back to my point, Andrew, that, you know, the swinging ball, the guys haven't played a lot of cricket, red ball cricket, where they've got the swinging ball. So, you know, this Duke's ball seems to swing all day.
Yeah, it's an incredibly dark red if you actually get it into your hands.
Yeah.
As McCarthy sends McBride back. I'm not sure whether McCarthy wants to be down at the striker's end right now.
Yeah, and you've also got the lush outfield, so you know that's not going to affect the shine on the ball. If the ball runs into the outfield, it will not affect the shine. So they're able to keep this ball, you know, swinging for 70, maybe even 80 overs. And of course, what that means is it's difficult to bat. You know, it's not easy. You're never really in, because the ball, you could get a Jaffa and nick at the first slip or the wicketkeeper.
You think back to your career, I know certainly you would have played a lot of red ball cricket, but it was a different era of red ball cricket. A lot of it was either timed cricket or 50 overs, internationals, sometimes even the 55, wasn't there, in the Benson Hedges Cup, these kind of competitions, maybe even the 60 in the Gillette, as Ireland used to play against the counties. But we traditionally had a first-class fixture every year against Scotland, and that was tended to be a 3-day game.
Yep.
You think to the players of that era that you played with, your Warks, your Cohens, your Rees, your Masouds, your Monteiths, like you said earlier, Michael Hallidays, who do you think from your era would have really thrived in Test cricket?
Well, Dermot Monteith, you know, at the time, Dermot Monteith believed he was the third best slow left arm bowler in the world. And he firmly believed that. And would I tell you, he wasn't far away. It was a class act. Would have certainly played county cricket, professional cricket, no doubt. Actually played 2 or 3 seasons for Middlesex as cover for.
He had a really big year in '83, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For Middlesex.
Yeah, he covered for John Embry and Phil Edmonds, and so you know he would have definitely have played county cricket. The other one for definite would have been Simon Corlett, the best opening bowler I ever played against, and you know that I seen when in my time.
200 comes up to warm applause right the way around the Stormont grounds. The sun is shining. Ireland have 3 wickets in hand. They are desperate to get a lead, and the occasional beverage being enjoyed, as you'd expect on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, I'm going to hope that we'll get as much of the play remaining. There are a few dark clouds where it tends to come up from Belfast City, the direction there. There are a few looking a bit ominous, but we're certainly going to be okay for the moment. And now McCarthy is going to have 5 balls to survive. Looking then kind of into the 90s, your Angus Dunlops, your Alan Lewises, your Peter Gillespies, Owen Butler, a huge potential. There's been some great names through the history, through your era of Irish cricket.
100%. I mean, my last game was in Zimbabwe, or sorry, in Kuala Lumpur.
ICC Trophy '97.
ICC Trophy, yeah. It was a knockout game, Scotland, Ireland, and we managed, unfortunately, to lose that game. But the Ireland team then was probably the best team.
Edged and gone, and right on the stroke of tea. It's Shatara who does the job. McCarthy may be going into his shell somewhat, a very defensive stroke, and all he's ended up doing is poking it to second slip. And the second session of the day, well, it has belonged to Zimbabwe, the visitors, in a big way, much like the second session yesterday did. This game has turned all around, and with the exception of PJ Moore's 79, Ireland do not have much to cheer. McCarthy the latest to fall, and it means we will head to tea. Here the umpire's happy to move in. Good delivery from Jatara. McCarthy could only edge it to second slip.
Again, Andrew swing, you know, away swing, beautiful delivery, pitched up, comfortable catch at second slip. Really good piece of bowling. You know, as I said earlier, it's the away swing. You know, we're not used to batting against that sort of quality swing bowling these days, so it takes a wee bit of getting used to. And Ireland were really up against it. Now we're 10 short of Zimbabwe's total, but we have to bat last, and that's you know, you'd like a lead. Really to give you a wee bit of comfort there, but it's even Steven as it stands now.
Well, that second session has seen 6 wickets fall. Ireland were 115 for 2 after 25 overs, with PJ Moore scoring particularly fluently. He's the top scorer in the innings, his second best in his Test history. 79 from 105 for him, but double figures only for Balbirnie and Sterling and the unbroken McBride. He'll have to do a lot of the batting that will remain for Ireland, or potential batting that will remain, as the lead for Zimbabwe is only 10, but they will be delighted with that middle session, having taken 6 wickets for the contribution of just 85 runs. It was a first wicket for Tendai Chitara in this test. The pick of the bowlers by a distance has been Tanaka Chavanga with 3 for 31, 2 wickets apiece for Blessing Muzarabani and Sean Williams, and it will get us to that tea break. We'll be back with you with all the action in exactly, well, less than 20 minutes time, 18 minutes from now. We'll come back on air in about 15 minutes. You'll hear from me with a very special guest. Look forward to that. Ireland, they trail by 10. The session belongs to Zimbabwe.
Welcome back to the Stormont Playing Grounds here in Belfast in Northern Ireland, day 2, this historic test between Ireland and Zimbabwe. We have just seen a dominant second session for the bowling side. Zimbabwe have turned this test right on its head. 85 runs and 6 wickets in the second session, as Ireland have fallen from a very strong position of 115 for 2 all the way down to 200 for 8. It will see Ireland's number 10 come to the crease, Craig Young. Only Matthew Humphreys is left back in the team dugout to follow him, and Ireland's last hope of getting any kind of an appreciable lead probably rests in the hands of their off-spin bowling all-rounder Andrew McBride from Donnamana. Andrew Leonard here with you for this third session now, the start of the third session. We got some honoured guests here throughout the course of the 2 days. We had politicians from the castle across to our right. We've had Joan Torrens, the wife of Roy, ring the ceremonial Roy Torrens bell that was inaugurated yesterday, and we've got the man who rung it today now to join me. 389 caps for Ireland to his name, the former Ireland all-rounder Kevin O'Brien. Kev, great to see you, great to have you here for the day. How much are you enjoying this test match?
Thanks, Lenny, for those kind words. Yeah, it's evenly poised now, isn't it? After, as you mentioned, the second session was certainly Zimbabwe's, getting them back into the game. And yeah, so it's important, you know, half an hour or 40 minutes here, as you mentioned. The one person you would want at the crease is Andrew McBride. Certainly will fight for every run that he can get, and obviously a very talented batsman as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he shepherds the tail over the coming 40 minutes or so, if they can bat that long. Naturally aggressive player, so hopefully he can have most of the strike.
Hit down the ground, and confident stroke from Craig Young. Gets a big roar from right the way around. Won't quite have the legs to get to the rope, but he'll get off the mark with 3 runs. Ireland do bat deep. Young and even Matthew Humphreys, who is just into his second test, very capable with the bat. The score moves to 203 for 8, means Young will actually keep the strike. You've been up in the corporate balcony and hall there. Really enjoyable catching up with some old friends. So with Boyd Rankin, Stuart Thompson, and lots of the dignitaries. Yeah,
very obviously very happy to be here on such a historic occasion here at Stormont. It made even more special with the Roy Torrens bell. Obviously everybody knows Roy, what he gave to Irish cricket. Certainly helped my career at times, when I was a young kid coming into the team with his words of wisdom. And he was, as a lot of people have said, he was a real father figure for us from 2007 to 2015 when he stepped away. So obviously very honoured to be the first player to ring the bell. So obviously a great day for the Torrens family yesterday with Joan and the family there. So a great occasion here in Stormont to mark the first test in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, one of the cool things about that bell as well is it's going to travel around the country. So wherever Ireland play an international on the island of Ireland, don't think we can bring it overseas. Roy would probably say, come on guys, get it overseas, bring it with you as well. Change of bowling, Blessing Muzarabani has bowled Craig Young. He expected a bit more bounce, and the arms are aloft. He points down to the Zimbabwean followers, the supporters that have come in good numbers, and that gets another one going Muzarabani's way. Alongside Chivanga, he's been the pick of the attack. It's his 3rd wicket. Young, a ball he could maybe have been forward to, on the hop and castled.
I think he may have got an inside edge. But again, Muzarabani's natural length, bowling from 6'7" plus. It's probably the bounce may have done for Craig here. I think he may have dragged it back on off the inside edge. But again, it's a wicket that the actual wicket looked like it's favoured Muzarabani quite a lot with the extra bounce.
No inside edge on that, Kev.
It's a replay there. Just ran it back in. May have done it for a bit of pace. Hit the inside of off stump, snipped back in off the seam. But Muzarabani has got his 3rd wicket, and Zimbabwe now might have a lead.
Well, when Ireland were 115 for 2, you would have certainly expected them to get a first innings lead. You might have expected quite a healthy first innings lead. Where do you feel it's gone wrong over the course of the last 25-30 overs?
Well, I think Zimbabwe may have bowled slightly better than they did in the first session. I think it's very strange. Both innings seem to have gone the same way. Speaking to guys who were here yesterday, the Irish bowlers may be disappointed how they performed in the first session yesterday. Certainly the Zimbabwe bowlers, and the bowling coach will be disappointed this morning. But the middle session, both teams have pulled it back.
Matthew Humphreys to the crease at number 11. It probably also brings into question slightly results-based thinking here of going for that third rung there for Young. You probably want McBride to get as much strike as you can now.
Yeah, again, potentially someone who's played more first-class / Test cricket may have declined that third run. So McBride would have been on strike, but ifs and buts. That's the way the game has gone. But obviously Craig is a confident player, and he backs his ability as a batsman. So he would have been confident facing Musrabani.
Down the leg side, maybe just a flick of the pad, a stifled appeal from Craig Irvine. He'll be delighted. Kev, let me take you back 6 years. That first test against Pakistan in Malahide. You and I were talking about it there up with the hospitality guests. But across 4 days, the first day washed out entirely. 4 days of magic memories. Yeah,
amazing. Obviously the first day washed out probably did us a bit of a favour. I think obviously the nerves were flying around the group. The first day getting washed out probably settled those nerves a little bit.
Played by Humphreys this time.
Yeah, he looks okay, doesn't he, Humphreys? He looks solid with the bat. But yeah, I think the 4 days in Malahide, the 4 days we played and the lead up to the game was just so special. Even arriving at training 3 or 4 days before the first match, just felt there was a different buzz amongst the players and the staff. Just obviously such a historic occasion for the 11 that took part, and obviously the 2 or 3 reserves, but not just them, but everyone who came before, as we've spoken about.
Good bouncer, sharp bouncer from Musrabani, but a rule that's going to be too short given as a wide. I think in the build up to that test, what a lot of the senior players, and include the likes of yourself, your brother Niall O'Brien, Ed Joyce, those two just got to play the one test, William Porterfield, the likes of Boyd Rankin and the great servant Tim Murtagh. You were very keen to get across the fact you'd got to test match cricket was only thanks to those players who'd come before you. And you talk about the number of players who played for Ireland, your official cap number well high in the 600s.
There's 655, very high.
But there's a great legacy, isn't there, from the players that came before you, and now you're a part of that legacy for the generation that are playing here, we're watching today.
Absolutely, and I think that's something that William was very keen on from his captaincy point of view, to not forget the people who had come before us. And obviously with regard to Test cricket, the likes who paved the way in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. You paved that way for players who are now representing Ireland today and will do so in the future. So yeah, I think you can never forget where you've come from and who've done it before you, because without them you might not have got that chance. So
gets us to the end of the 52nd over, 204 for 9. I want to take you back. I know you've spoken extensively about that century that you made, Ireland's first Test match centurion, but I want to actually ask you about the first innings, because those who were there will remember, but you might forget. 310 Pakistan posted in the first innings. You were batting number 6. You walked to the crease. Your brother had just been dismissed for a 10-ball duck by Mohammed Abbas. The score was 7 for 4. You were out there with Paul Sterling. What did you say to him when you got to the middle?
I think we both kind of said, well, it can't get much worse. 7 for 4, you're going out and it was like, will we get to 20? Will we get to 30? So obviously myself and Paul have played a lot together. We've opened a lot together. We've batted a lot together. We know each other's games very well. We're very similar players. We both want to take the bowling on and be aggressive.
You're great friends off the pitch as well. Yeah. Probably does that friendship help you when you get out there into such a difficult position?
Absolutely. Certainly, when you greet Sterlo in the middle, you'd never expect we were 7 for 4. The conversation wasn't anything like, oh, let's batten down the hatches or anything like that. I still think we put on, you have the score there, we put on 30 odd in 6 overs or something. So we ended 5 and over in a Test match at 7 for 4. So we weren't holding back, but I think it was probably the situation helped us to kind of play our natural game a little bit more.
just pulls his bat in at the last second. A little bit of movement from Chitara, who's bowled with really good control in this second spell. So that 40 you made was a very good 40. Gary Wilson contributed with 33 not out as well. Boyd Rankin actually made 17. Ireland bowled it out for 130, but the follow-on was enforced. And that puts you into a position there of really, well, you were just hoping to make them bat again, were you?
Yes, and I think the huge positive for us at the end of that third day was the partnership that Ed and Porter William put on. If we finished the day 64 not out. Up
until today, that was actually still the highest opening partnership Ireland had ever had. PJ Moore and Andy Balbirnie went by.
So that helped as well. Obviously, going in at 64 for none at the end of play gave a little bit of confidence to the team overnight to say, listen, there's nothing to fear in the wicket. There's not much to fear in the bowling attack. Obviously they had world-class bowlers, but again, they've just got to bowl the ball. They're bowling a red ball, and you just have to make a decision, to either play it or leave it. So I think that helped. That partnership certainly helped us.
Yeah, and then I suppose you look at the situation from that position of what ended up being 69 for none at one point. You then came to the crease after a little mini collapse. It was 95 for 4. You first found a foil in Sterling again for a little bit. Support from Gary Wilson, but it was Stuart Thompson, very much the unsung hero of that whole test too.
Yeah, and it's Tomo was a very talented cricketer. I think he was someone who always, when he had the ball in his hand, would always had the chance of taking a wicket. He was a real wicket-taking bowler, a phenomenal fielder and athlete, but also a very talented batsman. And was there, and played his shots and was confident. But that innings there was, he was so confident and so calm at the crease, and myself and we put on whatever it was, 100 odd or something, and it was just obviously helped us to well played.
Guided away. It's going to be runs for Humphreys. Now the problem is Ireland have done it again from the final delivery of the over. Maybe got the man on strike that they don't want to be on strike, and there are just a few signs of maybe a little bit of drizzle in the air. There's a heavy cloud coming up from the city. The score is 206 for 9. Ireland are 4 runs behind.
I would have turned that single down if I'm batting with Humphreys and the guys are going off now.
Yeah, just like that. It happened very quickly, didn't it? It was a little bit of rain, and I think with the threat of that dark cloud in the background, it means that we're going to go off. It's a classic Irish cricket day. Glorious sunshine, occasional showers, and I think as much as anything from the umpires, this is a bit of a protective decision, just wanting to make sure there's not too much damage done to the square.
Yeah, I think they got stuck at lunchtime there today, where they were a little bit slow getting the covers on, so they've probably taken the advice of the groundsman, let's get the covers on before it really hammers it down, which it looks like it's going to do. Usually when the rain comes from the city here in Belfast, that's not a good sign. Never a good sign.
What we're going to do, Kev, we're going to keep you with us maybe for 10 or 15 minutes, just to have a little bit of a chat about some of the things we're talking about upstairs, really, in the hospitality tent. We'll keep going on that test match. So you've got this fantastic century partnership with Stuart Thompson. It's really all of a sudden not just giving you a lead, but maybe giving you a defendable lead, and then right towards the end of that day you got to that landmark, you got to that century. I was there myself. I was actually sitting either right next to your mum and dad or the row behind, and there wasn't many dry eyes in the house.
Yeah, listen, I think Tyrone Kane played a great knock to help me, because I was absolutely knackered when he came in. I'd never batted 4 hours or 5 hours in my life, and obviously in that intensity and the mental fatigue, it was starting to kick in, and he was great having TK there as a foil for that, and he kind of pushed me on. Obviously played a lot of cricket with him with Leinster in the years leading up to it, and obviously trained a lot with him as well, so he was a great ally to have in the middle, and obviously just to get there was more relief than anything else. spent a little bit in the nervous 90s.
Probably wasn't the best shot to get you to the 100. It was a leading edge or something.
Leading edge through forward point, yeah. But we'll take it. It doesn't matter, it goes down as 2 in the book. But yeah, obviously a huge, personal milestone for me to get there. And I remember TK was screaming to come back for 3, and I was very happy just coming back for 2 and soaking it all in. So yeah, listen, as we spoke earlier on upstairs, it was a very proud moment for me, and personal milestones are great and stuff, and my family were there to be there to watch it, and yeah, obviously made it more special as well.
Is it funny, I suppose, given the scale of T20 globetrotting you did, in many ways you've kind of paved the way for so many others now, for Paul Sterling to go on and do what he's done. Josh Little is doing it exceptionally well. We've seen Curtis Campher and Harry Tector and Andy Balbirnie get opportunities overseas too. Is it funny to think of your career with all those different teams you played for in the CPL, the BPL, all the different English counties?
It's a long list.
It is a long list. Is it funny to be probably remembered for that one special test innings as much as anything else, the century against England too in the World Cup?
Yes and no. I mean, I probably because most of my cricket was white ball with Ireland, whether it was T20 or 50 over cricket. I still played, I think, maybe 40 odd first class games for Ireland. I loved playing red ball cricket. Just the pace it was, the challenges it presented, both tactically and technically, mentally, physically. And the pace was the one thing. I think Paul Sterling mentioned it this week before the match. The pace test cricket, or 4-day cricket, the red ball cricket, the pace it brings to your game, it's a much slower pace. You can, there's no worry about scoring rates. There's no pressure on you. To score 4, 5, 6 and over, so you can really sit on a bowler and let him wait and let him make the first mistake, because at the end of the day it's obviously mostly a patience game. Wait for the bowler to miss that line of length and put it away. More gaps in the field, so there's more reward for placing along the ground. And it's funny because the game plan I had when I played red ball cricket, it was the same as white ball cricket. The only difference I had was I just tried not to hit the ball in the air in red ball cricket. And that's probably something I took maybe later on in my career in red ball test match and first class. Obviously in T20 you take more risk, but red ball I just tried to keep everything on the ground. And I tell kids that today. Keep the ball on the ground. You eliminate one way of getting out.
We'll talk a little bit about that, the coaching side of your life now that you've evolved into. But just before we move on to that, you spoke about it's 700 plus players now that have played for Ireland. You talk about the history, the heritage of the game. You were the leading caps holder for a long, long time. You went past William Porterfield's record and then on to a total of 389 caps altogether. At the time, you were the leading Irish man or woman in terms of any sport for the most number of caps. Paul Sterling's now gone past that, and he's actually just too shy of 400. Were you really pleased to see one of your best pals go past you? And he'll almost definitely get to 400, and who knows, he may even get as far as 500.
Yeah, listen, Sterling's been a phenomenal cricketer for Ireland, and phenomenal cricketer in county cricket, phenomenal cricketer in franchise tournaments. So I was absolutely delighted that he passed it. And as you said, absolutely he can get to 500. He's, what is he, 33?
Yep.
That's only on average 20 odd games a year. Obviously his body needs to hold up. He's never really had a major injury, thankfully, touch wood for him and for the Irish team. So that will obviously stand him in good stead going forward if he can maintain that fitness and be available to play every match. So, but I suppose other things, when the older you get, different things, different interests come, and whether he has the appetite to continue playing 3 formats, only he will make that decision. But if he continues to play 3 formats for the next 4 or 5 years, there's no reason why he can't get to 500.
You're watching us live here from Stormont in Northern Ireland. The first ever test held at this ground. You can barely see the castle because that rain is coming down so heavily. We've got Ireland's
former all-rounder Kevin O'Brien alongside me, Andrew Leonard. Just going to keep him for about another 10 minutes or so because we're really enjoying your company. Can you tell us a bit about your kind of, I suppose sportsmen talk about their second lives. This is now your second life. You're very heavily, I know you're still playing some of the Legends Leagues and they're great things to be going around with, but in terms of your day-to-day, you've been very motivated to get into coaching. You're doing work not just with the Kevin O'Brien Cricket Academy, not just with Railway Union Cricket Club, but with Italy too as their assistant coach, and you're hoping to do more and more of that going forward.
Yeah, so been with Italy now 2 years as the assistant coach. Gareth Berg is the player coach. So really enjoyed the 2 years so far. We've had one European T20 qualifier in Scotland last year, which we narrowly missed out on.
That was the final for the
for America World Cup there, which was last month. We've recently qualified from the sub-regional in Europe in Rome there last month, so we'll have the final European qualifier next summer. I think it's going to be hosted in the Netherlands.
Netherlands is the talk, yeah.
So that will give us a chance. 2 teams qualify out of 5, so it's Scotland, Netherlands, ourselves, Jersey have qualified at the moment, and there's one more sub-regional to come in Guernsey
next month.
So most likely, without disparaging any other teams, probably going to be the likes of Denmark, Spain or Guernsey will be
probably
the
3 favourites there.
Qualify for that.
So from that 5-team tournament, is that a real identification of a huge opportunity? You showed Ireland last summer in Edinburgh. You only lost by 7 runs to them with a few really close moments that could have put that result on the reversal. Is there a belief in the camp you could get to a first T20 World Cup?
Absolutely, and since then we've a few new players have joined the group. Joe Burns, ex-Australian Test Opener batsman, has declared to play for Italy, and he played in Rome last month.
Not a bad pickup, that.
Not a bad pickup. Italian grandmother. Obviously he's had his own personal issues over the last couple of months.
Wanted to honour his brother, isn't it? Fantastic story.
So it was great to have Joe involved, and he's committed to the T20 campaign. Obviously now we'll try and get him to commit to the 50-over campaign, which starts in Uganda in November, which is the start of our 50-over World Cup qualifying process
for 2027, and that's the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup Challenge League.
Correct.
2 groups of 6 you'll go into. That starts down in Kampala
in November, and then we go to Hong Kong in February, and then most likely back to Kampala for the 3rd leg of it.
It seems to me, obviously you know you very well, I don't think I'm speaking on your outrageously on your behalf here, but you've been a huge advocate of the associate game and growing the game across more countries. Why do you enjoy that level of things?
Well, that's obviously where I started my international career as Ireland were an associate, and it's just something I've obviously fallen into where I am with Italy. I can just see the passion outside the bigger nations. There is such a huge passion for cricket all over Europe, and I can see it in Italy. I can see it when I speak to Fabio, the Italian president, federation president. I hear it when I speak to Kellum, the CEO, and I know where they want to go to with the Italian team, and it's great to be on that journey with them. Now, how long I'm on that journey, who knows? But it's great that I've been at the start, and we as an organisation, as a team, myself, Gareth and Peter Divenuto, he's one of the assistant coaches as well, so we know where we want to get to with the Italian team. We know how we can get there. T20 World Cup, 50-over World Cup, Olympics, who knows? Cricket now being an Olympic sport will be fantastic for the Italian team, becoming recognised by CONI as an official Olympic sport, which will help funding, which will help the Italian Federation invest that back into facilities in Rome or Milan or Bologna to improve the home-based players, and all that will have a roll-on effect going forward with the national team.
You look at the sides you got by there, they're obviously not cricketing bastions historically, the likes of Austria, France, Hungary, Isle of Man, Israel, Luxembourg, Portugal, Romania and Turkey. You did win it comfortably, that sub-regional qualifier, but was there some good players going around in the other teams? There
were some good players. I was very impressed with the French opening top 3, Gustave McKeown. I think he hails from Australia. I think he plays club cricket down in Australia, I think in Sydney. He was a good player, but it's funny, being around the, again, not to disparage, the lower level of associate cricket in Europe,
the lower rank sides,
you see some very good players. The big thing now is, can those players be exposed to higher level cricket at international? Can they be exposed to higher level cricket, whether it's at club cricket I'm trying, and I was speaking to a couple of Italian players, home-based players, to try and get them over and play in the league here in Leinster.
So just try and get a connection in with Irish cricket.
Absolutely. And ultimately maybe in Railway and a few other clubs around Leinster who would, take a player and give them opportunities to play on grass wickets, which is not available in Italy at the moment.
So most of the cricket that Italy are having to play is on artificial surfaces?
All the club cricket in Italy is on artificials. There's maybe, I'm going to say 6 or 7 grounds in Italy. There's a couple that are currently being built, but there's over 40 or 50 clubs in Italy, all playing in the Serie A.
Great name.
Love the name. And the guys travel. They travel from Rome to Milan in a car, 5.5 hours, and they play a match. The passion is there to play, and it's all over Europe. And I'm not just saying Italy, because I have my Italian hat on. You hear the stories. You've got you see the European T10 which is going on, and some of the cricket is very good. You got some talented players there who are passionate to play and are passionate to represent their country. And the more cricket they can play at that T10 level or the level above, or A-team cricket against maybe Ireland, Scotland, Holland, whoever it may be, it's only going to improve European cricket. I think that's one thing ICC Europe are very passionate about, is trying to improve every nation that falls under their umbrella, because you look at how strong Asia cricket is. There's no reason why European cricket can't try and match and get to that level.
Yeah, you'd almost love to see what the Asian Cricket Council have done so well, which is get a significant volume of tournaments across men's and women's youth, and then emerging teams and A-team tournaments. They're playing multiple of those events every year, and as a consequence, the standard for Asia seems to be going through the roof. The player base certainly in Europe is growing and getting better. You look at that final then next summer. It'll be the Netherlands, it'll be Scotland. Netherlands most likely as hosts. We'll see Jersey, who cruise through qualifier B, and then you through qualifier A, and then one of, as we said, most likely a Spain, a Guernsey, or a Denmark, although plenty of others who get in the mix. We don't know the structure for that in terms of yet will it be a double round robin. You would certainly expect it to be, but 2 places on offer. Scotland have just come off a T20 World Cup where they did everything but knock England out of the tournament. They're probably a little bit robbed by the rain. They very nearly beat Australia. The Netherlands in the previous tournament did get to the Super 8, but you feel that they can be vulnerable to one of the other 3 challengers?
Absolutely. T20 is a funny game. If you give yourself the opportunity, you prepare well as a team, you give yourself the opportunity to perform on the day, anything can happen, as we've seen numerous T20 World Cups, numerous T20 tournaments, franchise tournaments around the world. T20 it's a game where 3 or 4 really good overs from a bowler or 3 or 4 really good overs from a batsman can change the game, and that's the exciting thing about it. That's the exciting thing about being with the Italian squad and the squad that we have available. Again, providing we can get our best 14 players available for that tournament, county cricket commitments aside, we've got a real chance, and you've got to believe that, and I think the players believe it. We're trying to do a lot of things off the field now in terms of S&C and get the guys thinking a bit more professionally from a nutrition point of view. One of our players is a qualified S&C, Marcus Campopiano. So he's come on board now, as obviously being a top order batsman for us. He's now the S&C coach. So he works for Southern Stars in England, the women's team, in the Rachel Hayo Flint trophy. So he's got a great experience. So he's now pushing S&C program on our players to when we go and compete against Scotland and Holland, that we are competing. And it's like what Aidy Burrell said when he was charged of Ireland all those years ago. We may not be the quickest bowlers, we may not hit the ball furthest, but we can match them in the field, and we can be a better fielding team than these better teams, and we can be fitter. And if you can get those two, if you get a great fielding team matched with a team that are very athletically fit and strong, you've got a chance. If 1 or 2 bowlers bowl well,
particularly in T20 cricket.
Particularly in T20 cricket. And that's where we're trying to go. And we're trying to change the mindset of the players and trying to think a little bit more long term, rather than, okay, here's a tournament in 3 weeks. Let's try and start planning for the tournament in 12 months' time.
I heard you pronounce Campopiano's name there. How's the Italian going? You're learning a few words here and there.
It's okay. I need to get myself an Italian dictionary.
Speaking about other exciting developments, you must tell us about this indoor centre in Railway Union Cricket Club. It's it's not something that Ireland is blessed with. A number of them. I know there's a great indoor centre up in Breedy in the northwest. The North County Cricket Club's had the first one that you and I will have trained in our whole lives growing up together, up at the Queen's University here in Belfast too. But there's not many cricket dedicated facilities. This will be a cricket dedicated facility there on Park Avenue in Railway Union.
Yeah, and it's been, you know, in the pipeline, or you know, the first idea was kind of drafted 6 or 7 years ago. Obviously COVID put a big halt to it, and you know, other factors put a halt to it, but it's almost there. It's probably 3 or 4 weeks away from being completed. So the carpets have to be relaid, which should be done by Friday next. I think it's the 2nd of August, and then we need the guys to come in and put up the netting. So we have all the netting there in the club ready to go. So it just needs you need the company to come in and install it. So it's 3 lanes, fully retractable nets, LED lighting inside, a domed roof which lets in 80% of natural light. So I was in there during the week at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was perfectly bright. So from that point of view, from an electricity cost, we won't have to have the lights on 24/7. The club can use it from 8 in the morning till 10 at night. So it's a great opportunity for the club to rent it out to teams and individuals, and it's somewhere that I'm going to use as my base for Kevin O'Brien Cricket Academy.
Is the concept that can be used 12 months of the year round?
Yeah, we used. It's got Sundays we have to be finished by 9. Every other day, Monday to Saturday, we can finish at 10.
Okay, so but that's you've got plenty of days, hours in the day.
Absolutely,
you can go and enjoy it and use it.
There's talks with powers that be and trying to get some of the teams to use it and that type of stuff.
Cricket Leinster, Cricket Ireland.
Leinster, potentially Munster, maybe Connacht Cricket Union, Cricket Ireland. Certainly, Ed Joyce, the women's national coach, is very keen to use it for his squad going forward. In bits and parts. Obviously that's all to be decided from the powers that be. I've come in kind of on the back end, to use it from my point of view, from my coaching academy, and obviously from a club's point of view, the players can be able to train 12 months of the year. So ultimately, we should be producing a lot more better cricketers in Railway, and hopefully cricketers that go on and play for underage international teams, interprovincial teams, senior international teams, which we've got a great core at the moment in the club, and hopefully we can just develop them further.
Yeah, we're just going to keep you for 5 more minutes, and I promise we'll get you down the road. Rain has stopped play here on this historic test match on day 2. Good news is you can see the castle, which you couldn't see it about 20 minutes ago. We've had a very heavy downpour. Not sure if we can show just what's going on in the square right now as well, because there is a little bit of work taking place. The Super Soakers are out on both sides of the square. It could be playing as late as 7 p.m. is the intention, and the umpires will probably go out and have a look. I'd suspect at about 6 o'clock. It's just after 5:30 local time. You mentioned Connacht very briefly there. There is a history of the game, but it is the smallest union by a distance. There's 4 major unions in Ireland: Munster, Leinster, the Northern Cricket Union we're in Belfast here, and then the Northwest Cricket Union up based in and around Derry. For many years, not a huge amount of activity was going on out in Connacht, probably 30-40 years ago, but since then it's been rejuvenated somewhat, and you're a part of a really incredible day recently where they played their first Interpro in over a century. That was against a Munster Select 11.
Yeah, so Jeff Smith, who is heavily involved in Connacht Cricket Union, touched base with me in maybe February, March. So Dad was born in Connacht. He's a life member of County Galway Cricket Club. So he's born in Galway, life member of County Galway Cricket Club. So I've been over to Galway, 3 or 4 times coaching over the last 6 or 7 years. Quite
a nice ground as well, isn't it, over there?
Very nice little ground, just before you hit Galway City. So I've had that connection. Obviously there's a family connection, and Dad's name is in the clubhouse as a life member, so it was pretty cool to see that. And when I first went over, so I've kept in touch with the guys from Galway throughout the years, but so the opportunity came through Jeff. He had this idea of playing a Munster 11, and he asked would I be the coach, their first official coach, and obviously with the history with Dad and stuff like that, I said absolutely. So I we agreed to 3 sessions and a match, so a 4-day contract as such. And I went over, whittled the squad down from 20 players down to 12, a squad of 12 for the match, and we had a lovely training session and a lovely dinner, and we looked after very well day before the match, handed out the players' caps and jerseys, and then played the game on the Wednesday. So it was again a very historic day for Connacht cricket. Again a union that are very, very passionate about cricket. And again, some very good players. The team we put together, myself and John O'Dea, would challenge the championship in Leinster. Absolutely.
And it looked like it was an incredibly closely fought match as well.
Yeah, it was a
to befit the occasion.
45 over game. Little bit of rain as expected. The west of Ireland came in quickly. We got 303 Duckworth Lewis, and Munster were on the ropes at about 150 for 7 and ended up getting 296. So we won by 7 runs or something like that. So it was absolutely fantastic.
Cracking game of cricket.
And the result was irrelevant. The big thing was getting the game up and running, and there's a big appetite now with Jeff and John and the Connacht Cricket Union to have some kind of Wild Atlantic Way competition.
Yeah, like the idea of that.
With Munster and Northwest Warriors as a 3-team tournament. That's the overall. They haven't got the nitty-gritties of it, when's it going to be, where's it going to be, but I like the concept.
Well, when you said the Wild Atlantic Way competition, it conjures up very powerful imagery. I'm starting to think Hong Kong Sixes.
Well, maybe.
Certainly the kind of part of the world people can be attracted to. It's beautiful, isn't it, once you get over the Shannon? And you think that's a side that certainly will hopefully try and progress those links with Munster cricket, which continues to develop?
Yeah, I think they have to. I think for cricket to continue to grow, or over in Connacht and Munster and Northwest, all over the island, players need to play more games. And that's the cold hard facts of it. How do they get more games? That's for the powers that be to make the decisions. Is the budget there to play more games? I'm sure it is. If we think outside the box, we can certainly get more games scheduled. Because the union over in Connacht, they're passionate. They want their union to grow. They've released a strategic plan now, which I've seen and read, and it's very encouraging. It's very positive. They've ideas that they want to do, how we can get participation numbers up in the province. Ultimately, yes, it will be a challenge, of course. But you've got to take those challenges on if you want to try and achieve something.
I wonder if there could be some kind of occasional partnership with that phenomenal, I'm not sure if you've ever seen it, the Galway GAA dome that they've built out there. It's supposed to be a world-class facility, and obviously that would take the rain out of the equation. Not saying you play games there, but maybe some sort of a training partnership at some point.
That's very similar to what we train in Italy. We train in domed tennis courts, Astro tennis courts. The guys come in, and we just stick the stumps down, and we do our fielding drills, and we do our catching, and we do our batting v bowling skills, and the guys just love it. So again, if you have players that are willing to get stuck in, regardless of what facilities they have or lack of facilities they have, you can certainly still achieve what you need to achieve from the training sessions.
Kev, just want to ask you finally about this test match, where you see it balanced right now. We're right towards the end of the second day. It's 206 for 9 with 53 odd overs bowled, 53 overs exactly bowled. Andy McBrien's still there on 18. Matthew Humphreys has won, but you would have to suspect that Ireland are going to feel as though they've thrown away a first innings lead here.
Yeah, well, I think Zimbabwe have certainly bowled better than they did in the morning session. Yes, there will be some disappointed players with some of the dismissals, some soft dismissals, of course. But I think credit to Zimbabwe bowling maybe slightly tighter lines, hitting their lengths a bit more consistently. But certainly now, the third innings of a test match is always classed as moving day, like in the golf, day 3 of golf. So this next innings is crucial. I mean, you imagine the scores are going to be relatively even at the end of Ireland's first innings. Again, so it comes down to, can Ireland bowl slightly better with the new ball than yesterday? Can they hit their lengths like they did in the second session
yeah.
yesterday? Can they hit them from the off with the new ball? Because if they do, there's enough potentially in the wicket, especially after a little bit of rain now, there's enough in the wicket, to nip out 3 or 4 Zimbabwean top order batters cheaply, and then then it's game on. If Ireland starts slowly with the ball in the third innings here, and Zimbabwe are 120 for 1 or something similar like they were in the first innings, I can't imagine Zimbabwe will let that similar position slip 2 innings in a row. So it's important that the Irish bowlers, when they get a chance, that they come out and they hit their lengths from the off. And you look at Barry and Mark Adair and Craig Young and Curtis, you look for those 4 guys to lead that.
Okay, in a word, Ireland won a historic Test match victory just 4 months ago in Abu Dhabi, beating Afghanistan. Can they make it back-to-back wins? Can they take their second Test victory here in Stormont?
I'll give you 2 words, of course. No, there's no reason why they can't. Obviously, as we said, if they can eke out, even if it's a 10 or 15 run lead, 20 run lead, that makes the 4th innings chase a little bit easier. But again, it comes down to the bowlers. I think in the 3rd innings, if they set the stall out and bowl well, there's no reason why no reason why they can't nip Zimbabwe out, for 150 and be left with a target of 115, 120 to chase.
And Kev, it's always great to chat with you. It was a real honour to have you here on air. Great to speak to you in hospitality earlier. So glad you were the first player chosen to ring that Roy Torrens bell. It was a great day. I'm going to wish you safe travels back down the road. Really appreciate you talking to us.
Thanks, Andrew. Cheers.
Okay, that's Kevin O'Brien, the main man. King Kev, we will bid him a fond farewell. We'll also leave you for now from the commentary box with the news that rain continues to play, although that rain has stopped and the ground staff go about their work. We do have the possibility of playing right the way up till about 7 o'clock local time. It is just after 5:40 p.m. now, so we have probably the need to get back on playing within the next 50 to 60 minutes to see any play this evening. As soon as we have a further update, we'll be back with plenty more. But for now, we'll leave you with the news that Ireland are just 4 runs shy of a first innings lead, and the Test is finally poised. Ireland 206 for 9.
Well, great news from here in Stormont. We are going to see more play. We just wondered after that heavy downpour. Around about 5:15 we came off. You're listening to the thoughts of Kevin O'Brien at that point in a fascinating interview with one of Ireland's greatest players in their cricketing history. But we bid him a fond farewell, and an hour and 20 minutes on after what was a 6:15 p.m. inspection. Umpires Sheriff Abdullah and Richard Kettleborough have decided, as you see them in screen there, that the square has taken the rain more than well enough to get some more play in, and that's the way the playing conditions work. You have the extra time in to be able to get as much in as possible. We probably lost about 60 or 70% of the crowd. Many went running for cover with that rain, but the amended playing times for the rest of this day 2 of the first ever test match between these two sides will see 50 minutes more play. But you have to remember that Ireland only have 1 wicket in hand, and we would see a 10-minute changeover for that innings. In a dream scenario, Ireland would somehow bat out these 50 minutes and get a first innings lead, but we may well see Zimbabwe's second innings start tonight. This innings could last just one more ball. Andrew Leonard here. Delighted to be joined for the second time today by the former Ireland captain Kyle McCallan, who's going to come in and guide us through the next 20 to 25 minutes. Kyle, that second session, it's turned this game on its head.
It's a carbon copy of yesterday, really. You know, Zimbabwe had batted themselves into an extremely strong position and threw it away. And I think to a large degree Ireland will reflect back on the remnants of the second session and think somewhat the same. So there's four runs that separate the sides at this moment in time. I just wonder how tempted Andrew Balbirnie would have been, given the fact that there's now 50 minutes of play, to actually declare and invite the Zimbabweans for that awkward period of time. But I think in a game like this, a low-scoring affair, runs are going to count. And if Matthew Humphreys, who's a capable hitter of the ball, and Andy McBride, who we all know what he's capable of doing, if they could add 30 or 40 runs here, they could be a very telling 30 or 40 runs. So game finally poised. Blessing Mr. Mbani with the ball.
Yeah, we saw a few very good performances with the bat from Matthew Humphreys in that Ireland Emerging series that they played across the Northwest and the NCU. One performance in particular, that 39 not out, guided Ireland home over that West Indies Academy side by just 1 wicket. He made 39 off 14 balls. Ireland would be delighted with even a fraction of those blows in this innings. It's chilly, it's cold. We probably lost the vast majority of the crowd, and you can understand why, because that downpour was so heavy, Kyle. It's a bit of a miracle, really, that we're back out there playing.
Yeah, it's testament to the ground staff. It's testament to the work that's been put into the drainage here. And there are a few diehards who've remained to see what's left of today's play.
The tragics are still in. Here comes Muzzer Avani. And there will be one very nervous man who's just taken that ball down the leg side, because if you haven't been watching, if you're just tuning in for the first time, Extras is the second highest scorer, predominantly thanks to what's been an indifferent keeping performance on his Test match debut from Clive Medande. 34 byes to the total right now. The all-time record in the history of the game, 37.
Well, I think on two fronts, Ireland would love Blessing Mr. Mbani just to lose his wrist again and throw one down the leg side, because I think, in fairness to Clive Medande, there's a number of those byes where I think he didn't have much chance.
How much does the history and the heritage of the game weigh on occasions like this? This is the 2,540th Test match.
I'm not sure Clive Medande will be aware of what would be an ignominious record, but it's the sort of, listen, you have good days and bad days in this game, and I think his bowlers at times haven't made it very easy for him, but he generally has been quite sloppy. He'll be disappointed, I would imagine, with his performance behind the stumps.
Has he not had 2 bad days in a row?
Well, yeah, that first ball dismissal will weigh heavily on him as well.
And the leg side, we're going to wait for the signal. You're not going to believe this. We see a world record set in the first ever test here in Stormont. It's not one that Clive Medande will have wanted. Never has a keeper before conceded more than 37 byes. That is officially the 38th, and forevermore, for the moment, Stormont will be in the history books.
Well, We did just mention it there, and Big Blessing has lost his wrist and he's moved the ball down leg side. We'll have a look at the replay here. But again, I've a little bit of sympathy for Clive Madandy. That's a long way down leg side. He has got a glove to it. You would expect him to take it, but just look where he's finished.
Probably more importantly, the scores are now tied, and well, if Muzarabani could get one past Humphreys here, we could have a dead heat moving into the second innings. We spoke at length with Tino Moeo in the pre-match, pre-day one. You can't remember many contests between these two sides in white ball cricket historically, which is the only official internationals outside of the I-Cup game they played in 2010 against each other, that haven't been closely matched, and this looks like it's going to be the exact same again.
Well, I played in that famous tie in Sabina Park at the World Cup in 2007, so I just have a feeling here. Ball again down leg side. I have a feeling this is going to be another nail biter. The pitch has been a little more sporting today than we probably thought it might be. But there's no question, I think, as we said about Zimbabwe's innings yesterday, I think Ireland will get on the team bus tonight thinking we have let them off the hook a little. It's going to be an intriguing game. I was very, very impressed with the spell after lunch with bowling and partnerships between Muzarabani and Chavanga. They were, there was pace, there was bounce, there was a little bit of hostility to it, and they definitely roughed up the Irish batters.
And Humphreys gets through that over from Muzarabani. That is a maiden, but it does have the 4 byes that come from it. We promised to stop being so mean to Clive Madandy, and we know he's trying his best out there. There's been some extravagant movement that's made his job behind the stumps very difficult.
Well, had he stopped that, when you saw where he nearly finished out of shot there for the last one, so there's no doubt his bowlers haven't made his job easy for him. The other interesting thing that we saw, Craig Young was dismissed first ball of an over when they took 3 off the last ball of the penultimate or the previous one. You would have hoped maybe that, Andy McBride I would want to see here, managing the strike and trying to take the majority of deliveries. He's a nuggety batter. He's 18 from 36. He's very capable here of playing a frustrating innings, and I think the longer that Ireland can keep the Zimbabweans out there, you'll have your opener batters on edge. They'll not be sure whether they're going to bat this evening or not. I think some of them might hope that Ireland bat for 35 minutes here and don't trouble the scores too often, then they get a good night's rest. And tomorrow morning, good weather forecast, sun due to shine, and what arguably should be the best batting day of the Test match.
Yeah, I think the other thing to consider is just how competent Andy McBride is with the bats, and these are kind of bonus runs from this position, not from 3 hours ago. Ireland would have wanted a big lead, but from here, every run they get really is a bonus.
Yeah, cricket's a funny game, and it can swing on small margins. And if Ireland get 10 or 20 of a lead, you just never know.
Nicely driven. That's going to be a single that will be taken. I think good positioning from Craig Irvine. He's held his fielders probably 35, 40 yards away to just encourage McBride to take the one they want to bowl to Matthew Humphreys. Only the second ball of the over, they've taken that single call.
Yeah, again, listen, we saw Matthew Humphreys score 38 off 14 balls against the emerging West Indies side in Brady. He is a very clean striker of the ball, and in many respects, I hope he plays his natural game here. I think it'll be easier for him to play his natural game off Tendai Chitara than it might be off either Chavanga or Muzarabani.
For those interested in the history of the game, just give you a little bit more about the record that Madandy's broken. He takes it off the great Leslie Ames, who was said to be the greatest wicketkeeper batsman of his era, playing his Test cricket a long time back, starting in the 1920s and playing for a decade all the way through to just pre-war in 1939. It is a little harsh that his name's in the record books, though, because as Ger Siggins was educating us of during the rain delays, as Humphrey slashes that away, gets a nice piece of it, and he's going to get 4. Just about has enough power to run across the rain-soaked outfield. Ireland, they have a lead.
Ireland lead by 5. A little bit of width, and again the more gentle pace of Tendai Chitara will allow Matthew Humphreys just to get the hands through it. Didn't quite get the foot across to it, but beats the diving Muzarabani. I'm not sure the big fella there, a 7 foot tall at points, the most agile mover, but it's a most welcome boundary from the Irish point of view.
A nice little moment for Matthew Humphreys as well. Striking that into the offside. Oh, I'm going to wait for a signal again here. You're not going to believe this. It's 4 more buys down the leg side. And Madande has the look of a man who, well, he just wants a hot shower this evening and to forget that today has happened.
I'm not sure I know what to say at this stage. Clive Madande hasn't really moved his feet at all. He's just been stuck there.
It's a great reaction from Sean Williams at second slip. He's got his head in his hands. Extras by a distance, the second top scorer for Ireland. They could well end up being very critical.
But listen, without a shadow of a doubt, they could end up being extremely critical. I think top scorers, extras is the second top scorer by some distance. I think what we've seen in both innings is that, you know, after the new ball, that both teams had strong opening partnerships. And then it's been very difficult for those who have come in. There's been a lot of low scores, batters who have struggled to get in and get a feel for the pitch. So again, those extras are going to be crucial, and you compare the wicket-keeping performance of Lorcan Tucker in the first innings, who was exceptional, to that of Clive Madande. Certainly it's like chalk and cheese.
There was 4 buys in the first innings, 13 extras in total. Look at that there, Carl McCallan. 59 extras. Ger Siggins reliably informs me that as a proportion of runs scored in Test history, any side that has scored more than 30, so a couple of sides back in the early days, the 1910s, were bowled out for very low scores. One of those was, I think, 30 odd all out with 11 extras. Of sides who've scored more than 30, this is the highest ever percentage in a single innings in Test cricket that extras have contributed towards it. And they could be a big factor in the ongoing result of this test.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt.
More runs for Ireland. McBride seems very content to allow Humphreys to be exposed to Blessing Muzarabani. Just finished that point about Les Ames. It was very nearly broken by Matthew Pryor, that 75-year-old record as it was back in 2009. That was in Port of Spain when he conceded 34 buys. But that record, it's kind of wrongly attributed to him because he didn't actually have the gloves. He was the listed keeper in the first innings, but in the second innings he'd been injured when he was batting, and Frank Woolley went out to keep, who was a slips fielder, had never kept before. And it's taken a long time for Woolley/Ames's name to come out of the record books at the top. As Humphreys goes through the offside, and a raucous cheer will greet that boundary. Ireland's number 11 showing he's more than capable and competent with the bats.
Yes, he's a dangerous player, Matthew Humphreys, and what he doesn't lack is self-confidence. He's a very confident young man. He's very capable of clearing the boundary. I just think the next ball might not be just as friendly of a half volley. I think the term was, if you want to drive, hire a car. And I have a funny feeling this next one might just be a little bit more back of the length. But the ball was up, hands through the ball. Terrific shot from the young man.
Career best now in Test cricket for Matthew Humphreys, going past his 7 that he made on debut against Sri Lanka in goal. You just see him growing in confidence out there. Sunshine just starting to part the clouds. He's indeed shorter, as you anticipated, almost looking for the wrap shot over the slips. It's always a frustrating thing, a 10th wicket partnership for any team, whatever the format.
And they've already put on 21, Andy McBride and Matthew Humphreys. So yes, when you are the opposition, you think 9 down. It's just a case of, not if but when. And the longer that Ireland can keep them out there and frustrate the Zimbabwean team, these are all little things that can potentially have big factors at the end of the day's play.
Attempted hook shot very late on it this time. There is just one more footnote on, I promise to not go on about it, but when Frank Woolley kept wicket in place of Leslie Ames, he was 47. So certainly, and the brilliance of Madande's athleticism, he's such a talent. I know the Irish boys think he's a very dangerous cricketer. It just hasn't been the couple of days that he would have wanted. He'll need to just wash it all off tonight and go again. He'll look for a score in the second innings, and he'll look to keep much better. As this one's cut away
It's going to be probably 4 more. Yes, it will. Get to the rope. Gets to double figures. Humphreys, these are very valuable runs for Ireland.
Exceptional runs. I can't help but think when we're talking about Clive Madandi that there's the famous song by a local band called D Ream. Can you name that song?
Well, things can only get better.
Yes, and I think in his case things can certainly only get better. And there's going to be an opportunity in the second innings for him to make that impact on the game, I've no doubt about that. But Matthew Humphreys has certainly put his shoulder to the wheel. 13 very valuable runs and a partnership, I think, of 25 so far between him and Andy McBride. Could be 25 crucial runs. I could be tempted to get the slow left arm of Sean Williams on here. He's a little bit more nice.
Well, I suppose the reason he's gone with Muzzer Rabbani is just that height and that pace, that threat he provides. Now a hook shot.
And that's gone for 6. That's gone the distance. It's actually gone nearly into the Zimbabwean tent. You can hear the delight of the crowd. I told you, he doesn't lack self-confidence, this guy, and he can hit a great cricket ball. Those brave souls who have weathered the storm, literally enjoying this innings on the balcony here at Stormont.
One of the biggest cheers of the day, it goes to Ireland's number 11, who's just grown in confidence, sat up for him nicely, and he's thrown the kitchen sink at it. It only gets up to about the shoulder level, and a perfect hook shot right towards the pavilion. And it flies all the way. Zimbabwe can't quite believe it. Maybe had they just switched off a touch, thinking that could have been that for the day. All of a sudden, this little addition of a 10th wicket partnership worth 31 now. I think it's the second highest partnership of the innings after the 71 that Balbirnie and PJ Moore put on. It was a record effort, and the 50 that Paul Sterling and PJ Moore put on for the 4th wicket. It is the 3rd highest partnership of the innings. Great runs as Chitara will continue. We'll keep ticking them up. Won't be able to get back for a second, but more extras to the total, this time leg buys.
No surprise to see umpire Sharfadullah just giving that little movement. No shot offered, so back we go.
Not sure on that one.
You're not sure, Andrew? I just thought Andy McBride may have initially looked to play, but he quickly got his hands up in the air and out of the way, and that indicated that Sharfadullah, no attempt to play a stroke. So
no evasive action being taken there. It was on his body. He's trying to get out of the way of it.
Maybe, but I think Chitara.
It's a run for me.
I did notice, by the way, that Mr. Ames that we were talking about also bowled leg spin. Did you notice that?
Well, all good wicket keepers do. Tim Zohar.
Tim Zohar.
Inside edged, and it will be a single this time to the bat of McBride. And is Humphreys just going to continue to play his shots here?
I think so. I would encourage him to do so, because honestly, the innings that he played against the West Indies at Brady was one of significantly clean hitting. He's got his eye on, and I suppose from his point of view, he'll have been frustrated that he didn't get a bowl in the first innings, and he's already made a significant contribution to the game, so that'll give him confidence potentially when he does eventually get the ball in the second innings. And Ireland will hope that this little rally can continue for maybe the next 10 or 15 minutes, and if it could, if they can get their own score above 250 and that lead up to 40, that could be crucial, Andrew.
Ireland lead by 25 runs late in the day on day 2 of the test. You're just joining us, we have had a very heavy rain delay, the second of 2 rain delays today, but credit to the ground staff and indeed to the match officials who got us back out. Ireland were 206 for 9 in 53 overs at that rain delay, and in just 3.3 overs they've put on 29 runs in good time. All of a sudden there's a lead that's growing and a lead that is valuable, and Zimbabwe just want to close it out. They need the 10th wicket. Powered down the ground, it's going to be 4 more. Chitara, no great threat with his pace, and Humphreys showing off a wide array of strokes, and he's saying to Andrew Balbirnie, why am I batting at number 11?
The exuberance of youth, Andrew, I think it is fair to say. But what you'll notice here is it's a lovely free-flowing swing of the bat. Strong lad, was a very good rugby player, I believe, in his day as well. And, he's just playing with a freedom and a confidence that I think only a 19 or 20-year-old can.
Bit of a golf follow through to that one.
There is. I just wish I hit the golf ball as well, and as straight as that. Beautiful shot. The difference here is Chitara doesn't really have anything to go to. What'll be interesting, he does bowl a very good slower ball in one-day cricket. I just wonder, will he be thinking of trying to outfox the young lad?
All of a sudden the slips have dispersed. There's a bit of a ring field, 2 close catchers in the covers. Stays pace on for the moment, but almost every ball is being cheered by the home crowd. For tomorrow, it's close to a sellout. You expect a really good atmosphere on the day that could decide the fate of this test?
I think day 3 is going to be the crucial day. It's a closed Saturday. There's no club cricket. There's a great opportunity for a big contingent of local cricket followers to come to watch the game. The sun is due to shine. Personally, I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm even more looking forward to it now that Ireland lead by 29.
No is the call from McBride. It closes out a 5-run over. Humphreys has gone past his senior partner with 23 not out. Ireland 239 for 9. Is this what you expected from the test, this historic occasion in Belfast? It was kind of hard to know what to expect. Zimbabwe hadn't played in so long. Stormont had never hosted a test.
I think history tells us that this was always going to be a close game. I had a good chat with Ger Siggins earlier, and it's interesting. I think that the top 5 wickets for Ireland in tests average less than the next 5.
Yeah, the bottom 5.
The bottom 5. And again,
by quite a distance.
By quite a distance. So again, we've always been famous for that rear end, that rear guard. And Andy McBride is leading that, and he's got a good foil in Matthew Humphreys here. And we've now got, this looks to be the Chivanga to replace Mr. Mbani. This is good to say. This guy was the bowler who I think changed the course of the game. He ran in, he hurried the Irish batters, he bowled with pace and aggression, he swung the ball. A really impressive performance. So not surprised to see Tanaka Chivanga back into the attack. 2 slips and a gully. But as they say, the quicker they come, the quicker they often go, Andrew.
Well, I think it's a great opportunity for Chivanga to get a 4th wicket, and he'd really deserve it. He was probably a bit unlucky not to have Sterling out to give him 4 for 18. He's bowled with pace and aggression and real skill, hostility. And McBride works that away. I think half a stop from the gully fielder. He wants the second. He'll have to move quickly, and he does, to get home for 2 and keep the strike. For those wondering, is this maybe veering towards some kind of a record for Ireland for the 10th wicket? The emphatic answer is absolutely not yet, because many will remember that partnership between George Dockrell and the Lambeth Lara himself, Tim Murtagh, in Ireland's 2nd test in Derrydoon. Murtagh ended up 54 not out. He famously said afterwards he was robbed by his partners of a chance at a century. George Dockrell made 39 as they put on 87. McBride hooks that, or pulls that one away off his hip. He's going to get 4. Looked like it was just going to be a couple, but it's raced away across the turf. Well, this might be the most frustrating partnership of the test for either side, as Ireland are getting a valuable lead here.
Yeah, tremendous shot from Andy McBride. Not wanting to be outdone by his young partner, is he? He's just picked that up off his hips, and he's timed it so well. It's beat the man at fine leg. And another boundary. We've had a flurry of boundaries since the rain break. There's hands on hips from the captain. This partnership has grown to 42.
And they're driven pleasingly on the up. There is a bit of protection out there, a deep point. It has been funny, that knack for Ireland of their lower order scoring better in their short test history. Why do you think that is? It's just very tough at the top in test cricket.
Listen, it is extremely tough at the top test cricket. This game has been a little bit of a flip of that. It seems to be that the first 20 odd overs until the lacquer comes off the ball seems to be the time to bat. Both sides have really struggled through those middle overs. And this is something that we didn't see yesterday. This rearguard action has been really encouraging. Slight change in the field. We have a man out at deep backward square, just about 15 yards in off the rope, and a man at deep point. So I would imagine Chivanga is going to mix up his length and try and entice young Humphreys into a false shot.
Goes short and wide. Humphreys throws everything at it.
Kyle, I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe you batted in every position from 1 to 11 for Ireland during your 227 caps. Is that right?
I did, and I think my average down the order was probably higher than it ever was up the order. I did, I have that. I don't know if that's something that I should be proud of or ashamed of, but I suppose I could say I was versatile, Andrew.
How were you ever picked as an opening batter?
Listen, I'll have you know, I scored 100 in my second game for Ireland.
Where was that, number 8?
No, but without it, listen, I was picked as a young opening batsman, but I was encouraged into off-spin bowling, and in one-day cricket, 80 Burrell saw a role for me.
Good short ball.
And there were two interesting stories there. He had a great way of communicating to you and making you feel no matter what. He was dropping me down the order, okay? But he was kind of saying, Kyle, you know, the vast majority of games are won by numbers 7, 8 and 9, so I need batsmen down there. So he brought me down very gently, but I still remember an international here against England, and Harmison was opening the bowl, and he bowled very, very quickly, but that for some reason he asked me to bat 4 that day, and I've been quite happy to take my seat at numbers 8 or 9. But yeah, look, hey, I was happy to play no matter where I played.
I suppose that, all joking aside, as we get to the end of the 58th, looked for the leg stump Yorker, didn't affect it, 247 for 9. Are there different skills you needed as a batter at the top of the order, whether it be white ball or red ball cricket, as opposed to that kind of role at 7, 8, 9?
Yeah, I think so. And if I'm being honest, I would have said I was a very competent player off the front foot, but quite limited off the back foot. And I think in today's day and age, having an inability to play, you know, I was happy to defend on the back foot, but the score off the back foot, I would have said, was a weakness. So look, there's no doubt there's different skill sets, there's different mentalities required, but I was happy to adapt my game and I start, you know, learning the reverse sweep, the sweep, you know, playing a very different role, trying to come in down the order and be creative and innovative, and I enjoyed that challenge.
Being a spin bowler, were you more comfortable playing spin, scoring against spin?
Yeah, do you know, I firmly believe that my batting background very much helped me as a bowler, because I think you have a sense of the way the batters are thinking, and you have to be one step ahead of the batter in terms of your thought processes and so on. So there's no doubt having a batting background would have benefited me as a bowler.
There is a great history and tradition of all-round cricketers in Ireland, I suppose, because of the small playing community. Chitar is pumped into the leg side by Humphreys. Not sure if he got all of it, so he'll get a couple. And is that a byproduct of, I suppose, back at the club level in particular? A lot of the guys, when they go back to club cricket, they might bat 3, 4 or 5, but then when they come to internationals, they could be 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. There's no question about that. And you know, from my point of view, I always batted at the top of the order in the top 4 in club cricket, but club cricket's different. It's different. You know, you play in different pitches against different calibre of bowling, and you know, you can score a lot of runs if you're disciplined in club cricket. And the other thing is, in club cricket, you can generally see off the better bowlers, and then you'll get weaker bowlers following them. Whereas, you know, in the international game, that's not necessarily the case.
You're always in the top 4 for Warrington?
Yeah.
Always.
Well, towards the end of my career.
Okay, you just started sliding down, did you?
When the eyes went, you know, I was happy again to fulfil that sort of bit part role.
Interesting. They're continuing with Chitara here, isn't it? It's not that he's not going to take wickets, but he just doesn't look too threatening. The cheers around the ground for the 250 now coming up. This did not look likely half an hour ago for Ireland.
No, it certainly did not, and we're only 3 runs away from a 50 partnership for the last wicket. So I think the ebbs, and we've spoken a lot over the first 2 days about the ebbs and flows of the longer form of the game, and we've just seen in the space of 25 minutes play, Ireland have wrestled back the initiative. They now lead by 40. We took the field of play trailing by 6. They now lead by 40. This is a tremendous effort by these 2 players.
Big appeal, that is jagged back in, and that is going to be the end of the fun. It's moved sharply. The question for Sheriff Abdullah was, did it strike Andrew McBride in line with the off stump? If it did, well, you'd have to expect that it's going to go on and cannon into off stump. And McBride almost apologetically punches gloves with Humphreys, pats him on the back. Chitara is the one to take the 10th and final wicket. But it's been a fine rearguard 10th wicket partnership from Andy McBride and Humphreys. McBride the last man to fall for 28.
And in the foreground, you can see Prince Maswari He's now going to have to face 15 minutes against the new ball. This could actually be the best of all worlds for Ireland. We talked is somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Here's Chitara's delivery to Andy McBride. Oh, it's certainly come back. That's a great delivery. And that's a good decision from umpire Sharfadou.
Has it struck him in line is the question. I don't know, can we get one more look at that, please?
I do believe...
Slow down.
I do. Like, it's certainly pitched outside off stump.
Which is fine.
But it's jagged back somewhat. I think my initial reaction was it's hit him in front of off stump. We'll look at it closely.
You see, for me... Marginal might have been umpire's call, and we don't have the DRS. It did look good though, didn't it? Good delivery and a little bit of sharp movement. You see McBride staring back at the pitch, not able to understand how that's come in so sharply, but credit to Chitara. He's kind of played the holding role, but he's ended up with the 2 wickets. It's a strange looking scorecard for Ireland, because only 5 batters have got to double figures, and the second highest scorer, look at that at the bottom, extras 59. But great credit to PJ Moore, particularly Matthew Humphreys as well at number 11, and Andy McBride too.
An outstanding effort from the tail end there. And interesting, Ireland will not want this. There's just a few spits of rain coming down now. Ireland will want 15 minutes here at the Zimbabwean openers.
Get a look at the partnerships, and a big boost was that 47-run effort. You can blame Kyle McCallan for mentioning coming into view of a 50-run partnership just before that delivery was bowled to dismiss Andy McBride. 71 from PJ Moore and Andy Valberni, and 50 exactly from PJ Moore and Paul Sterling.
Commentator's curse. Here's the Zimbabwe bowlers. As you can see, no wickets for Richard Ngarava, 2 for Tendai Chitara, who worked away tirelessly, but the two bowlers that caught everyone's eye were Blessing Mr. Mbani, 3 for 53, Tanaka Chivanga, 3 for 39, and let's not underestimate that little spell of 5 overs from Sean Williams. 2 key wickets there. So what it's shown is that there's something in this pitch for both seam and spin. It's going to be an interesting second innings.
So don't go anywhere too far. We are officially back with play in 8 minutes, if those few drops of rain that we are getting are just passing by. The covers aren't on yet, so hopefully we will get a little bit more play. It'll be 15 minutes or so. Expect 4 overs probably from Ireland at Zimbabwe's openers. If they could get 1, let alone 2, it could be them that will take the momentum into day 3. We'll be back with all the action, leaving you with the news that Ireland have a 40-run lead coming right towards the end of day 2. We'll see you in about 5 minutes' time.
Welcome back to Stormont. Final session here on day 2, and it will be a very buoyed Irish side that will take the field for the remaining 16 minutes here on day 2. And that's because after looking like they won't even get to Zimbabwe's total, they've had an outstanding partnership of 47 for the 10th wicket. And that has given them a healthy first innings lead. Mark Adair, who wasn't quite himself in that first innings yesterday with the ball in hand, operates into the city end. Certainly looked better when he came on for his second spell. These gentlemen have done an outstanding job, not just today, yesterday as well, in ensuring that every time the rain came down, they were ready to sop up any excess water and just make sure that conditions are ideal to play.
And the sun just came out, Tino.
The sun just came out.
7:15. We've seen a glimpse of sunshine.
Zimbabwean pair, I'm sure, will be happy to see that sun come out, because it's just been a little bit dark and gloomy. To our left, a big barrier of trees on the side of the field, so that won't aid any sort of light coming into the ground. Will be Joel Gumbi on strike. Now left alone, 4 slips for Ireland. Backward point, extra cover. Man under the helmet.
See, Tino, we've got your slip cordon. They're all standing beside each other, holding hands.
That's what I like to see.
You like to see that?
That is what I like to see. No opportunity whatsoever for the ball to go in between those fielders. Although sometimes you can get in each other's way if you're a little too close to each other.
Wee bit of shape there away from the right-hander from Mark Adair. He just needs to move it across 6 inches. Trying to get Gumbi to play. False shot. Awful time this if you're opening batter. Your experience opening the batting, it would have been something probably you weren't never look forward to 15 minutes at the end of the day.
I'll say it now, I never said it in the change room. There were a couple of times at the end of the day where I thought, you know what, if this ball comes to me, I'm going to drop it so we can only come in a bat in the morning. Oh, that's a beauty. Very nicely bowled from Mark Adair. It really is an awkward time.
It's a lose-lose, you know, the only thing you can do is lose if you're the batters. And lovely bit of shape there from Mark Adair. And he bowled that one a wee bit fuller, which forced Gumbi to play a shot at it.
Well, his first 3 deliveries in this innings has shown you that he's learned from that first innings yesterday. We've seen a few of those today, and I think we've seen the best of the batting surface here at Stormont. I think it's just going to get tougher and tougher and tougher to bat, and that's why that 40-run lead is so valuable for Ireland.
Yeah, fantastic partnership from Andy McBride, who played absolutely solid as a rock, never really looked in any trouble whatsoever. And then Matthew Humphreys, wow, what an innings.
Gumbi will get off the mark with just a gentle push into the vacant cover area. It looked like he thought about going through with it. If that was the case, then I'd rather see you be a lot more positive and go through the stroke and play it, as opposed to be in 2 minds, because that's when you can get yourself into trouble. I'd rather play the full attacking stroke if that's what you're looking to do.
But it's the time of the day, he's holding him back. He's, as you say, he's maybe in a wee bit 2 minds.
End of the first, a good one from Markade. 1 for no loss. Remaining overs in the day, 8. We won't get those in. 16 minutes is what remained when this inning started for Zimbabwe in the day. Scheduled close of play 19:30 local time. We are just 19:19 at the moment, so you would expect that Ireland will complete today with the use of their seamers and try and get Zimbabwean wicket before the end of play, so probably another 3 overs to go.
Yes, Ireland be running through their overs here now. Try and get as many overs in as possible before the close-off time at 19:30. So Barry McCarthy, who led the attack beautifully in the first innings, ready for another assault.
That's better from Joy Lord Gumbi. Just leaning back in the stroke, that's why he hasn't managed to get the power that he was looking for, but the intent is good.
Again, the fuller length from McCarthy. First ball of his spell today. Giving the ball every opportunity to swing away from the right-hander.
You can afford a few half volleys at this stage of the day, just trying to entice him to play the stroke. It's a very natural thing for the batters at this stage of the day, as you say, to just try and hold themselves back.
Yeah, the tendency is to go into the shell and you know, right, we've only got 10 minutes to bat here, and then we can relax tonight and come back again tomorrow morning. So no win situation.
That's a beautiful stroke from Joy Lord Gumbi. Outfield slowed up, which is expected with all the rain it's taken over the last couple of days. Just be a couple, but nicely played.
Yeah, Tino, it's quite amazing that we're actually playing again today after that real heavy shower of rain we had about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago.
Quite amazing that the sun's out after that.
Welcome to Northern Ireland.
McCarthy. Squeeze down the leg side.
Yeah, there's definitely something in the pitch now for the bowlers, and every run now is going to be priceless, whether you're Zimbabwe or Ireland, because batting fourth innings now is going to be tricky.
It most certainly will be.
It was interesting that Zimbabwe chose to put the light roller on the wicket there at half time. I thought maybe they would have asked for the heavy one, but they chose the light one. It'd be interesting in the morning to see what they do.
You'll probably find that the choice tomorrow morning would be for the heavy roller. They've been on and off today with a lot of rain, and maybe just felt, even though it's just a little bit of time left, that if there is some moisture, they'll bring that to the surface. Tomorrow morning, as the day progresses and they get closer to the Ireland team coming in for their second innings, you'll probably find they will be more akin to take the heavier roller. Bit of extra bounce, well dealt with. End of the second, 6 for none.
And it's the best part of the day. Weather-wise, the sun is shining. We need the sunglasses and some suntan lotion. Six for none. Nice steady start for Zimbabwe. No alarms so far. Nice and steady. Keep it as it goes. As the rain starts when the sun's shining.
Oh, that's well bowled. Stuck on the crease. Joylord Gumbi has a look down the pitch like it's done all that much. It hasn't. It's the case of him taking a nice stride towards the line of the ball. He'll be able to cover that. Just have a look at that. He hasn't gone forward, hasn't gone back. Stuck on that popping crease.
Just stuck on the crease, no foot movement whatsoever. What impressed me today, Tino, about the Zimbabwe attack, there was a real zip with their fast bowling. It was getting through to the keeper at a very, very fast pace. Whereas we haven't seen as much zip here from the two opening bowlers for Ireland, Adair and McCarthy.
Gets the single and gets to the other side. And that's where you want to be batting from at the end of the day like this, Joylord.
So what did you make then of the Zimbabwe attack today, and especially the last couple of hours?
Disappointed with how they started off, but it's not always about how you start, it's how you finish. And I thought in that middle period, they did extremely well to bring themselves back in. They got into the correct lines and lengths and disciplines, Chavanga especially. And then at the end, that last partnership, I think they let themselves down a little bit. They'd done all the hard work in the middle part of the innings to slow the innings down, get important wickets, contributions as well from the slow left arm of Sean Williams. And they really just needed to stick to their guns to make sure they got that last wicket as quickly as possible. Showed a little bit of ill discipline there, and I think more emotion than anything else. Oh, that's gone through the gully. There's 4 slips. There's no gully, and it'll be 4.
Yes, in the air. Gully was there. That was straight down his throat.
He's just stabbed at that one, hasn't he? Unlike Prince Mosaure. Very good at picking line and length and leaving the ball on height.
Yeah, and he's batted beautifully in the first innings, Prince, I'll have to say. Head and shoulders the best batsman on show. And he needs to back it up today, tomorrow.
That's a good shape. It's a good delivery to finish the third over, and well negotiated as well by Prince Mosaure. 11 for none.
Yeah, solid defence there from Mosaure. Looks a very organised player. Knows exactly what he's doing. Knows when to leave it. And plays within his strengths. It's a very solid looking partnership, opening partnership for Zimbabwe now, I have to say. And a nice mix, which I particularly like, is right and left-hander.
Yeah, indeed. Zimbabwe have struggled for a consistent and solid opening partnership across formats. You have a look at these two. They certainly both have the ingredients to give Zimbabwe what they need at the top of the test order. Good early call of weight from Mosaure. Gumbi was looking for the single.
Looking down to the non-strikers end for the last few balls of the day. Watch them from the non-striker end.
Yeah.
As the sun comes out again.
This will definitely be the final over here on day 2. A bit of excitement from the cordon. That one just going through to Lorcan Tucker on the bounce. I wonder if Gumbi did manage to get something on that. But just talking about these two, they both possess the ingredients that are required to be successful in this role in Test match cricket. They both know where their off stump is. Patient, gritty. They're prepared to spend time out in the middle. That's why they've been relatively successful in longer version cricket.
Well, that's their main job now, is to see off the new ball, take that threat away, solid start, no wickets down, and we'll come back in the morning and go from there. They really haven't looked in any trouble at all here in this 3.5 over spell. Can Ireland do anything the last 3 balls?
Yeah, they're the kind of two batsmen, when they're out in the middle and batting together, you can afford to put your feet up and enjoy the show.
Yeah, played really well yesterday morning, put on 97 for no wicket. Really didn't look in any trouble, and have to say, so far what we've seen today, exactly the same, really in no trouble at all. Two balls to go.
Barry McCarthy, he's looking to get that one to come back into the right-hander. It's well watched by Gumbi, and good running as well. So it'll just be the one ball that will remain on day 2. Local time 19:31, so we've gone over the cut-off time for today, which is 19:30. Masaure will look forward to just negotiating this final ball, and him and his partner Joy Lord Gumbi going away tonight and having a restful evening, looking forward to starting again tomorrow. Leg slip goes in. What is he going to look to do here? Is it the double bluff? I think it's going to be full and swinging back into the left-hander. Another change in the field. Mid-on fielder goes in to fortify the slip cordon. Humphreys, who had gone to mid-on, now goes back to the offside. Final ball here on day 2. I thought that might be what he'll try, but that will be that. Here installment on day 2. An outstanding rear guard 10th wicket partnership for Ireland gave them a 40-run lead. And in just the 4 overs that they managed to bowl at the Zimbabwean pair, Gumbi and Masaure. Zimbabwe 12 for no loss. And they'll look forward to coming out here tomorrow morning and restarting their innings. For Ireland at one stage, 115 for 2. As they went into the lunch break, they would have certainly felt that they'll get well past 250, probably closer to 350. And it was a great effort in the middle session from the Zimbabwean seamers that just pulled them back, as well as a couple of wickets from Sean Williams. But what an intriguing day 2 of Test match cricket here in Stormont.
Definitely, and I think it's even Stephen. Zimbabwe were very happy with the finish there, the last 20 minutes, no alarms. And both openers look very solid. But maybe the difference, just looking at the scorecard here, PJ Moore 79 off 105 balls, Balbirnie 19, Sterling 22, McBride 28, and Humphreys a very impressive 27 at number 11.
Yeah, he was the difference right at the end of the Irish innings between Zimbabwe and Ireland in that first innings. It's a lead of 40. And then it's just been eaten away at the Zimbabwean bowlers. In the end, Chivanga is the one who led the pack. Muzarabani with 3 as well for 53 in a 17. Chatara towards the back end of the innings, grabbing a couple of wickets, as did Sean Williams. So dismissing Ireland for 250 in the end. A lead of 40 runs for them. Trailing by 40, Zimbabwe have done the first job that they wanted to do with bat in hand, and that's make sure that they don't lose any wickets here. At the end of day 2, 7 to Gumbi, 4 to Masaure. Zimbabwe go overnight on day 2, 12 without loss. Just a couple of bowlers used by Ireland. Yesterday's star performer McCarthy and Mark Adair. So this is where we stand. Zimbabwe's first innings, 210, Masaure and Gumbi, 74 and 49 respectively. 3 apiece for McBride and McCarthy. And then Peter Moore, the outstanding performer with bat in hand in the Ireland innings, 79, 3 apiece for Chivanga and Muzarabani. Zimbabwe's second innings at the moment sits at 12 for no loss. They trail by 28 runs. It's been an outstanding day's cricket here in Stormont. The weather's come and gone several times, but outstanding efforts from the ground staff here to ensure that we got back onto the field at every opportunity that we've had. And looking at proceedings in those first 2 innings, these 2 teams are certainly in for what should be an exciting 3rd and 4th innings in this test match. Stormont, of course, hosting its first ever test match, and it's the first ever between these 2 countries. We are very nicely poised here at the end of day 2. Zimbabwe trail by 28 runs, and it looks like we're in for an intriguing day 3 tomorrow. Right, we've got a colleague of ours, Andrew Leonard. He's been a very busy man today, and he's going to take over. Let's find out who he's going to be with.
Well, another riveting day of Test cricket here in Stormont. It's very much a result that hangs in the balance at the end of 2 days of play. Both sides had their moments, particularly Ireland in that start of their first innings, a superb first innings partnership, first wicket partnership, in fact, a record-breaking one between PJ Moore and Andy Balbirnie. We're going to get some immediate reaction from both camps, starting with part of that record-breaking partnership. PJ Moore is going to come and have a chat to me. PJ, you must be delighted. Your career best in the green of Ireland. It's been a long journey for you to get here. Some difficult results in the initial stages of Test cricket. 79 to your name against the country of your birth. Must have been a very special day.
No, it definitely was, and I think it's always nice when you contribute, so very grateful to get a decent score today, but I think there's still a lot of work to be done in this game, and hopefully tomorrow's a big day for us.
Yourself and Andy Balbirnie made it look pretty easy at the top there. It seems as though the trend of the test is that maybe the best part of the innings to bat in.
I think what we found out with this Duke's ball is it doesn't swing as much early on, and once that sort of initial shine comes off it starts to do a little bit more. So that was definitely the case when we bowled first, and hopefully tomorrow we'll see that again.
What is it that kind of satisfies you so much about this innings? Is it anything to do with the fact it's against a group of boys you know so well, or is it just been a bit of a long, frustrating wait to finally get a good score for Ireland?
I think a bit of both. I mean, it's obviously nice to score runs against Zimbabwe. It's nice to take to the field with both nations. It's been a special week for me so far. And then, again, just to contribute to Ireland for the first time properly has been quite a rewarding feeling.
You've certainly had good performances in and around, particularly the domestic structure here in List A cricket for the Munster Reds. But at the Test level, as you come back to play for Ireland, you never really quite got going. Lots of kind of scores in the teens. What was the difference today?
Not to make any excuses, but I think a lot of the roles I've had have been a little bit up and down, chopping and changing. Whereas today I kind of knew a few weeks out what my role was going to be and the conditions, and obviously I've played against these guys quite a bit, so I kind of knew what I was up against. So I think maybe just having that mindset might have contributed to it.
Okay, well, what about the state of the game at the moment? You managed to get a first innings lead thanks to a real bonus. That 10th wicket partnership could end up being very valuable.
Big time. I think runs at the back end are crucial. Any lead in a low scoring game is important. So I think, like I said earlier, the big thing is coming back tomorrow and backing it up, because that 40 run lead can get dwindled away quite quickly if we don't hit good areas early on tomorrow morning.
Can you tell us just a little bit more about the conditions out there? It's looked a good batting pitch, but there has been plenty of times where the bowlers have been on top as well.
Yeah, I think generally it's a good batting wicket, but there definitely has been a few balls that have misbehaved, swung a bit more than we expected. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say it's a flat wicket. There's definitely something in it for the bowlers as well.
Okay, final question. Day 3, where would you see things occurring for you? Do you feel as though it's a day where you're going to need to bowl Zimbabwe out?
Definitely. I think, obviously, I'm not sure what the weather conditions are for tomorrow, but day 3 generally is a moving day in Test cricket, so I think it's poised for hopefully an exciting first session for us, and if we can get right into their batting lineup, then who knows.
And PJ, after the most incredible journey for yourself personally, I know your family were here today, you should be very proud. 79 runs for Ireland. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Lenny.
Okay, that's going to wrap it up from here in Stormont. We're not going to have any other interviews or other reaction to round it out. It's been a long, long day. It's 7:40 p.m. local time. The good news, though, once more, we'll be back tomorrow with plenty more play from day 3 of this historic first test between Ireland and Zimbabwe. We want to thank you all so much for watching and joining us today. We're going to see you bright and early from 10:45 a.m. tomorrow. It will be a super Saturday.